This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Leave It All by April Kelley, narrated by Simon Dornay. Chapter 1. Lucas Speck lay on the floor of his parents' living room with the lights off and his eyes shut. Sometimes it lessened the pain to be still, and the nausea didn't threaten as much when he remained relaxed. Other things didn't happen either. Unexplainable, weird shit. Lucas was already weird enough without adding to it. If he didn't know better, he'd think he was cursed. But he really didn't have enemies, so there went that theory. If he thought back on his life, then he'd had to say the headaches had begun in high school. The pain through his head sharpened when he chuckled at himself. Man, had he needed help in high school. He'd been skinny and had worn big baggy jeans that were a couple of sizes too big to make himself less of a target. He was like that lizard that flared its ruff out and hissed whenever someone bullied him. The larger clothing had been the best he could do to make himself bigger. Why had his mother let him leave the house like that? He shook his head when he thought about that time in his life. His current state wasn't much better, with his superhero t-shirt that had made him look like a 12-year-old, and his white undies that did nothing to make him feel even 1 ounce of sexy. Not that he felt that anyway, with his brain threatening to pound right out of his big ol' noggin. His phone rang out the same tinny song that was supposed to remind him he was cool like a ninja, but really annoyed him. He seriously needed to change it. The phone sat on the coffee table a few feet away. Lucas sat up, moaning when the pain pounded through the top of his head. He was reaching for the phone when a white ball of energy left his chest, zinging through the entire room like a bullet until it found his mother's half-dead plant. Lucas watched as the brown, crinkled leaves turned green, and purple flowers popped up by the dozens above the green, all happy and proud. He lay back down and sighed in relief when his headache subsided almost instantly. God, why? Like, seriously. And also, what the hell came out of him all the time? A baby? A light baby shaped in perfect roundness? The phone stopped ringing. Lucas sighed in relief when the last little bits of pain fell from his head like drops of water. His phone started ringing insistently again. He grabbed it off the table and pressed the talk button. He barely got a hello out before his best friend Sean spoke. "Hey, you have to come out with me." "I have a headache, again." Or rather, he'd had a headache. He was not ashamed to use the headache he no longer had to get out of leaving the house. Call him an extreme introvert. Whatever. He didn't care. It was underwear city in the house, but he'd have to pants up if he left. Yeah, no thanks. "Come on, you always say that. Or at least let me throw a party at your house." "I'm 26, not 17. I have responsibilities to my parents and their house while they're away for the winter, Sean. That doesn't include trashing the place." "You lecture so well, Lucas. It turns me on." Lucas chuckled. "Shut up." "Fine, no party, but at least come out with me." "Fine. But not that straight bar by the lake. I hate that place. Way too many homophobes." Lucas's last experience at that bar had almost gotten his ass kicked. A guy had thought Lucas was hitting on him, when all he'd done was look over in the man's general direction. The guy hadn't even been Lucas's type, and when he said that, it had pissed the asshole off even more. The dude had been friggin' huge, which had scared the crap out of Lucas. When the guy had raised his fist, Lucas had nearly shit his pants. Nothing came of it, though. The big guy had stopped as if nothing happened. His fists lowered, and he turned back to his friends. "Yeah, I agree completely. I want to get laid, not killed. And I'm driving. The last time you hooked up with some random guy and left me at the bar." "Whatever, dude. I don't care who drives. I can't believe I got you to agree so easily. Are you sick? Is something wrong with you?" Sean sounded genuinely concerned. "I'm fine," he lied. "You do act like a household old man. Dude, you need to live a little. Find some guy and let him fuck you. Get drunk. Something besides go to work and house sit for your parents. I go to college too, not just work. And that so didn't make things better. No, what he really needed was to get his shit together. His life had veered to the left enough to stunt his growth as a human being. He had 4 years to go until he was 30. It might have sucked ass to think about, but he needed some motivation. At the rate he was going, he'd be in college with a below-average GPA until he was 60. He should have been finished 3 years ago at the very latest. So, what time do you want to go out? They set a time and Lucas hung up the phone. He passed his dad's office and stopped when he saw the dead plant. Shit. His mom was going to kill him. The only thing he had to do was water 3 plants. Well, except for the one that he could magically revive. Why was it only the violet and not the others? Maybe he could do that with all of them. Then he really wouldn't be a failure at the watering thing. He walked into the room and stood for a second. He thought about the plant when it had been alive, expecting something to happen, but nothing did. In his mind, the thing came back to life. The leaves grew green and full, hanging over the pot the way it had looked before his parents had left. He balled up his fists and tried again. Still, nothing came. He sighed in frustration, blowing air out through his nose. He turned as the ball of light left him, along with the exhale. The light zinged, almost hitting him, but he ducked at the last minute. The light finally found the plant. The leaves turned green instantly. Lucas hesitated before running his finger down the pretty foliage. His heart beat a wild rhythm, and at the same time he was so tired he could barely stand. Lucas turned, going to his room, even as his eyelids slid shut. He fell onto the bed face down. "Sleep when you're dead. Come on, Lucas, get your lazy ass out of bed." Lucas groaned and rolled away from Sean's touch. Sean wasn't having any of that, though, and the shaking of Lucas's shoulder started again. "You sleep harder than anybody I know." "Not usually. Something weird happened," Lucas said before he could check himself. "What?" Sean's hand left his shoulder and Lucas rolled over to face him, opening his eyes as he did. He noted the time and realized only a few minutes had passed. Thank God for the 15-minute power nap, because he felt better already. "Nothing, just felt sick." No way he would open up about the plants. "Still getting headaches?" Sean eyed him knowingly. "Yeah." Sean averted his gaze to the nightstand. "You're still coming out with me, right?" "Yeah." Lucas sat up. Something was off with Sean. Guilt oozed from his pores, but that wasn't the only thing. He wasn't dressed to impress the way he normally would be. Lucas had known Sean since their junior year of college, and in all that time Sean had always dressed like a slut whenever they went out. It was his thing. So for him not to was strange. Also, Sean had circles under his brown eyes, as if he suffered from some ailment. The flu, maybe? Reading auras had always been something Lucas could do, even as a kid. It had taken him a long time to figure out his ability. A library trip in middle school and many books had enlightened and clued him into the fact that he wasn't alone in his aura-reading abilities. Sean had a gray color around him. Sickness. On the outside of that was pale purple. Fear. Lucas climbed out of bed. "I don't think either of us should go. We both look like run-over shit." He started out of the room. "No!" Sean shouted and grabbed his arm. The hysteria surprised Lucas and seemed out of place, given it was a trip to the club for dancing and not life and death. Then Sean's expression softened and he smiled. "I'm fine. You're fine. Let's just go and have a good time. I really need this." Nausea clawed up his esophagus the second Sean's hand closed around his arm. He must have made a face because Sean let him go, holding up his hand as if in surrender. "I need to shower first." Lucas thought about it as he walked to the bathroom, and the entire time he showered. The oddness of the day clung to the recesses of his mind, refusing to let go. When he was finished, he wrapped a towel around his waist and headed back into his room. Sean sat in the center of Lucas's bed with his legs crossed and his phone in his hand, probably playing a game. Lucas turned his back on Sean and opened his closet door. "Hey, you should play something for me." Sean pointed to Lucas's guitar. Lucas turned to the instrument, which sat next to his closet in the corner of his room. "Sing me a song, Daddy." Sean batted his eyelashes. The Sean he knew was back. Not the closed-off, scared man who'd walked into his house a few minutes ago. Lucas chuckled and the tension eased a bit. "Can I get dressed first?" Lucas turned back around and grabbed a shirt off its hanger. "Not that one," Sean sighed. The bed springs groaned as he scooted to the edge. Sean touched the center of his back. Lucas sucked in a breath at the fear coursing through him. He instantly knew it all belonged to Sean. Sean took the shirt from him even as Lucas moved away. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I'm fine, it's fine." Lucas's words came out in a rush. He bent over at the waist and breathed in slowly through his mouth, letting it out through his nose. Once, twice. Sean took a step toward him. "No, don't touch me." "Okay, man, sorry." Who had Sean running scared? Someone was hurting his friend. He could tell that much for sure. The thought pissed him off. His headache built at the top of his head as if his emotion was bringing the magical ball of light to the surface again. He really needed to experiment with it a little more. Somewhere safe. Maybe in a forest, away from people. After all, he had no idea what it would do to a person. Could he kill someone with it? Or would it heal them like it had the plants? He'd go to the park off M43 that hardly anyone ever went to and experiment tomorrow. Sean turned back to the closet, rummaging through Lucas's shirts without a word. A quiet Sean was never a good thing. Lucas straightened and decided to put as much distance between them as possible. He would have left the room if he could have, but he still needed to get dressed. Lucas opened his dresser drawer and grabbed underwear. He pulled them on under the towel before discarding it. The socks he chose had penguins on them. He loved their silliness, and maybe he needed to lighten up a bit. After shutting the drawer, he opened the next one down and randomly selected jeans. Maybe Sean finally had been dating someone and hadn't told Lucas about it. Maybe the person was abusive or something. He dressed as he asked the question. "Are you going to tell me what's going on with you?" "Nothing is going on. And ditto, man." Sean turned and threw a button-down shirt at him. "What's that supposed to mean?" Lucas took the shirt. "You haven't been telling me shit either." "There's nothing to tell." Lucas buttoned his shirt. He wasn't paying attention to what he was doing. His entire focus was on Sean. "Well, then I guess we have the same fucking story, don't we?" Sean walked over to him. Lucas held up his hands, letting Sean know he didn't want to be touched. "Relax. I'm just going to button your shirt for you. You have it all messed up." Sean's fingers were a whisper down the center of Lucas's chest, but no skin actually touched. "Is someone hurting you?" Lucas asked. Sean's eyes widened. "I got it handled. Just tell me, Sean." Sean smirked and focused on Lucas's buttons again. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Try me." "Play for me first, and I might think about it." Lucas smiled. "No, you won't, but I'll play for you anyway. What do you want to hear?" "I don't know, something relaxing?" "You know you're probably my best friend, right?" Sean chuckled. "Probably." "Okay, you are my best friend." "And you're mine too, Todd, and we'll always be friends forever, won't we?" Sean said in a high-pitched voice that made him sound like a child. Lucas laughed. "I should have never told you that Fox and the Hound was my favorite movie." "It's a cartoon, Lucas, and it's sappy." "Well, excuse me for not liking the guns and violence that you like." "The guys are hot in those movies. It's the only reason I watch them. All those muscles. And usually they don't have a shirt on. I love a nice chiseled chest. And I like 'em big." "Yes, Sean, I know that. I've seen the guys you've left the bar with." Sean stepped away from him and turned, taking the few steps to Lucas's guitar. He picked it up by the neck and handed it to Lucas. Lucas took it. "I have something I've been working on. Maybe you can tell me what you think." Lucas pulled out the chair in the corner and sat down. Sean sat on the edge of the bed. Lucas took a moment to tune his instrument before playing. The music soothed them both. Chapter 2. Lucas regretted agreeing to come out. The music was too loud, and there were so many people. Anxiety welled up in his chest, cutting off his air. The headache started again. The pain blossomed at the top of his head and spread down, like it had when he'd felt Sean's emotions. Would the light come again? That was the burning question. If it did, would the government put him in some laboratory like a rat? It was next-level weird for sure. Science might get him answers he desperately needed, but it wouldn't do much else. Shit. It wouldn't be good if that ball of light went zinging around the room like a stray bullet. His headache was getting worse. What made the whole situation even more craptastic was the fact that he felt all these emotions at the bottom of his stomach, and he didn't think they were his own. He had thought he had to touch a person to feel what they were feeling, but apparently not. Although it had been hard to separate his own emotions from others around him when he'd first walked in an hour ago, he had figured it out after a few minutes. It was weird experiencing what other people were feeling. So much emotion. It had been as if his mind was a plugged-up sink drain, filling up and getting ready to overflow. Lucas stood against the wall in the corner and willed himself to calm down. Not long ago, he used to be able to come here and have a good time. Then the headaches had started, and now it seemed like all hell was breaking loose inside of his body. It was as if World War II was taking place in his brain, and he was losing a war against himself. He couldn't help but think maybe everything in his body was building up for something big. Stupid fucking magical curse, or whatever the fuck it really was. Some sort of real-life Merlin shit was what it felt like. He breathed in through his nose and let it out through his mouth. He willed his heart to stop its heavy pounding. He watched as people danced instead, attempting to stay calm by doing something normal. One man slid up and down another, back to front. His eyes closed and his mouth hung open as the other worked his way under his shirt, playing with his nipples. Or so it looked like from Lucas's vantage point. Lucas figured they were a couple. All that love reflecting off them toward the other person was like this pink stream of color extending out, as if it were a bundle of strings connecting them. That color had calmed him when he had first seen it. As they danced and things began to heat between them, the pink hue turned to red. They'd be fucking on the dance floor if they didn't leave soon. It wasn't that kind of club. His parents had auras similar as the couple, always pink with gold or peach. One time his dad had gotten sick with the flu, and there had been a hint of gray with the pink. His mother's aura had turned blue, as if she loved his dad differently when he was sick. Maybe she became more nurturing toward him or something. She definitely went into mom mode when he or his dad even had the sniffles. He had asked her about it once. Why did she love Dad differently? And she answered that she didn't. And he had said, "But your color is different, Mommy." He remembered her telling him not to mention the colors again, to anyone, ever, not even her. He glanced at a man who didn't appear much older than a teenager. He probably had a fake ID. The calculating look in his eyes spoke of experience. The boy turned to someone at the bar. It was too crowded for Lucas to tell who held his interest. He smiled, and Lucas could swear he saw longer than normal canine teeth. Even stranger was the fact that he didn't have an aura like everyone else in the place. The kid's lips covered his teeth, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone from Lucas's sight. It must have been a trick of the light. It was dark in the club, especially on the dance floor, and the colored lights left strange shadows on people's faces. The boy glided across the floor as if picking a different target, and finally tapped a bigger guy on the shoulder. The man turned and gave the kid a lecherous smile. Lucas tried to find an aura that might connect the big guy and the kid, but one didn't exist. Lucas spotted Sean, who led a dark-haired guy across the dance floor. Lucas followed, trying to intercept them. He waded through dancing bodies, but finally managed to gain Sean's attention near the bathrooms. The panic must have been visible on his face, because Sean nodded. He turned to the man and said something Lucas couldn't hear, past the bump of the bass and the distance remaining between them. Despite the man's clear disappointment, Sean turned toward Lucas. The man watched Sean's ass with regret for a long second and then moved to the bar. "I need to leave, now!" The shouted words weren't necessary, but sometimes Sean got whiny when he didn't get his way. Lucas wanted to head that off before it got started. Sean surprised him by taking his hand and heading for the front door. It took them a couple of minutes to make their way around all the people and to the parking lot. Once they were outside, Lucas was able to hear a bit better, although the sounds were muffled as his ears adjusted and the bass of the music played inside his head, thumping through his body as they walked across the overflowing parking lot. "Sorry about that. Just can't take a lot of people around me." "Yeah, I know," Sean shrugged. "That guy was kind of pushy anyway." "Right," Lucas smirked. "Thanks, Sean." "Yep, didn't need sex. It's only been like 4 months and 20 days. Not a big deal," Sean said, just as they made their way around the corner and down the sidewalk. "Of course," Lucas chuckled. Sean held out his hand. "I can drive if you want." "I can drive." "I can tell by the look on your face you're starting to get a headache. Just let me drive, Lucas." Lucas stopped walking long enough to dig his keys out of his pocket. He handed them to Sean, who had stopped as well. Sean took them. "See? That wasn't so hard, was it?" Sean pocketed the keys. "You were supposed to bring the witch to us," someone said from behind them. Lucas jumped about a foot in the air because the voice was so close. He saw Sean stiffen and instantly went on alert. They both turned to face the person talking. Sean stepped in front of Lucas. "This isn't the one you want." Had the guy called him a witch? Did they know about him and what he could do? How did they find out? He had never told anyone and had always been very careful to not freak out in front of people, including his parents. Lucas took a step back from the three men, standing a few feet away from them. None of them looked average, although one stood out amongst the other two. The one in the middle dressed like a biker. He even had a long beard and a red bandana around his head. The other two were straight out of a movie Hired Guns. Or maybe Lucas had watched too much television since house-sitting for his parents. "One of these things is not like the other," Lucas sang in his head. "I can smell him. Dumbass humans don't understand that we're far superior, in every way, including our senses. Then again, you would have some idea, wouldn't you, blood whore?" "Just stay away from him." It was brave but stupid of Sean. Lucas grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away. None of them seemed as if they spent time outdoors, which made the biker seem off somehow. Shouldn't his skin be weathered from riding in the elements? Instead, the parts of his face not covered by hair were smooth and pasty white. None of them had an aura either, just like that kid in the club. Then the biker guy spoke again, and Lucas sucked in a breath at the sight of the fangs. "Nicolono will not be happy that you're holding out, Sean." Oh God. The teeth on that kid in the bar had been real, like the teeth of the man standing in front of him. Or maybe they were normal people playing at something, which didn't make Lucas feel any better. His pulse pounded in his ears until all he could hear was it and his own breathing. He tugged on Sean's arm when he saw those long teeth again. Sean didn't budge. Lucas felt the panic in Sean, and then the resignation that it wasn't going to end well. All at once, Lucas understood that Sean prepared to die right there on the sidewalk in front of an abandoned auto mechanics shop. Sean's shoulders came up to his ears and his back hunched. "Just leave my friend out of this, Gary." Gary? The big badass biker with some very realistic fake teeth was named Gary? Like the snail cat thing on that Sponge cartoon? Wow. Gary took a step closer and Lucas tugged harder. Sean wrenched his arm out of Lucas's hold, looking back over his shoulder. "We can't outrun them, Lucas. Not both of us. I'm sorry I got you into this." Sean turned back to Gary, taking a step toward him. "Sean!" Lucas shouted when Gary reached for Sean. He fumbled around in his pocket for his phone with shaky hands. It took him what seemed like forever to dig it out, but was probably only a few seconds. He held it like a lifeline, as if the phone could teleport him away from the guy with the funky teeth. "Run, Lucas!" Sean said, without turning away from the biker. Lucas wasn't about to leave Sean in the hands of these creatures. He had no idea what the hell they were, but they certainly weren't normal. Then again, he wasn't normal either. "I'm calling the cops, man," Lucas said and started dialing. The operator answered immediately, but before he could get one word out, the two men in suits grabbed him. His phone fell to the ground, clanking as it hit the pavement. He struggled against the hold. He felt their emptiness, which scared him far more than Sean's fear had earlier. He couldn't tell if they truly were unfeeling assholes or if they were blocking their emotions. How would they know Lucas could tell what they were feeling, though? Hell, Lucas didn't even understand how he could do it. "Stop struggling, witch, or I'll break your fucking arm," one of the suits said. His voice was so level, as if they were having a normal conversation. It was that lack of emotion more than anything that made Lucas go still and comply, because it told him that these men really would hurt him if he didn't do what they said. The energy in his brain moved to the center of his chest, and something about that calmed him. He had no time to think about being called a witch again, because Gary grabbed Sean's arm and pulled him flush with his body. Lucas struggled against the hold. "Let him go, you fucking asshole!" The way Gary held on to Sean was an intimate gesture that seemed out of place, given the current threat of violence swirling around all of them. "Get away from him!" The energy in his chest gave him a sense of strength he hadn't experienced before. Gary smiled, flashing those long, unnatural fangs. Gary turned back to Sean, stroking the side of Sean's face with one big hand as he spoke. "We don't need you, now that we have the witch. I'm getting tired of the way you taste. One last time as I kill you?" He said the last part, as if he was asking Sean's permission, instead of taking what he wanted. God, was the creature really going to do what Lucas thought he was going to do? Gary licked his lips as if Sean was a tasty treat. Gary's lips pulled back. His impossible fangs seemed to glow in the moonlight and got bigger. Gary looked at Lucas again. His brown eyes changed to red and Lucas stopped breathing. His mind shut down as he watched Gary sink his teeth into Sean's flesh. Oh God, this couldn't be real. Those were fake teeth and he was getting pranked, right? Please, let that be the case. The skin on Sean's neck ripped and Sean stiffened. A couple of minutes later, the life went out of his body. Lucas could tell because he felt it trickle out with each drop of blood Gary took, like rain rolling off a roof. Lucas stopped breathing when Sean did, and then their bodies went slack. Lucas knew the exact second the ball of light exited his chest. The force of it lifted him off his feet. The guys holding him let go and flew backward, landing on their ass on the pavement a few feet away. It was disorienting, as if someone had twirled him around in a circle for too many spins. Once he came back to himself, he scrambled to his feet, trying to find where the light went. Sean's back bowed before he fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. He lay unmoving and he didn't make a sound. The force of the light sent Gary tumbling to the ground, a heap of biker leather and long legs. His hands shook as he took a step in Sean's direction. He needed to check for a pulse because something stirred. Lucas felt Sean in the center of his chest again. It was an odd sensation, but it was there. The men who had been holding him moments ago lay on the ground. One of them had passed out, slumping against the brick building. The other stirred, shaking his head before he grew fangs right before Lucas's eyes. His eyes glowed an eerie red. And then the guy turned all that unnaturalness onto Lucas. He held his breath and his body stiffened. As much as he wanted to go to Sean, to check on him, he didn't take his eyes off the threat. He froze in place for what seemed like hours, but it had only been a few seconds before he willed himself to run. His feet pounding on the pavement and his own breath were the only things he heard. The car keys were an afterthought. The memory of handing them to Sean came even later. He hoped the police could trace his phone or something, like on television, so they would know where to find Sean's body. He should go back, but his feet kept moving forward as if they had a mind of their own. He couldn't go back and face those things. Sean was dead. Lucas knew for a fact Sean's heart had stopped beating. Lucas wasn't sure if the ball of light had saved him like it had his mother's plants. Oh God, what if he had left his friend behind? What kind of person did that make him? He saw a cab and stopped running long enough to flag it down. The cab stopped and he wrenched open the door, throwing himself inside as fast as humanly possible. He closed the door just as one of the creatures started around the corner. He gave the cab driver his address, still breathing hard from running. He shut his eyes, wanting the calmness of relief to settle his nerves, but nothing changed. "Can I borrow your cell phone?" Lucas asked the driver once he was able to get his breath back. "I don't loan it out," the cab driver said, without taking his eyes off the road. The man was older. The dark hair had flecks of gray through it, and he had more wrinkles than not on the parts of his face Lucas could see. "Please, sir, there were men attacking us. I think my friend is hurt really badly. I think they killed him." Maybe. He didn't know. Shit. "There are some bad elements in this city. I don't know how many times I gave rides to you people." The man's hands came up and held out a cell phone. "What do you mean by you people?" Lucas took the phone. "Thanks." "You non-humans, or whatever the fuck you are." "I don't know what you're talking about." Okay, he sort of did know, but he wasn't about to admit that he might be like those things that had killed Sean. He dialed emergency services and waited. When they answered, he told them what had happened and where they could find Sean. They asked where they could find Lucas, and he told them he was in a cab and that one of the men chased him. "We'll send an officer to your location." He gave her his parents' address. He shut off the phone when the conversation ended and handed it back to the cab driver. The driver took it back. "I used to be a hunter. I'm too old for all that bloodshed and violence now. Plus, I learned things aren't always black and white with paranormals." "Paranormals?" "It's what you call yourselves, right? Or has that changed over the years? Hell, I've been out of the loop for so long, you could call yourselves just about anything by now. What with all the political correctness going on in this country." Lucas couldn't really focus on what the old man said. "I don't really know what you're talking about." He looked out of the window, watching the houses on the street as they drove by. He thought about the men with the teeth, like vampires in a movie, but they were real. Hopefully, he was having a psychotic breakdown, and he'd come to consciousness in a hospital with his arm strapped down. That was much better than what he was experiencing at the moment. "You know about paranormals?" "Hunted them for 30 years. Of course, that was a long time ago, when we didn't know as much as we thought we did and were scared off by it. I was a bigoted fool before I met my Cassie. She changed my mind, but it was a rough start we had. I finally came around." "Those things that hurt my friend." Lucas rubbed his hands on his pants and then clenched his fists to keep from shaking. "They had long fangs and red eyes. One of them stuck his teeth into him and drained his blood." "Yep, vampires can be a nasty sort sometimes. The coven around here didn't used to be too bad, but in the last few years they've been killing more humans. Probably got a new coven leader that's not as good as the last one. Politics suck no matter what you are." The cab driver said it in such a matter-of-fact tone, Lucas could tell he believed in such creatures. "How do you know they're killing people?" Lucas couldn't keep his voice from shaking. "Police scanner. Sorry about your friend, kid." The cab driver parked the car in his parents' driveway and then turned around. Lucas handed him a $20 bill for the ride, and the cab driver waved him away. "It's on me, kid. You're probably going to need it more than me." "Thanks." "You've never come across a vampire, have you?" Lucas shook his head no. "Never in my entire life did I know those things existed." "You want some advice, kid?" "Yeah." He would take all he could get. "Don't trust anybody around here, including the cops. With as many vamps are in this damn city, there's bound to be one on the force." "What should I do? I think they want me for some reason." Lucas shook even harder. His fear kicked up, and he could feel the light start to leave his body. He closed his eyes and breathed in, trying to calm down enough so that stupid ball of light wouldn't hurt the nice man in the front seat. He had no way of knowing exactly what it would do. He didn't even know if it had helped Sean. He thought it had, but who the fuck really knew for sure? The cab driver sighed. "Damn it. Cassie is gonna have my head for getting involved. Grab clothes and as much money as you might have, and whatever else you might want. You can come home with me for the night. Cassie might be able to help you. You can't stay in the city for long, though. Those vampires have your scent now. They'll track you here. Probably to my cab, too, the fuckers." Lucas nodded and opened the car door. His hands shook so bad he had to try the handle twice before it opened. He did what the man said and packed a bag as full as he could get it. He got the cash he had been saving out of his sock drawer and stuck it into his pocket. He looked out his bedroom window at the cab still parked in the driveway, and then farther up the road, making sure no one had followed them. He didn't see a vehicle, but he could see movement across the street between two neighbors' houses. It was difficult to see in the dark, but whatever it was turned on those motion sensor lights at almost every house it passed. He ran down the stairs and out of his parents' front door. Everything happened so fast after that. Lucas was in a daze. The old man must have sensed it coming because he put the car in reverse and backed up just as the vampire stopped in the road. The ball of light left Lucas at the same time. Only the light was gray, and not that stark white color. Lucas focused and pushed the light toward Gary, who stood in the middle of the road. The light grew bigger, and when it hit Gary, he flew back, smashing against the side of the house across the street. Lucas clutched his bag to his chest as he ran to the cab. He pulled open the door and fell inside once again. The cab driver took off down the road even before he got the car door shut. "Yep, I'd say you're right. You do have vampires after you." Chapter 3. Nicolono eyed Hasten with a look of false calm. "Tell me, Hasten, how exactly does a vampire lose a witch? Especially one that doesn't even know he's a witch." Nicolono leaned back in his office chair. He wasn't a big man, not nearly as big as Gary had been. He was tall but thin, which was often deceptive to most people who didn't know they should fear him. Hasten should have known better than to make such a big mistake. It would have been Gary getting punished, but he was dead. He'd miss Gary's violent skills. Gary had certain talents in certain areas. Nicolono smiled pleasantly. There was a knock on the office door. "Come in." He watched as Angel led in a very naked, dark-haired man who had tears in his eyes and was trying to shield his private bits. "Bring him clothing. He is my mate, not some common blood whore. And let everyone know not to touch him. Death is what awaits if they do." Angel nodded and left the room. Nicolono had found his mate last week, and already his wife had wreaked havoc. He'd finally found someone who could counteract the language barrier she had created. He should have been getting an erection from seeing his mate, but he hadn't fixed that curse yet. Nicolono crooked his finger at the young man. He watched the human's lean body as he walked. Nicolono had always liked his meals young. His mate's beauty was particularly special. He had dark hair and a body made for fucking. He had met the man at a club. The beauty had been dancing with an abandon that appealed to Niccolò. He hadn't approached him immediately, but rather had waited for a more opportune time to take what was his. He was getting angry, though, at the curse his wife had put on his poor cock. His anger grew exponentially every time his mate stood in front of him. He patted his knee, and the naked man sat stiffly. Niccolò ran a hand down the man's chest and kept a firm grip on his waist. "What's your name, boy?" "Jules," his mate said, fear rolling off his tongue with each tiny bit of air he expelled. Niccolò smiled. He'd have to reward Thomas for lifting the language barrier curse from his mate, even if the warlock couldn't lift the erectile dysfunction curse. So many curses his wife had put on him. That woman was a menace. Warlocks did have their uses, after all. Not as useful as a male witch, apparently. There were far too many warlocks in existence for them to be of use for very long, especially one who was a scared little twit like Thomas. Now, a male witch was a very rare thing. There was only one in existence, and Hasten had let him slip through his fingers. "Just relax, Jules. I would never hurt you." Niccolò's hand slid farther down his chest and rested under his belly button. The boy's softened cock twitched a bit despite his fear, speaking more of his youth than his pretty face did. "How old are you, boy?" 19 years old, sir," Jules whispered. Niccolò was glad it was Angel and Frederick who had captured Jules for him. They were the best at being persuasive without getting rough with the blood whores. Of course, most of the humans who lived at the mansion came of their own free will. It was good money, after all, and they could come and go as they pleased, once Niccolò was sure they would keep their mouths shut. Niccolò had waited a couple of days before bringing him home where he belonged. "So young. I'm 187 years old." Niccolò gave the boy a smile when his big brown eyes rounded. "Vampires are very old creatures, Jules. To hear my wife tell it, we're also very hard to live with." Niccolò eyed Hasten. "Doesn't Sylvia say I'm impossible?" "Yes, sir." Hasten stood inside the door, with his hands clasped behind his back, like the soldier he used to be, before he'd become a part of the Stavros Coven. It was because of his fighting ability that Niccolò had taken him on in the first place. He had shown his worth over the past 10 years, and if he took a few liberties, then Niccolò had always overlooked it. Hasten eyed the boy in Niccolò's lap with hunger and a large serving of lust. Niccolò ran a finger down Jules' limp cock, caressing it. Hasten could watch as Niccolò got Jules hard. Niccolò would allow it, even though he wanted to rip the man's throat out. That would have to wait until Hasten was of no use to him. Niccolò had not gotten to be so old without learning patience. "Is Sean upstairs beside my wife?" "Yes, a cell over." "Do you think it was wise to let Gary drain him?" He strictly forbade draining a blood whore in his coven. It was the one rule Niccolò had kept after he'd killed the old coven leader. Blood whores were their lifeline, and killing one was counterproductive. "No, sir." "But you did anyway. Gary was careless, and now that reflects badly on you." "I'm sorry, sir." Hasten's voice shook as he spoke. "The one person that could lead us to the only male witch in existence, and you let him die. You should thank the witch for bringing him back from death." "Yes, sir." Jules's cock twitched against his hand, and he wriggled around on Niccolò's lap. Niccolò smiled as Jules's face colored the prettiest shade of pink, and the young man started to cry. He trembled in Niccolò's arms. "It's okay, boy. I won't hurt you." Jules's cock twitched again. "To be so young as to get it up even when you're terrified. You're so very precious, young man. Would you like me to keep touching you?" Jules bit his lip and wriggled around even more. Niccolò wrapped his hand around the semi-hard length. "My wife is very angry I found my true mate. She wants to kill you, I'm sure." When Jules's cock started to soften and he shook in Nicolono's arms, he said, "Don't worry, boy. She's locked away and will soon be dead. She can't hurt you. She's just a witch, after all." Yes, his wife was a witch, like the male witch who'd slipped through Hason's fingers. Nicolono kissed the place on Jules's neck where he would soon bite. As soon as he seized the male witch and had him lift the dreaded curse. Just a quick peck so that he could smell the blood underneath the boy's skin. He pulled away before he bit down. It wouldn't do to use his mate as a blood whore. Nicolono met Hason's gaze. "When was the last time you had sex, Hason?" "Several weeks ago, sir. I was in a bar and fucked a woman in the bath." "Do you think I want to know more about your sexual escapades than what I asked?" Nicolono's voice rose with each word he spoke. His hand stilled on Jules's cock as he stared Hason down. "No, sir. Sorry, sir." He patted Jules's backside with his free hand and said to him, "Wait right here for me, and I'll finish what I started." He gave the cock in his hand one last squeeze before he stood, putting Jules on his feet. Jules immediately grabbed his cock and held on to it as if it was his toy, and he hated Nicolono touching it. Nicolono smiled his warmest smile. Jules started to tremble, and then the tears flowed like water. His mate smelled of fear, and Nicolono wanted to roll in it. Yes, he was rather fond of his newfound mate. He could already feel himself growing attached to him. "Shall I have Thomas put a curse on you? Or maybe my wife would hobble you. She's very good at causing pain with her damned curses." Nicolono had always thought warlocks were the dark lords of the magical community. Even the fairies had bowed to them. Of course, that was long ago, even before Nicolono's time. Thomas had proved too weak to be a lord of anything. Still, he'd reward the little warlock and maybe keep him on for his own uses. He turned back to Hason, and his smile fell. "Do you know what it's like to find your mate and not be able to bond with him?" "No, sir." Hason took a step away from him. Hason shifted his eyes downward, as if the carpeting held something fascinating. Nicolono smiled inwardly at the telltale sign of a lie. Nicolono leaned against the edge of the desk and folded his arms in front of his chest. "I would suspect not." He eyed Hason for the longest time without saying a word. "Did you know I can smell it when people lie? Including you." Hason shook his head, confusion clear in his expression. "Yes, my mother said it was because my great-great-grandmother was a wolf shifter." Nicolono chuckled. "Can you imagine? A wolf and a vampire, a mated couple. My mother tells me it was a true mating. She could smell it when someone was lying as well, you see. You killed the human that would help me bond with my mate. That was Gary. Gary is dead. Now his mistakes are yours." "The witch brought him back," Hason said, as if it excused the fact that he let another member of the coven break coven law. "And now he doesn't trust me. He won't give my coven members his blood anymore. He's certainly not going to give me information, is he?" "Let me torture the information out of him." "You know I don't like to get my hands dirty in that way." He might hold a man against his will for a day or two to have some fun, but he always wiped their memory after he was finished with them. "How many humans have you drained dry the way Gary had?" "No one, sir." "Lie." Nicolono took a swipe with his long nails across Hason's stomach. He cried out, and blood immediately started to saturate his shirt. "How many?" "Hundreds." To Hason's credit, he stood there, staring straight ahead. Nicolono shook his head in disgust. "Do you know the council will be on my ass once they learn of this? I've been hiding it from them for too long. I can't keep covering for you and your stupid friends." He rose from the desk and walked around Hason. Nicolono could see him trying to struggle to break free. He lifted the metal spear off the wall and stood for a moment, taking in the weapon, feeling the weight of it and the cool metal against his skin. When he turned back, he found Jules's eyes riveted on him. His whole body trembled. "I'm not going to kill him, Jules. I'm going to do something far worse." Jules slowly turned, facing away from Nicolono. "Yet another of your sins, Hasten, making my mate turn his back on me." Nicolono put the spear back on the wall. "Bring Thomas to me, and stay in the room while I talk to him. You'll want to know the kind of curse the ancients will bestow onto you." Nicolono smiled. "Their curses are always worse than death." Chapter 4. Lucas felt so incredibly drained by the time he got back into the cab, and the driver rolled it down the street. "Remind me never to piss you off, kid. That's some trick you got there." "Yeah, pretty scary, huh? I wish I knew how I was doing it, or what it even is." The old man gave him a curious look. "Don't you know? I've never heard of a paranormal not knowing they are one. Usually it's pretty obvious." "Sometimes the fangs come out." Lucas gave him a smirk. "Or the wolf." "Wolves? Really? Holy crap. How many more things could be out there?" "And other creatures." The old man smiled at him. "My name is Lucas." "Gus. When we get to my house, my wife will tell you what you are." "Why not just tell me now?" "She's just like you and can explain quickly. You'll need to listen carefully to what she says and then get on your way. You can't stay in the city now that we know they're close. I have a car that hasn't been driven in a while. The vampires that work for the police department won't be able to trace it." "Why can't they trace it?" "Because it's registered to a dead man. Now focus, Lucas," Gus said sternly, as if Lucas could actually think about anything but the fact that it felt as if someone was punking him. "Cassie will talk to you, tell you some things that might not make sense right away. Just do whatever it is she tells you, and then get the hell away from this city. You already made me a target. We're going to have to put up some wards if we're going to keep them bastards out. Hell, might even have to move." Lucas reached up and patted his shoulder. "I'm sorry I got you into this mess." Gus shrugged. "Wrong place, wrong time." "Thanks for helping me." He didn't normally initialize touching someone, but he thought he'd make an exception this one time, considering the old man was risking his life. He felt something when his hand connected with Gus. Some sort of sickness inside the man. "I think I can fix that for you, when we stop the car, if you want me to." Either that or he'd killed a guy, but he didn't think that would happen. The more he thought about Sean and really focused on his friend, the more he was certain he was alive. "Fix what, son?" Lucas sat back in his seat and closed his eyes, telling himself it would be for a second. He wouldn't fall asleep even though he really wanted to. He was so tired. The light totally zapped his energy. "The sickness inside you. I'm pretty sure I brought Sean back, so I should be able to help you too, I think." This last part Lucas said more to himself than to Gus. He didn't want to hurt Gus. He heard Gus gasp, but otherwise never said a word the rest of the car ride. At some point, Lucas knew he fell asleep. He wasn't sure where he was, or even how long he had slept. He just knew that Gus was looking at him as if he'd grown 3 heads. "Do it here. I don't want Cassie to know." Gus waved a hand. "Hurry up." "I can't just turn it on and off. It can be unpredictable, like when I'm scared." Lucas sat up, running a hand through his hair. "Think about the vampires coming after you, or me dead because my wife killed me for keeping shit from her." Lucas chuckled. The fact that he managed it even after all he'd been through astonished him. "That's not helping." "Don't laugh. You haven't met that woman yet." Lucas sobered quickly and thought about Sean, dead on the sidewalk. The small amount of blood he had left trickling through the puncture wounds on his neck. He felt the light leave him then, and he focused it on Gus. It seemed a lot easier to direct it than before. The light hit Gus and he bowed forward, his chest out. He relaxed against the seat again and sat there for long minutes. Lucas held his breath. "Please be okay." Lucas waited for Gus to say something to let Lucas know he hadn't hurt him as he had Gary. The light wasn't that gray color when it had appeared, though. It had been a pure white, like the one which had gone into his mother's plants and shone. Gus grinned. "I've never felt better." Lucas sighed in relief. There was a knock on the car window that startled them both. An older lady scowled at Gus. She had the bluest eyes Lucas had ever seen, even bluer than his own. When she turned her gaze onto him, she smiled warmly. He immediately reached for the door handle, as if on autopilot. Something about her drew him in. He opened the car door and got out, standing in front of her as if waiting for instructions. She had on a blue dress made of denim, with a white turtleneck underneath. It was old-fashioned by today's standards, but gave her an earthiness which appealed to Lucas. Her clothing reminded him of the neighbor lady across the street from his parents' house. She had been a grandmotherly sort of person to him, and had passed away when he was 11 years old. Somehow, the similarity made him feel even more comfortable around the woman. Gus was out of the car and coming around when the woman took Lucas's hand in hers. Her eyes widened and she sucked in a breath. "You're a witch. But how can that be? The last male witch died hundreds of years ago, and you've been living close by your whole life. How have I not found you until now?" She focused on something over his shoulder for several seconds before turning her gaze onto him again. "But that is the way fate works. She has her own agenda, I suppose." She spoke slowly and with purpose. "He can't stay, Cassie. The local coven is after him. You need to do your thing and send him on his way. And we need to ward the property better. They saw my cab." "Don't rush me, Gus. These things take time." "We haven't got time, woman." Cassie waved him away and focused on Lucas's face. "Everyone will be after you, now that you are known. They'll want to use you for their own gain." "Why?" "Because you can heal, give life back, and take it away with just a snap of your finger. I suspect you haven't learned all you can do yet." Lucas averted his gaze. "I did it to a vampire today. I don't know how, but I killed him." "You learn quickly, because you're a very smart young man." Lucas wanted to roll his eyes, but that would be rude, so he restrained himself. He didn't consider himself smart at anything. He had always been average in every way, and his grades had proven that much. The pupils of Cassie's eyes turned white. "You'll leave here tonight." Cassie nodded as if responding to someone only she could hear. Her eyes went back to normal, and her gaze focused on him once again. "Head east. You will find a place where you'll be protected." "How will I know when I get there?" "You'll know." She smiled. A secret lurked in her eyes. God, his life had gotten so fucking complicated. "Do you know the place I need to go?" "I have a picture of it in my mind, like someone is showing me a photograph. It's surrounded by water and forests for miles. There are many lakes and only one road leading in and out. You'll find someone like us there, another witch, and other paranormals. Don't be scared. They'll protect you." There was that smile again right before she said, "One in particular will see to your safety." Don't be scared because monsters like those chasing me will protect me. Right. That's not even close to doable. "Do you have a name for this person?" She reached into the pocket of her dress and pulled something out, instead of answering him. She let go of his hand and made a gesture for him to turn around. Lifting his shirt, she put her hand on the center of his back, chanting something in a language he didn't understand. He felt it burn his skin and wanted to pull away, but he held still, instinctively knowing he should trust her in that one thing, regardless of the pain it cost him. "Now you'll know when the vampires are close. Run when you feel them. We can't let what happened to the last male witch happen to you." "What happened?" "They used him up, and it killed him." Oh, dear God. When had his boring life suddenly gotten so crazy? Chapter 5. 2 months later. Bennett Somerset ran his hand over the riveted orange metal, admiring the boat his client had brought in. It was a 70s model made of aluminum, which was a much better material than the fiberglass used to make new boats. The fiberglass shit didn't last as long as aluminum. Bennett ran his hand over the spot where the paint was chipping, and the metal gray underneath showed through. He couldn't wait to start on the paint job and make the old girl look brand new again. The owner of the boat had paid him for a complete restoration of the whole thing, inside and out, and it was costing the guy a lot of money. It was worth it, in Bennett's opinion. Bennett probably would have done it for free, but then he would want to keep the boat. He had to overhaul the motor. His portable toolbox already sat on the top ledge of the boat. It should do until he needed a tool that was more obscure. He climbed into the boat and moved the cover for the motor to the side. He was getting ready to take it apart when his phone rang. He dug his cell phone out of his pocket and pressed the button with his dirty finger. "Hey, Mom."
"Bennett, I need you to pick up your brother from school."
"I'm right in the middle of something. Make Ramsey or Owen do it."
"He needs you, and you need him. He's defying me just like you did when you were his age."
"It's probably just shifter hormones or something. Dragons have a hard time shifting for the first time. You know that."
"Yes, which is why he needs his older brother."
"He has 6, Mom. Why me?"
"Because I said so. That's why."
"Fine." The kid was clingy and had always been that way with Bennett. Most days Bennett didn't mind, but today he wanted to spend time with the boat. Damn it. Bennett sighed. His little brother Layden had always had his abandonment issues, ever since he'd come to live with their mother. The poor kid had it bad before coming to them. Layden's family had left him with a neighbor when the kid was still pretty young. The neighbor happened to know Mother Estelle and had dropped him off after a couple of weeks. It was Bennett's opinion that something very violent had happened to Layden's parents, not that Layden would listen. He had never wanted to hear that explanation when it was given. It was especially bad since he'd hit teenager status and had become pissy about everything. All his brothers and his sister had a similar story, including Bennett. Bennett's childhood story was much more violent than most.
"When was the last time you left your house, son?"
It had been several days. "I've had a lot of work, Mom," he said by way of explanation.
"There's more to life than your work, dear."
Yeah, she was probably right. He did need to get out more, even if it was to go get his little brother from the high school. That would be the longest trip he'd taken in a month. And thinking about that made him realize how reclusive he had become lately. "Okay, Mother."
"Okay, dear. Take him for ice cream or something and have a talk."
"He's 18 years old. Isn't he over the whole ice cream phase?"
"Everyone loves ice cream."
"How about I just bring him back to my house and put him to work? I need someone to get me tools."
"Bennett?"
There was a warning in his mother's voice, telling him to listen. It wasn't a request. She wanted him to take a break from working and do something fun for a change. His boat repair business was in his garage, so he didn't ever have to leave his house. In fact, he was pretty sure he needed to go grocery shopping. He had a half case of soda and a loaf of bread. That was about it. "Okay, Mom." Bennett looked at the clock on the wall and realized he only had an hour to clean up before his brother got out of school.
"Thank you, dear. And also, this Sunday we're all having dinner, so make sure you're here this time."
"Yes, ma'am. Love you, Mom."
"Love you too, dear."
Bennett had to admit he had a smile on his face by the time he'd finished talking with her. She had always been like a train that just railroaded over him. It should have pissed him off, but he actually liked it. It made him feel loved when she called and nagged. He remembered giving her hell as a teenager. He had been pissed off at the whole damn world. Mostly he was mad at his parents for dying, and Garrison, his father's best friend, for leaving him so soon after losing his birth parents, although he hadn't understood he had turned his grief into anger until years later. He was fully grown and realized the people in his life hadn't left him, not of their own free will. Even Garrison was most likely dead. He wouldn't have left Bennett out of the blue. He had been lucky to land on Mother Estelle's doorstep all those years ago. She was a good mom. Bennett left his tools in the boat and swung over the side, wiping his hands on a rag after he was once again standing on the floor. He left the garage and walked across the driveway to the back door of his house. One of the reasons he'd bought the house was because of the large garage and the bathroom right inside the back porch. Obviously, whoever had built the house had intended to work out of the garage on some sort of greasy project. The previous owner may have had a boat repair business just as he did. Given the 3 lakes surrounding the small town, it wouldn't have surprised him. St. Lakes was more like a village made up of mostly shifters. He still went to his mother's house to shift, mostly out of habit. He could shift in his own backyard, though. Years ago, before he and Ramsey had come of age, the humans who lived in town hadn't known about shifters. Mother Estelle had instilled in them the need to be careful of shifting in front of humans, although the unknowing humans had moved out years ago. Of the few humans who still lived amongst them, all of them knew about shifters, mostly because they'd mated with one. Ramsey, Bennett's brother, made sure their town stayed safe for every paranormal who came to the area. St. Lakes was a quiet town, and had been for over 20 years. Bennett waited just outside the main doors of the high school for Layton. He was leaning against the tan bricks of the school. He knew most of the kids who came out of the door, having seen them all at a Klan meeting at some point or another. Most knew to be respectful and address him as Beta when they talked to him. A couple of the girls looked at him as if he was a damn lollipop. Too young and wrong tree, ladies. When his brother came out of the front doors, Bennett nearly sighed in relief. He hated being around so many people. He eyed Layton as he drew closer. Layton looked bored, but otherwise seemed fine. Their mother really didn't have anything to worry about. But then Bennett strongly suspected she knew that. He realized all at once she sent him to get Layton from school more for Bennett's benefit rather than Layton's. Layton gave him a half smile when he saw him. Bennett pushed himself off the wall and walked beside his little brother, grabbing him around the neck. "Hey, watch the hair, geez," Layton said, but never struggled against the hold. "Mom told me you were having trouble with your first shift," Bennett said, as they walked the short distance to Bennett's truck, which was at the very end of the lot, because the place was busy at the end of the day. It seemed like the whole damn town was in the fucking school parking lot. He almost forgot how busy the school was at that time. "Mom made that shit up, man." "Is it partly true?" Bennett asked, and let his brother go. Layton patted his hair down, as if a strand was out of place. Bennett rolled his eyes. Layton shrugged. "A little?" "Hi, Layton," the girl said as she walked by them. She met Layton's gaze through her lashes, and then she turned her eyes on Bennett. Bennett had forgotten her name because she hadn't been part of the clan long. He had met her once, though, at a pack meeting, although she had only been to the one. She smiled at him. "I've never seen you guys together. You look alike." They did resemble each other, but that had more to do with the fact that they were dragon shifters than anything else. They both had dark hair and green eyes. That was where the similarity ended, because in truth, they weren't genetically related. Still, if there was anything he'd learned from his mother, it was that family consisted of the people who loved him most, not the people who shared his blood. Layton shrugged, looking bored. "How many brothers are there again?" The girl's family had moved to town a few months ago. They had a bad experience with their last alpha. Bennett wasn't certain what their problem with him was, but the stepdad pledged loyalty to Ramsey almost immediately. The stepdad was a wolf shifter who mated with a human. "A lot. More than normal people," Layton said with a smirk. 6. He has 6. Bennett narrowed his eyes at Layton's rudeness. "Wow, that is a lot." "Yup," Layton shrugged, ignoring Bennett. "Do all of your brothers look as hot as you two do?" "Yup, and they're just as gay, too, except for Ramsey. I'd say he's the least gay of all of us. Wouldn't you say that, Bennett?" Layton grinned at him. Ramsey didn't discriminate when it came to dating. "Oh, then do you want to go shopping?" she asked Layton. Bennett couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. Layton wasn't the shopping type, and anyone who knew the kid could figure that out. It was such a weird stereotype anyway, and so incredibly ridiculous. "Not all gay men like shopping, Lydia." "Do you?" "Not at all." "Well, who buys your clothes?" "My mother." Lydia narrowed her eyes.
I can tell.
She started walking away from them, but Bennett's words stopped her. You will come to the next pack meeting.
My stepdad says I don't have to go because I'm human.
Lydia turned to face them again with her hand on her hip. Bennett planned to have a talk with her parents in the near future about the disrespectful way she had spoken to him. She might have been human, but she was still a member of the clan and needed to heed the hierarchy. For now, he let his eyes change and he saw her gasp. You will do what I say and come to the next clan meeting.
Yes, Beta.
You may go, he said to her dismissively. He watched her walk away as if someone had shoved a stick up her ass. Her parents needed help because they were raising a spoiled brat. Well, I just successfully pissed her off. She's just some weird girl, plus she was hitting on you, and that skeeved me out. Bennett snorted. Why? I don't know. I guess because you're my brother? It's weird to think about people actually, I don't know, liking you that way. How are you going to react when one of us finds their mate? I don't know, barf? Layden made another weird face and a sound in the back of his throat as if he were going to upchuck. They stepped up to Bennett's truck and he opened the door, getting into the cab at about the same time Layden did. Just for that, I won't buy you ice cream.
Fuck that, I want ice cream.
Yeah, Mom told me you would. Bennett put the truck into gear and pulled out behind the long line of vehicles heading out of the school's parking lot. Bennett tapped his fingers on the wheel. So, what's your deal, Layden? You scared of your first shift?
Duh, it's gonna fucking hurt, man. And I don't even know what kind of dragon I am. What if I'm the kind that breathes fire and shit?
So, you'll still be you. You're not going to hurt anyone. Plus, I really don't think you have a fire. You'd feel it by now. I did by the time I was your age.
But it's hard to control, right? Mom told me you had a hard time controlling yours.
Yeah, I did. But I didn't have another dragon shifter to help me. I'm there for you, brother. You know that. I'll stay at the house when you start getting close, so you don't feel alone.
Thanks, Bennett.
That's what family is for, man. They drove through town in comfortable silence and parked in the small lot of the shopping complex that held the only restaurant, ice cream parlor, and grocery store. The ice cream parlor would only be open a couple more weeks. Bennett parked his truck and shut off the engine. He turned to Layden and stuffed his keys into his pocket. What flavor are you going to get? Bennett asked as he was getting out of the truck. He noticed a man enter the grocery store and had an impulse to follow him. His blonde hair curled at the ends. His raggedy sweater had a tear on the left shoulder, and the collar looked frayed. He held his shoes together with rainbow duct tape. They looked freshly taped, if the lack of dirt was any indication. He wasn't sure if the man was trying out some new trend, or if the clothing told a sad tale. For the guy's sake, he hoped for the former.
Bennett, Earth to Dragon, come in, Dragon, Layden said, waving his hand in front of Bennett's face.
Bennett dismissed the guy when he lost sight of him, meeting his brother's gaze. Ready? Layden rolled his eyes.
I saw you eyeing that guy with the hot ass.
Bennett growled low in his throat. Layden's eyes widened.
Calm down. You want that ass, then it's all yours. Before you do get some of that, can we have some ice cream, please?
Sorry. Something about the man pulled Bennett to him. His dragon cried out when Bennett headed for the parlor instead of the grocery store. Huh? Chapter 6. Lucas took his coffee cup with him as he made his way out to the small cement landing outside his cabin door. It was just a few feet from the water. It was the perfect spot, in his opinion. He sat in the plastic chair next to the door. Of all the towns he'd passed through, it was the prettiest. He always felt an itch between his shoulder blades, where Cassie had touched him when it was time to leave, as if there was an invisible hand pushing him right on down the road. Cassie had said he would know when the vampires were closing in on him, and he figured that itch was it. The itch had come with a vengeance one night. He'd gotten into his car and drove, landing in the cutest little spot in the world, St. Lake's. He counted himself lucky. He usually picked bigger towns or cities to stay in, liking the anonymity. He could control his light of energy a lot better, so he wasn't afraid to be around crowds of people. Plus, there were usually more job opportunities in the city, and more people willing to pay him cash, too. Cash helped him stay in one place a lot longer than using credit cards would have. He wasn't taking the chance that the vampires could track him through technology and such. Technology was not his friend now that he was on the run, and keeping a job for as long as possible was a good thing. He hadn't been doing great financially before going on the run, and had tried to save every penny he could in order to get out of his parents' house. He never could do anything the easy way, including leaving home for the second time. The brighter side of the whole situation was the fact that he didn't live at home with his parents anymore. In fact, he'd probably never see them again. He wanted to cry at the thought. The past 2 months had been a lot lonelier than he'd expected. There were times when he missed his old life terribly, and he thought the loneliness, more than anything else, was turning him into a bitter hag. It was early in the morning, and he still had on his sleep pants and hoodie. He propped one of his bare feet on the chair and took a sip of his coffee. The water was calm and still, like glass. There was an easiness to everything around him. Peace washed over him for the first time in a long time, even before he'd gone on the run. He was starting to like moving around, though, minus the loneliness and the lack of resources, of course. Thank God for the rainbow duct tape he found at the supermarket in the last city he'd squatted in, or he probably wouldn't have shoes. They had been getting bad before leaving, and now they reflected how rough his life had gotten. He hadn't been willing to spend what little money he had on clothing, even when he'd lived on his own. Then he'd had to move back home, and somehow the little things had gotten shoved aside as he spent every spare moment finding another job. It didn't matter. Eating and coffee were more of a priority than clothing. Having a roof over his head was also up there on the list, which was why he was staying in a one-room cabin. The cute little dude who ran the place didn't charge him much. Probably knew Lucas was hard up based on the state of his meager possessions. He slept in his car the night he arrived, not able to go any farther because he was tired. He'd parked at one of the public beach accesses because there were no motels and the cabin rental office was closed so late at night. Maybe he could stay there longer than he had in other places. It felt right, somehow. He felt a little less scared than he had everywhere else. He couldn't help but think about Cassie's words. She'd mentioned a place where he would be safe. If St. Lake's was the place Cassie had mentioned, then it was filled with monsters. That little detail bothered him to no end. Yeah, no thanks. He saw the little dude come out of the cabin next to the one he stayed in, with a bucket and a rag. He had a bandana wrapped around his head and a black tank top, even though it was getting cold out. "Morning, Forrest." "Hey, Lucas, how's it going this morning?" Lucas watched as Forrest put down his bucket and grabbed the chair from the cabin he had been cleaning. He picked it up and carried it to where Lucas sat, making himself at home on Lucas's small porch. "Would you like some coffee?" Lucas asked. "Sure, thanks, man." Lucas stood, setting his mug on the seat of the chair he'd vacated. The screen door squeaked as he opened it. Lucas closed it gently behind him. He went to the small kitchenette and got a cup off the rack thing on the wall. "How do you take your coffee?" he yelled out to Forrest, his voice carrying easily through the open screen door. "Just black, thanks." Lucas carried Forrest's mug of coffee outside and handed it to him. He picked up his mug off his chair and sat back down. "So, what brings you into town?" Lucas knew he stiffened at the question, but couldn't help it. "This and that," he said, not knowing what else to say. "How long are you in town?" "I don't know. Not very many witches leave their circle for any lengthy period of time. Your magic is stronger when you're together, right?" Lucas's eyes widened. Circle? He guessed he didn't have one of those. Forrest looked at him as if confused. "Well, you should probably talk to Ramsey if you're going to stay any longer than you already have. It'll piss him off if you don't." "Wait, what are you talking about? Why would I have to talk to someone named Ramsey? Why would he care?" "Because this is our territory." Forrest sat back in his chair and frowned at him. "How did you go your whole life without knowing this custom?" "Custom? Okay, I'm so confused right now. Didn't your circle tell you this stuff?" Lucas had no idea what Forrest was talking about. He could guess what a circle was, but he wasn't sure what sort of customs Forrest referred to. No movies he had ever watched had prepared him for the finer details of knowing how to function as a paranormal. He bit his lip and set his coffee on the ground at his feet, grabbing Forrest's hand. Reading people was something he practiced whenever he could. Focusing on other people, finding out what was on their mind, was something he'd discovered he could do. He could learn quicker if he peeked into Forrest's mind and found what he needed to know. Forrest pulled his hand away abruptly. "Hey man, that's something you need to ask to do. You don't just look into someone's head. Geez, you really don't know any of this, do you?" Forrest sighed and shook his head. "Okay, I'm going to make this easy for you and just have you talk to my mom. She's a witch just like you, so she can give you all the 411 on our ways." Lucas expected the itch to pop up in the center of his back, but it didn't happen. "How do you know I'm a witch?" "I can smell it on you. You smell a little like my mom and another witch that comes through the area from time to time." "So that means you have a superpower too, just like me?" Forrest chuckled. "Right, because I'm Batman. Dude, don't say to another paranormal that you have a superpower. Some might take that as an insult." "Sorry, I didn't grow up with this or anything. It just sort of happened to me." "You were born a witch, Lucas, just like I was born a shifter. It is what it is, man. But my mom will be able to tell you more about that. She's a great lady." Lucas nodded and didn't say anything. "Hey, can I ask you something without it offending you?" "Sure. Why didn't your mom tell you all the stuff you needed to know?" Lucas shrugged. He wasn't even sure if his parents were aware of what he was. Maybe the paranormal gene had skipped a generation. It wasn't as if he could call them up and ask them, not without drawing attention to his location. "I guess she had her reasons." "You doing anything today?" "No, unfortunately." Lucas pictured himself with a loincloth smacking a fish against a rock. That would be his future in a couple of weeks if he didn't find a way to make money soon. Forrest smirked. "Need a job?" "God, yes. Know anybody who's hiring?" "No, but I know someone who needs help. What do you know about boats?" "I know they're supposed to float on water. I know about car motors, not boats." Forrest laughed. "My brother Bennett might bitch at you all day every day, but he's a good teacher. We can stop by his house this morning, and then I'll take you to see Mom. Maybe Ramsey, too, depending on what Mom says." "Thanks, man. I totally owe you." "Don't thank me yet. You haven't met Bennett. He can be surly, to say the least, and Ramsey still has to let you stay in his territory." Oh, God. If that was the case, once these people learned what kind of baggage Lucas came with, they were totally going to kick his ass out of town. Chapter 7. Bennett rolled his eyes the second he saw his brother Forrest come through the door of his garage. He could tell Forrest wanted something as soon as he walked in. He always got a sheepish grin on his face whenever he was getting ready to talk Bennett into something. "Whatever it is, the answer is no." Bennett got back to his job, dismissing Forrest. He was in the zone with the boat motor and didn't welcome an interruption. Forrest walked closer and leaned against the boat. When he did, Bennett smelled something completely delicious. "You don't even know what I was going... Why are you looking at me like that?" Bennett came closer and sniffed. He jumped down next to Forrest, getting a good whiff of his hair and clothing. "You smell good." Bennett's cock got hard and he backed up, away from Forrest. "Why do you smell like that? Who have you been around?" "New renter is all. It's why I'm here, actually." His brother bounced around on the balls of his feet. Bennett frowned and dismissed the wonderful smell. It was easy to do, especially when he moved away. "Whatever it is, I said no." "But he needs a job and you need help. It looks like Rag City threw up around here." The smell drifted to him again, but it didn't come second-hand from Forrest. He turned and saw the most beautiful man standing just inside the door. Bennett's cock hardened in his coverall, and his eyes changed. His dragon was pacing, wanting closer to their mate. Bennett stalked around Forrest, taking in deep breaths as he drew closer. The cute little witch took a step away from him, and his eyes widened. "Forrest?" The man said his brother's name in a panic, which pissed Bennett's dragon off. Bennett growled out a warning to his brother to stay away from his mate. "What is he? Oh, God, get him away from me before I freak the fuck out and lose my shit!" He held up a hand. "Seriously, dude, I don't know what your problem is, but I don't always have control when I'm scared. Kinda like now. I don't want to hurt you. I'm sure you're a perfectly nice guy who just so happens to be looking at me like I'm a cheeseburger." Forrest took a step closer to Bennett, grabbing his arm. Bennett turned and growled, making Forrest back up a step. Forrest tilted his head to the side, which placated Bennett's dragon enough to keep him from ripping Forrest's head off. He turned back to the guy, instinctively holding out both of his hands. He didn't even know why he did it. He just knew the man was a witch and would want to read him. All witches did. Reading a person provided comfort to most witches. His mother had said once that knowing who a person was made her feel safe. Giving himself over to the witch was the equivalence of submitting, the way Forrest had done. Something he would never do under normal circumstances. Hell, Bennett hadn't even let his mom read him since he had been a teenager. He didn't submit to anyone but his alpha. Bennett was Ramsay's beta, so nobody fucked with him. He was also the guy who enforced the clan rules, which meant most of the clan members looked at him with a fearful respect. Forrest sucked in a breath. "Holy crap! My brother never submits to anyone but Ramsay, Lucas. Take his hand and read him. He's letting you." Bennett turned and scowled at Forrest, not understanding why he felt the need to butt his nose into Bennett's mating. Forrest seemed to read his mind. He explained, "He doesn't know about paranormals, man. He didn't grow up knowing he was a witch. He needs you to tell him shit like this." Bennett nodded once and turned back around. Lucas's surprise was clear to see. Still, he hesitated before taking Bennett's hands. His skin was soft but cool against Bennett's. It made Bennett want to draw him to his body so that he could warm him, but he held back, letting Lucas do what he had to do to be at ease with him. "His name is Lucas," Forrest said from behind him. "You just called him by that name. I'm not stupid, Forrest," Bennett said, and rolled his eyes. He smiled at Lucas, but with his dragon eyes, Bennett worried about the weirdness. It's not as if he could help it, though. Lucas smiled back. He ran the name through his mind over and over again. Lucas was his mate. Lucas, with his blonde hair and his torn sweater, was the man who'd gone into the grocery store, he realized all at once. No wonder Bennett had had an urge to follow him around that day. Lucas watched him with fear and lust all swirling together in those blue eyes. Bennett couldn't do anything about Lucas's fear. Until he actually held him in his arms, his dragon was going to be close to the surface. He breathed out, trying to calm himself some, but it was no use. He knew the instant Lucas started reading him. He could feel him in his mind. Bennett could also hear everything Lucas was thinking as if he was saying it out loud. "Please don't eat me, please don't eat me." Bennett scowled. Lucas stared right at Bennett and said, "Cassie said I'd find protection. I didn't really believe her until just now, and you're supposed to be my lover?" Lucas's eyes widened, and Bennett knew in that moment he understood they were mates. "I feel what you feel. It's never been like this with anyone before. Oh, fuck." Bennett drew Lucas to him. Lucas's eyes rolled to the back of his head and his hips canted forward. Bennett felt Lucas's hard cock against his thigh and he pushed into it. "Get out, Forrest," Bennett growled. "What the fuck is happening? What did you do to him?" Forrest tried to come around, but Bennett pulled Lucas to him, burying his face against Bennett's chest. "Mine," Bennett growled low in his throat and his teeth extended. He flashed them at Forrest. Oh, shit, right, sorry man, I didn't get it right away." Forrest walked out after that. "Shh, Lucas, I've got you," Bennett whispered. He bent forward and sniffed his neck. He smelled delicious. Bennett wanted to roll in that scent. Lucas grunted, his hard cock pressed into Bennett's thigh and stayed there. Lucas shuddered and clung to Bennett as he came. Bennett pulled back, wanting to watch his little mate. Lucas was beautiful with those full lips open and those blue eyes wide, taking up most of his face right before they closed. Then he went limp in Bennett's arms. Bennett lifted him off his feet, holding him close to his chest. Bennett could feel the panic rise in his chest, burning like fire in his throat. "Call Mom!" Bennett yelled, and walked out of the garage with Lucas. "What the fuck just happened?" Forrest asked, standing in the driveway. "Call Mom, Forrest, now." "Fine, God, what am I supposed to tell her? You got weird and made Lucas pass out?" Bennett entered his house through the back door. When he came to the living room, he sat on the couch with Lucas. He didn't even know Forrest followed him inside until he heard him on the phone. "I'm putting you on speaker, Mom," Forrest said, and held up the phone so Bennett could hear their mother. "Tell me what's going on, Bennett," his mother said through the phone. Her voice was calm, and hearing it made Bennett feel a little bit better. "He's my mate. I let him read me because I was scaring him. It was intense. My dragon was close. I think he felt my intensity." "Reading you, honey? Only witches read people." "Yeah, I know, Mom." "Your mate is male?" "Yeah." "That can't be, Bennett. You must be mistaken. Are you sure he's not a warlock?" "Yes, I'm positive. Warlocks smell like smoke and sulfur. Lucas smells earthy, like pine. And roses." His mother sucked in a breath. "That's amazing. He's the only one of his kind. The last one died a long time ago." Bennett held Lucas closer and growled. "I'll be there in a few minutes. I'd like to talk to him when he wakes up." "What's wrong with him? Is he going to be all right?" Forrest asked. "He shouldn't have read Bennett without mating with him first. It was too much attraction all at once." "Wait, you mean he got so horny he passed out?" Forrest asked. "Essentially. He'll be okay. Just give him time." Chapter 8. Nicolono narrowed his eyes when Hasten gave Jules a lustful look. Jules sat in his corner just like a good boy. Nicolono was starting to hate Jules's complacency. He wasn't used to it in a mate. Sylvia had never been so obedient, and he found out he rather liked the punishments he had given her throughout the years. She had liked it too. Hasten's misery had gotten to him in visible ways. The gauntness told a story of lack of blood more than the reports that had come to Nicolono. He looked like a poor, neglected plant. Nicolono wanted to giggle with glee at what was to come, but he restrained himself. He was nothing without control. He pressed a button on his desk and waited for someone to answer him. "Yes, sir, what can I do for you?" "Send Thomas in here." "Right away, sir." Nicolono smiled at Hasten as they waited. Hasten slumped in a chair. "How are you feeling, Hasten?" he finally asked after a few minutes. "Remember, I can smell your lies." "Just fucking kill me. It's less painful. I feel guilt for all those humans I've killed." Hasten eyed Jules again. Jules sat up straight and yelled, "No!" It was so shocking Nicolono was speechless for a full 2 minutes before a smile spread across his face. "Tell me why my mate cares about your well-being." He addressed Hasten, but didn't take his eyes off Jules. Hasten sat stoically silent, refusing to answer him, which was far more telling than his words could ever be. Thomas walked into the room then, standing just inside the door. "Stand next to Hasten," Nicolono said to him. Thomas walked into the room, and Hasten's eyes changed. Hasten's nostrils flared as Thomas grew closer, and he gripped the arms of the chair. Thomas stood next to his chair, not making eye contact. He saw the slight shake of his hands as he folded them together in front of him. "Tell me, Hasten, what is Thomas to you? And you will answer me, or I'll kill the little warlock while you watch." Hasten growled. "He's my mate." "What about Jules?" Nicolono thought he knew the answer to that, given the way their body language had changed around each other. He just wasn't sure how it was possible. Nicolono did feel a pull to Jules, or Rather, he had, up until he'd ordered Thomas to curse Hasten. It seemed the ancestors, working through Thomas, had taken his mating pole away from Nicolono and had given it to Hasten. The ancestors did what they wanted, and sometimes warlocks had little control over such things. Yes, him too. Jules had hope in his eyes, but Nicolono would dash it soon. I don't know how it's possible. Playing with fate is never a good thing. Don't you know that, Thomas? Nicolono smiled. Months ago, when Sylvia had put the curse on him, he had used Thomas's little sister to get him to cooperate, and he wouldn't hesitate to use her again if needed. Take off your clothes, Thomas. Hasten's jaw clenched. I won't mate with him. It doesn't matter what you do to me or them. I won't do it. Come here, Jules. Nicolono waited for Jules to get up off the floor and walk over to him. He could tell he was shaking. Whose mate are you? Jules looked from Hasten to Thomas. Nicolono noticed when Thomas nodded, as if giving Jules permission to say whatever would come out of his mouth. Hasten and Thomas? Nicolono slapped Jules across the face. Jules let out a cry as he fell. That is the wrong answer, mate. Hasten's eyes changed and he stood, taking a step to put himself in front of Jules. He is my mate. Mine, Nicolono said to Hasten. His claws came out and he took a swipe, missing Hasten by mere inches. Jules, come here. Jules started to get up, but Thomas took Jules's hand, pulling him up. Thomas ran a finger down Jules's cheek and whispered something to him that Nicolono couldn't hear. Nicolono smiled at the sweet gesture. Thomas will let you come to me, Jules, or I will kill his sister. Isn't that right, Thomas? Hasten frowned, turning toward Thomas. You will mate with Thomas in that chair, or I'll kill them both. Jules is mine. Mine. You can't have him. Hasten mating with me won't break the pull he feels toward Jules. It won't break mine either. Fate has decided, just like the curse has decreed, Thomas said to him, guessing Nicolono's thoughts. Mate with him, Hasten, and I'll let you both leave here without consequences, Nicolono said. Hasten stood for long minutes before he finally nodded. He sat back down again and held out his hand to Thomas, who took it, pulling Jules along with him. Jules, go back to your corner, Nicolono said, and nearly smiled with glee when Thomas held on to him. I'm not leaving him. Thomas pulled away from Hasten and Jules both, and came over to him. Please don't do this. I've done everything you've asked. Nicolono watched them all, especially noticing the way Hasten held Jules. Thomas started chanting then, his eyes turning white as they had every other time Nicolono had seen him cast a spell. He was invoking his ancestors. Sylvia had explained to him once that warlocks had to rely on the magic of their ancestors, and their ancestors worked through them. Witches, on the other hand, had their own magic. Sylvia could only curse someone with a medical ailment, while Thomas was able to do all sorts of things. Nicolono smiled when Thomas finally opened his eyes, and he chanted something at him. You can't curse me any more than I already have been, warlock. Thomas's eyes turned a pale blue color. You've manipulated our kind far too long, vampire. You will know what it's like to want something you can no longer have. You will want that which you have destroyed. Nicolono started laughing. I already do. Jules nodded at something Hasten said right before he went back to his corner. He sat with his back to them all. The warlocks will fight against you when this war starts. It's time the witches and the warlocks stood together once again. Are you threatening me? I have connections. If it's war you want, then it is war you'll have, warlock. Nicolono had a few calls to make when he was finished. Thomas started chanting again, and Nicolono could feel the wanting shift, building up so much that all he wanted to do was visit his crazy wife in that cell he had put her in. Instead, he pushed that wanting down and waited until Thomas was done. Thomas's eyes changed back to the pretty hazel color they had been, and he slumped forward, breathing deeply as if he had run a marathon. "Take off your clothes, Thomas." Chapter 9. Lucas felt so warm and comfortable he never wanted to move again. Since he'd been on the run, it had seemed like a fight just to stay warm. It was a constant thing, even on the warmest days. He was sure he'd have felt that way even if it were in the middle of summer. He knew it had something to do with his nerves and always being on edge. Always having to look over his shoulder did weird and unexplainable things to his body. He snuggled in, trying to get closer to the source of the warmth. When he realized the warmth came from a hard body, his muscles stiffened. He knew instinctively who was holding him. The man who'd kept calling him mate when Lucas had read him. Then, like snowfall, he remembered what had happened. How could he forget when he felt his cum drying against his skin? He tried to get up, but Bennett held him firmly. "Let me up, please," Lucas said against a hard chest. He knew he wasn't very convincing when he sniffed, taking in the delicious scent. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, lying back down again. It was both relaxing and enticing all at once. He smelled a little bit like cinnamon and the summer sun, underneath the motor oil and paint. Lucas negated his words even further when he pulled at the zipper that lay inches from his face, exposing a t-shirt-covered chest, pushing the fabric aside. Lucas placed his nose at the spot where bare skin teased him. Oh, God. His cock started getting hard again, which just made him remember what had happened. He had come in his jeans like some pubescent teenager. Not only that, but he had come so hard he'd passed out. God, how embarrassing was that? "My name's Bennett." Bennett rubbed his chin on the top of Lucas's head. Lucas already knew his name because Forrest had told him in the car on the way over. "And you're my mate." "I don't know what that means." Lucas lifted off Bennett, refusing to meet his gaze. "It means you're the other half of my soul. Fate only gives us one mate, and you're it for me." Lucas placed his hands over the wet spot on his jeans. He knew his face must be about 20 different shades of red. "I want to go home," he said. The man growled and pulled him to his chest. "I don't know if I can let you go right now." I need to clean up." His face heated with embarrassment even more. "Oh, right. You want the bathroom?" Well, that was actually preferable to walking around with a cum spot on his jeans. Lucas nodded and stared through his lashes. Bennett was a very handsome man. "You have pretty eyes." Lucas couldn't hold back that one thought. The man reached up and traced his finger across Lucas's lips. His eyes seemed to light up, sparkling in a way that mesmerized him. "Thank you. All dragon shifters have green eyes." "The same shade as yours?" Bennett smiled with a slight upturn of his lips. "No. My little brother Layden has eyes with blue specks in them, along with the green." "He's a dragon shifter too?" "Yes." Lucas averted his gaze. "I saw your dragon when I touched you. He's very pretty. Shiny black. I took this boat ride out on the ocean with my parents once. The water was the same dark blue-black color that got lighter when the sun hit it just right. Your dragon reminds me of that. Same color and stuff." Lucas knew he was babbling, but couldn't seem to help it. "I don't have siblings. Probably a good thing, considering." "Considering what, baby?" Bennett didn't even seem fazed by the sudden turn of conversation. "Considering I have an entire vampire coven after me?" And there it was, the moment of truth. He'd probably get kicked out of town. Bennett growled. "No one will touch you." His eyes changed suddenly. They reminded Lucas of the reptile lurking just under the surface. Lucas sucked in a breath and tried to get away from Bennett. Shh, baby. My dragon would never hurt you.
He can't help it, Lucas,
Forrest said from somewhere to the right. Lucas jumped at the sound of his voice.
Dragons are a little more primitive than other shifters. They concern themselves with the basics. Survival. That includes the protection of their mate. He'd never hurt you.
Bennett narrowed his eyes. Stop helping. You're making me sound like an idiot who can't control my dragon. Forrest huffed out a breath.
You can't. Your eyes changed like 4 times since we've been in here. Plus, you could just say thank you for helping. You're fucking it up by scaring him. And why are you getting so grouchy? God, take a nap, Bennett. Seriously, man. You need a fucking candy bar or something.
Bennett rolled his eyes before meeting Lucas's gaze again. He is the reason why you should be grateful you don't have siblings. Lucas started laughing. Something about the banter between the two brothers struck him as extremely funny. He hadn't laughed in a long time, even before that night with the vampires. He always considered himself a happy person, but maybe not. If he hadn't laughed in months, maybe longer, didn't that mean he was unhappy?
I'll have you know I am the one who brought Lucas to you. I practically delivered your mate to you like he was a fucking pizza. You should be thanking me,
Forrest said and stood. Lucas watched him enter the kitchen. He heard the refrigerator door open and close again.
Seriously, Bennett, you have ketchup, pop, and pickles.
Forrest came back in the room and held out his hand to Bennett.
Fork it over. I'll grocery shop for you so you don't look like a complete loser in front of your mate.
There's money in the top drawer of my dresser. Now leave us alone for a minute.
You got an hour to fuck each other blind. Then I'll be back,
Forrest said, walking out of the room, heading down what Lucas thought was probably a hallway, but he couldn't really tell from where he sat. Lucas turned back to Bennett. His smile died when he saw the look in Bennett's eyes. Lucas licked his lips and couldn't keep himself from leaning forward. Bennett's hands came up to frame his face as he pulled Lucas to him. The kiss was a press of their lips, neither of them taking it any farther. It was as if Bennett feared scaring Lucas again. Lucas was far from scared. His cock grew hard and he tried to get closer to Bennett, wanting close to the source of his pleasure. Lucas slipped into Bennett's mind with no effort at all. He didn't even know he did it until he felt Bennett's passion rise to the surface, and then Lucas gasped and pulled back.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
All the passion Bennett felt, coming off him in waves, was too much again, and Lucas panted, trying to catch his breath. It's all right, baby. Shh, I've got you. You're okay. So pretty like this, though. Lucas once again tried to climb out of Bennett's lap.
About that shower?
Bennett's hands left Lucas's face, and he lifted him into his arms as he stood, making him squeal at the unexpectedness of it. Bennett held on to him as if he weighed nothing. Lucas had been losing weight since being on the run. He wasn't a big eater when he stressed out, and that was catching up with him. Still, he had to be heavy.
I can walk,
Lucas said. I like this better, Bennett said. Yeah, Lucas kind of did too. Not that he was ready to admit that, though. Lucas didn't say anything but held on as Bennett walked down the hallway. He went into a bedroom that had the blankets and sheets all rumpled up on the bed, as if someone had just gotten out of it. The room had that cinnamon smell to it, and Lucas couldn't help but moan. The smell was so strong, so intoxicating.
Why do you smell so good?
Lucas asked, and pressed his face against the bare skin of Bennett's shoulder. That's how you know I'm your mate. I don't smell like that to anyone else, just you. Your smell is stronger for me because I'm a shifter.
What do I smell like to you?
You smell like the northern forest. Like pine, I guess. Bennett stopped inside a bathroom, continuing to hold Lucas close, and took a big long pull of air in through his nose. Bennett moaned against Lucas's hair. The air he expelled moved some of the strands aside. And like the roses on the west side of my mother's house. I'll show you sometime soon. Lucas thought about Bennett already talking about meeting his mother. They hadn't even been on their first date yet. Lucas wasn't sure what to say to Bennett, who seemed so fierce and instinctual with everything he did. At least he was around Lucas. Can you put me down, please? He asked, without looking at Bennett. He put him on his feet, but didn't release the hold he had around Lucas's waist. Lucas was eye level with the center of Bennett's chest, and that was right where he kept his gaze. Bennett lifted his chin with a finger until their gazes met. What did I say that has that worried look on your face? Lucas shrugged. This is all happening so fast. When a shifter finds his mate, that's it for him. You're it for me, for the rest of my life. Just like that? Yep, just like that. Fate has chosen. And you didn't have a say in it at all? Bennett shrugged. Why would I question fate? I trust that you're perfect for me. I can't do that, trust like that, so blindly. Bennett frowned. Are you rejecting me? He asked in a gruff voice that scared Lucas a little. No, I need to get to know you first. I wasn't raised as a paranormal like you were, with all your customs and traditions. I wasn't even raised knowing paranormals existed. I need to go slow. I'm not ready to meet your family. So, you want to date me? Yes. All right. It's a little unorthodox, but I think I can manage it. Lucas thought about that for several seconds. Unorthodox. The word made Lucas chuckle. Are you serious right now? That's how normal human beings start a relationship. Bennett raised one eyebrow as if to say he wasn't a human. Yeah, okay. After that, there was an uncomfortable silence. Mind if I hop in your shower? Lucas hoped the guy would take the hint. Bennett grunted a response that Lucas took to mean he could, but he never actually moved from the room. Can I get undressed now, please? Bennett's eyes flashed to that of his dragon. Lucas was finally starting to understand that the eyes flashing thing meant Bennett was horny or protective of Lucas, not that he was angry. Lucas probably wouldn't be so scared of him, but Bennett was so much bigger than Lucas. It was hard to think of him as anything but dangerous, especially after the vampires attacked him and killed Sean. Alone? Oh. Bennett gripped his nape, kissing him quickly. When he pulled back, he said, I can't be very far from you right now. My dragon doesn't like it. Well, he's gonna have to deal with it, Bennett, because I've had just about all the weird I can handle for one day, Lucas said, and pointed to the bathroom door. He wasn't giving in, and he tried to make his expression reflect that. Bennett's eyes widened with surprise, and then he smiled. Okay, baby. I'll give you your privacy. What about clothes? I'll lay them out on the bed for you. Bennett kissed him one last time before he turned and left the room. Lucas couldn't help the smile that played on his lips. Lucas got out of the shower with a towel wrapped around his waist. He tentatively opened the door and peeked around the corner. He breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see anyone and pulled the door open all the way. Bennett had laid folded clothes on the bed. That small gesture melted Lucas's heart even more. Lucas shook his head at the underwear Bennett had given him, holding them up to his nose. He pulled them away in disgust. He didn't need to be a shifter to know those smelled like they'd never been worn by Bennett. Brand new pair, in fact. He wanted to smell like Bennett, damn it. They were very big, but Lucas thought they would fit him around the waist. He pulled them on under the towel and then unwrapped it. They hung off him. He smirked at himself. They looked completely ridiculous, but it wasn't as if anyone would see them. He pulled the sweatpants on next and had to draw the strings as tight as they would go to keep them from falling down around his hips. He held up the shirt Bennett had picked for him, giggling like a girl when he saw the image on it, and thanking whatever God was up there that no one was in the room to hear it. It was a white shirt with a black dragon, like the one he'd seen in Bennett's mind. Lucas held it to his nose and smelled that cinnamon scent all over it. The smell calmed him, relaxing him to a degree he hadn't experienced in a long time. He pulled the shirt over his head and sighed. There was a knock on the door, and Lucas said, "Come in." He expected it to be Bennett, or maybe Forrest, but a middle-aged lady walked through the door. She had blonde hair with gray streaking through it. She smiled kindly at him. "Oh, I can already tell you're perfect for my Bennett. You have fire in your eyes. You'll need it when Bennett gets stubborn."
I can't imagine Bennett being stubborn. Lucas was starting to believe Bennett was one big giant teddy bear. Or rather, a soft, cuddly dragon.
"Give it time."
She shook her head at the unmade bed.
"When he lived at home, he always had to make his bed."
"I always make mine, every morning. It's a habit," Lucas said, and eyed her. "You're like me, aren't you?"
"Yes,"
she said, and smiled at him curiously. "Is this the part where I let you read me?"
"If you'd like. Or we could just talk first."
She sat on the bed and patted the space next to her. For a witch, she dressed like anybody else would. He half expected her to be the earthy grandmother type like Cassie. Instead, she had on a pair of capri pants and a pink shirt that said Nashville on it. He walked over to her and sat. It was kind of weird being in a room that smelled so much like Bennett, sitting on the man's bed with his mother.
"So, Bennett and Forrest tell me you didn't grow up knowing you were a witch."
"No."
"I imagine you're probably getting headaches then. If no one is teaching you how to let out your abilities, they'll collect," she said.
"I was, but since I've been on the run, I've learned to balance it out," he explained to her.
"Oh, that's a good word, balance. Tell me, what do you practice on?"
"Practice? I don't know if I'd call it that. It's more like letting a plant die and giving the light to it so it will come back."
"I've never met anyone that had an ability to heal. Only male witches can do that."
"Wouldn't I be called a warlock then? I thought they were male witches."
"A warlock is witch-like in that he uses magic, but a warlock has to channel the dark ancestors in order to use it."
She waved a hand at Lucas. His confusion must have come through on his face.
"It's a complicated business. Just know that your magic comes directly to you and can be used whenever you want. You don't have to go through all those complicated channels like a warlock does."
"So, warlocks are weaker?"
"Not at all. They are just different. All of the magical beings are all relatively similar to each other, just like shifters and humans. All except for you. You're very unique, Lucas."
"I'll show you how I can heal if you want to see it."
"I'd love to watch."
"I lose control of it sometimes." Lucas looked down at his hands.
"I'll help you with that part, and Bennett will help you get control of all your other abilities once you mate properly."
"I have others?"
"Oh, yes. We'll talk about them later, but one will be the ability to help Bennett protect you."
"He's going to protect me from the vampires? That's like his job now?"
"More like his instinct. You'll want to protect him too. Once you settle in, you'll feel it." "You've had a hard few months, haven't you, Lucas?" she whispered, and took his hand.
He nodded, and had to fight back tears at the caring in her expression. It was as if her giving a voice to his situation brought back all the loneliness of the last couple of months. And then he thought about Sean. His friend was gone now. He couldn't help but think it was his fault.
"Oh, my sweet boy, you have come to the right town, it seems. We'll keep you safe. My sons will make sure those men don't hurt you."
"I have a question about something. If you've never met anyone with the ability to heal, then that means I'm the only one. Is that why I'm being hunted?"
"Yes, that's it exactly."
"Oh." Lucas didn't have anything else to say. It sounded as if he would be hunted for the rest of his life, and if he stayed, what kind of trouble was he bringing to their doorstep? It hardly seemed fair to drag them into his problems. He had to really think about whether staying was worth getting people killed. It seems he already did that once. Maybe. Even if Sean wasn't dead, he was still hurting because of Lucas. It didn't matter that Sean had betrayed him by handing him over to the vampires. He had had a change of heart, and that was where Lucas would focus. She let his hand go when someone knocked. "Are you done, Mother? Can I have my mate back now? My dragon's going crazy." Bennett's voice, muffled by the door, sent jolts of pleasure through Lucas. Bennett's mother grinned and shook her head.
"Yes." The knob turned, and Bennett seemed to swallow up the spaces around them. His eyes flashed to the dragon, and his nostrils flared. Forrest grinned as he entered the room behind him. "Forrest, honey, let's leave the room." Their mother stood. He heard the door close gently as Bennett covered Lucas, forcing him to lie on the bed. Lucas wrapped his arms around Bennett's neck and met his lips halfway. It was as if they had been apart for days rather than a few minutes. It had been less than an hour. When Bennett's tongue licked across his lips, Lucas opened for him. That tongue invaded his mouth, and he got his first real taste of Bennett, even as his mind told him to stop it. It was too fast. And then Bennett did a biting thing to Lucas's lip that made all thoughts go right out of his head, and the blood ran straight to his dick. Lucas wrapped his legs around Bennett's waist and kissed him again. Bennett even tasted of cinnamon. He moaned, his fingers lacing through the dark hair on his head. Bennett broke the kiss suddenly and panted against Lucas's lips. "Why'd you stop?" Lucas asked. "You want to date, right? Like humans do?" Bennett said. "Oh, yeah." Lucas was starting to think dating was highly overrated. "Right. I lost myself." Bennett grinned. Chapter 10. Someone knocked on Bennett's back door as he was drying his hair. He smiled and pictured Lucas standing there waiting for him. He had jeans on today. Call him vain, but he wanted to look good for Lucas, and those coveralls, while practical, didn't do him any favors. He'd do anything to have Lucas in his arms again, including dressing up just a little bit. He walked to the front door and pulled it open. His smile died the second he saw Ramsey. "Oh, it's just you." Ramsey rolled his eyes and came into the house. "Nice to see you too, brother." "Sorry, I was hoping Lucas decided to come into work earlier than expected." "Do you have time to go to the diner for breakfast?" Ramsey asked, leaning against the kitchen counter. "Yeah, just barely. Lucas is due in a couple of hours," Bennett yelled from farther down the hall. He put the towel on the rack and combed his hair back with his fingers. His hair looked better, artfully messy. He picked up the bottle of gel and squirted some onto the palm of his hand, working it into the strands. "Just let me put a shirt on and we can go." Bennett nodded to himself in the mirror and left the bathroom. He pulled a green shirt from his closet. His sister, Kristen, had given it to him for Christmas last year. She had said it would enhance his eyes. He was putting it on even as he walked down the hallway to the kitchen. Ramsey raised an eyebrow. "What?" Bennett asked, knowing he was probably about to get teased. "Nothing. I've just never seen you primp before. You never once cared about your hair enough to put gel in it," Ramsey said, smirking at him. His brown eyes suggested he wasn't done with his teasing. "You look pretty, little brother." Bennett chuckled. "Shut up." He grabbed his keys from the kitchen table and started out of the door. "My mate was raised as a human. He wants to go slow, which is going to kill me. Thought maybe looking good for him would help speed up the process." "Or give you blue balls," Ramsey said from behind him. "Yeah. My dragon isn't very happy right now. The second Lucas left yesterday, I got uneasy. I even slept in the chair outside his cabin." "That really sucks, man. Having a mate sounds agonizing," Ramsey said as the door closed behind him. Bennett watched as Ramsey flipped the lock. "He's worth it. I can already tell." Bennett slid into the passenger seat of Ramsey's car. "Tell me about him," Ramsey said as he sat behind the wheel. He put the key into the ignition and started up the car. Bennett smiled. "He's smaller than me." "Duh," Ramsey said, and backed out of Bennett's driveway. "You're huge, bigger than me even. You could be alpha if you wanted, you know." Bennett knew he was big, especially his dragon, and he wasn't the type to take someone's shit for any length of time. His lack of patience with most people was exactly why he would suck at being an alpha. Ramsey was much better at it than Bennett would ever be, simply because he was able to listen to the clan members when they talked to him. He was a fair leader. The brothers led together. Bennett was the only enforcer the clan really needed. If someone got out of line, and not very many did, Bennett was usually the one who corrected the problem. Delvin caused trouble on occasion. That asshole was heading for an ass-whooping if he challenged Ramsey's leadership position one more time. Bennett had had enough at the last clan meeting when the little bastard had refused a direct order from Ramsey. Why his brother insisted on giving Delvin one more chance was beyond him. One more was all he was getting. "You know I don't have a problem following your lead."
"Yeah, I know."
Ramsey started down the road toward the diner. It was only a couple of miles from Bennett's house, and they probably could have walked.
"You said your mate is in some sort of trouble."
"Yeah, he's a witch. According to Mom, the only male witch in existence. He needs protection."
"Of course. He'd have that anyway, as your mate."
"It's more complicated than that. Mom says there will be people after him. He has abilities that nobody else has. He's wanted because of them, by everyone." Bennett could feel the anger rise in him, knowing someone somewhere wanted to hurt his sweet little mate.
"He'll be protected by one of us at all times, from here on out, Bennett."
Ramsey patted him on the shoulder.
"It's an order from his alpha. I'll tell him when we meet today."
Bennett nodded once, understanding that was an order for him as well as for Lucas. They pulled up in front of the diner and Ramsey shut off the car's engine.
"What do you know about his history?"
"Not much, honestly. We didn't exactly talk about it. The only thing he said to me was he had a vampire coven after him. I think Mom read him, though."
"He'll tell me,"
Ramsey said matter-of-factly. "When he's ready. Don't scare him away, Ramsey."
"Please, as if I could. I might not want the shitstorm this guy is bringing to our town, but even I know there's not much I can do about it. I can't kick him out. He's family now."
The way Ramsey said it, as if he didn't want Lucas around, made Bennett's dragon roar in his mind.
"Relax," Ramsey said, and rolled his eyes when he saw the tick in Bennett's jaw.
Bennett growled and opened the car door. Unfortunately, he wasn't paying attention and hit something with it. Bennett saw a blonde head peek up above the corner of the door. Ramsey said something, but Bennett's head was filled with Lucas's smell, so he couldn't focus on anything else. God, that smell was so unique. Bennett wanted to roll all over in it. All at once, he realized what exactly he had done. Bennett got out of the car and shut the door behind him. Lucas was bent over at the waist. Just seeing him like that shouldn't have made his cock hard, but it did. Fully clothed didn't seem to matter to his happy dick. Seeing Lucas's ass like that, as if on display for him, was enough. And then he felt horrible for hurting his mate and thinking about sex after he'd done it. Lucas straightened and had a scowl on his face. "Jesus Christ, Bennett, are you trying to kill me with your car door?" "Oh." Lucas's voice trailed off at the end. He stood there staring with the most amazing blue eyes, which were wide with passion. Lucas placed his hand in front of his jeans-covered cock as if to shield it from view. Bennett sniffed the air, smelling his mate's arousal. He grinned and reached for Lucas. The corners of Lucas's mouth turned up into a small smile. When Lucas was fully against Bennett's body, he could feel the smaller man's erection, and knew Lucas could feel his as well.
"Are you okay, baby? I'm sorry for hitting you like that. I didn't see you there." "It was my fault," Ramsey said. "He was mad at me for something I said."
He came around the car's hood. Ramsey went to touch Lucas's arm, and Bennett couldn't help the growl that came out. He knew his eyes changed to that of his dragon. He pulled Lucas even closer.
"Mine."
Lucas was smashed against Bennett's body. He didn't seem to mind, though, because he clung like a monkey. Bennett came back to himself and realized what he'd done.
"Sorry, Alpha."
He tilted his head in submission, exposing his neck, which wasn't the usual way to submit to a water monster like Ramsey, but it was the way of their family clan. Ramsey smiled at him and nodded in understanding.
"It's fine, brother."
Lucas seemed to take in the exchange between them with silent fascination. I was going to bring you some donuts or something from the grocery store, but then I saw you in the car and decided to come over and say hi," Lucas said, still staring at both of them as if he couldn't decide if he should run away or not. Bennett bent down. "That's sweet, baby. Would you like breakfast at the diner with us instead?" Lucas pulled back. "I wouldn't be intruding?"
"No, of course not,"
Ramsey answered for them. Lucas pulled away from Bennett, eyeing Ramsey with wariness. He held on to Bennett's hand as if that grounded him somehow. It took Lucas several seconds to stop studying Ramsay and say whatever it was he wanted to say. "You must be Ramsay. I can tell you have a lot of power, like a leader." Lucas turned to Bennett. "I don't know what to do now. Normally we would shake hands, but that's like me asking to read him, right?" Ramsay chuckled. "I'm not much on formality anyway. Not for family. Come on, let's get some breakfast." Ramsay turned toward the diner. Bennett and Lucas followed, still holding hands. Ramsay held the door open, and that was when Lucas finally released him. Bennett placed a hand on the middle of Lucas's back as they waited for someone to seat them. It wasn't long before a greeter seated them at a corner booth. Bennett purposefully had Lucas sit against the wall so no one would be able to come at him. Ramsay recognized Bennett's intent with the seating arrangement and nodded. Lucas noticed the nod and questioned it with one look. Bennett leaned over and kissed him on his temple instead of answering. "So I'm just going to get right down to it, Lucas," Ramsay said. At the same time, he turned his coffee cup up so the waiter would know that was what he wanted to drink. Bennett did the same. "What does that mean exactly?" "It means we want you safe. You'll have to follow my directions so I can keep you that way." "What sort of directions?" Lucas asked, with caution in his voice. Ramsay smiled. "Things like not being alone, ever." The waiter, Sage, came over then, and the conversation died down. He poured coffee for Ramsay and Bennett. "Hey, Bennett, I haven't seen you around in a while." Sage flirted with Bennett with his eyes. Bennett might have welcomed it even a couple of days ago, but he didn't now that he found his mate. Sage had a thing for Bennett and always had. They weren't mates, so for that reason Bennett never entertained the shifter's advances. He did find it flattering, though. He grunted a non-committal response and turned to Lucas instead. Lucas narrowed his eyes at the waiter. "I want orange juice, thank you." Lucas sounded as if he wanted to set Sage on fire or freeze him with his tone. It seemed either one of those things would work. Bennett grinned until Lucas turned his irritated gaze onto him. Lucas turned back to Sage. "That will be all for now." Sage took a step closer to Ramsay, as if seeking his protection. Bennett's eyes widened at the realization that Lucas was stronger than Sage. Sage sensed it too. Sage looked to Ramsay, who nodded. "What is with that man? Someone really needs to tell him to keep his eyes in his damn head. If he spits or pees in my juice, I'll have his head on a spike. Just wait and see." Lucas took in their raised eyebrows. "What?" "Oh, nothing," Bennett said at the same time Ramsay started laughing. "And here I was worried about his safety. I think your mate has it all under control, Bennett," Ramsay said when he calmed down enough. "Well, a human I can handle. It's the guys with big fangs I need help with." "He isn't human, baby." Bennett kissed him again. "He isn't?" "Nope. Snake shifter. Of the harmless variety, though." "How can you tell?" "His smell, for one. Like dirt." Plus, Bennett had seen the man shift several times throughout the years at clan meetings. "And do you like dirt?" Lucas asked, and opened his menu. "Not really, no." "Have you ever had a moment of weakness and decided to like dirt?" Bennett smirked. "No, baby. I've never been with the waiter." "And you better never either." Didn't Lucas know anything about mating? "I couldn't even if I wanted to, because we're mates. You honestly don't know a thing about mates, do you?" "Only what you told me yesterday." "This isn't the time to discuss it." Ramsay's tone didn't leave room for arguing. Sage brought their drinks, not meeting their gazes. Lucas grabbed his hand when he set the orange juice down on the table. He held on long enough to find out if the man did anything to his drink. At least, that was what Bennett assumed was Lucas's intent. Lucas didn't seem like the mean, vindictive type, so Bennett didn't think he was going for a full read on Sage. Sage frowned and yanked his hand away. "That's so fucking wrong, man!" Lucas shrugged. Apparently his drink was fine because he took a sip of it. "So is openly flirting with someone's mate." Lucas met Bennett's gaze. "That has to be a thing, right?" He nodded. "Now, if you do something to my food, I'll know without touching you, so don't." Lucas gave Sage his order, completely ignoring Sage's surprise. Sage turned to Bennett, keeping his tone businesslike. "What can I get you?" Bennett ordered, not saying another word about the situation. He barely heard Ramsay as he ordered, focusing on Lucas, who sat beside him with a possessive hand on Bennett's thigh under the table. Sage might not have been able to see the hand, but it didn't appear that Lucas cared very much. Lucas was a sassy little thing, that was for sure. Bennett liked that about him. But he still couldn't let him get away with grabbing someone's hand like that and reading him as if he had a right to do so. Lucas knew he needed permission.
"That wasn't okay, Lucas,"
Bennett said when the waiter left. Lucas shrugged. "He was a jerk."
"He didn't know I was mated, baby."
Lucas shrugged, looking away. His orange juice suddenly fascinating.
"I won't do it again."
"Lucas, you can't do that to anyone, whether you like them or not."
Bennett's tone sounded harsh, even to his own ears. Hurt crossed his face. He never said another word after that, even when Ramsay gave him instructions. When Sage brought their food, he apologized to Lucas for flirting with his mate, and still, Lucas never said a word.
"He's sorry too. He'll come by your house and apologize later today."
Ramsay would make Lucas if it came down to it. That was clear in every word. When Lucas nodded, Ramsay turned back to Sage with a smile.
"You'll come by the lake soon, Sage?"
"Sure. Thanks, Alpha."
Bennett leaned over and whispered in Lucas's ear.
"Are you going to eat or look at your food?"
Lucas turned and glared at him.
"Eat, now."
Again, Lucas looked as if he wanted to stab Bennett with his fork through his forehead. How everything had gone so wrong so quickly, Bennett didn't know. He knew one thing, though. He learned more about his mate in the past few minutes than he had after hours of spending time with him yesterday. Ramsay grinned at him, as if to say he had his hands full with that one.
"It's wise for you to move in with Bennett," Ramsay said suddenly.
That seemed to open Lucas's mouth.
"So the overbearing ass can boss me around all the time and talk to me like I'm a child? No, I don't think so."
Lucas pushed his plate away.
"Lucas," Bennett said in warning.
"What?"
Lucas turned toward the window, looking out at the parking lot. Bennett closed his eyes and sighed.
"Please eat."
Lucas turned and glared before drawing his plate to him once again. He ate without a word. Bennett sighed.
Ramsay chuckled. "Looks like you have your hands full, brother."
Lucas met Ramsay's gaze, and that was all it took to make the two friends. Ramsay winked, and suddenly Bennett was the bad guy in the whole stupid thing. Lucas's smile died when he turned to Bennett.
"You will apologize to Sage later today."
Ramsay clearly wanted to make sure his instructions were followed.
"I'll do it before I leave here."
"You also have 2 weeks to either move in with Bennett or our mother."
Ramsay held up 2 fingers.
"The choice is yours, but you will not live by yourself for longer than that. It won't take the vampires long to figure out you're here, and once they do, you'll be easy to catch without Bennett nearby."
"Yes, Alpha," Lucas said. Chapter 11. Bennett was pleased with Lucas's work. His little mate had taken the initiative, and after less than a week, he had rearranged the office in such a way that made it more efficient and accessible to customers. Customers bringing their boats in for repairs had to enter the office first. He had found a beat-up bar-type counter in a shed out back. Lucas had dragged it into the office and used it as a counter/divider, so that was the first thing the customers saw upon entering. He'd even cleaned the counter up, staining it and fixing all the little scars. Then he'd put a couple of signs on the garage doors, directing customers to the side entrance, which led them into the office. Already Bennett was interrupted less by customers, either in person or on the phone. Lucas made sure he didn't, and it made a big difference in Bennett's daily production. By the end of the week, Lucas instinctively knew what was important and what was not in Bennett's world. Bennett was impressed that Lucas even knew how to do all of that. He knew better than to say as much, though. Most likely, Lucas would take offense. He longed for the small bits of interaction Lucas gave him, even if he did keep it all business. Every time Lucas looked at him, it was with a steely resolve. There were moments when Lucas didn't think Bennett was paying attention that the longing would appear. But that wasn't often enough. 4 days, and every second drove Bennett crazy, which put him in a bad mood. He almost snapped at Lucas yesterday, but restrained himself at the last minute. They moved around each other with a tense silence, which seemed to eat away at the small connection between them by slow degrees. Bennett's dragon roared in frustration, just a little bit louder with each passing day. He wasn't even sure if Lucas was really all that mad anymore, or if he'd grown comfortable with the avoidance tactics. Bennett was bound and determined to rectify the situation, even if it meant apologizing. Again. For the 7th time. Yes, 7 times. And all Lucas would say was, "We'll fight all the time, I can already tell." He'd roll his eyes and walk away. If saying the same words over and over again weren't working, he had to come up with something else. Problem was, words weren't really his forte. But he had a feeling Lucas liked them a lot when they were pretty and truthful at the same time. Bennett had had his work cut out for him. Until about a half hour ago, when he'd finally figured out what he was going to say to Lucas that might help their situation. That morning, Bennett had noticed Lucas looking at him with heat in his eyes, as if the separation was getting to be too much. Bennett had even caught him fanning himself a couple of times, as if the lust he felt was making his body heat up. So it seemed like the right time to implement his plan. Bennett wiped his hands on a rag and walked out of his garage into his house, knowing Lucas was in there somewhere, since he wasn't in the garage with him. Lucas had a habit of cleaning up after Bennett when there was nothing else to do, as if it was part of his job description, which it wasn't. He found Lucas in the kitchen, making sandwiches for them both. Again, something else he didn't have to do. "Lucas," Bennett said quietly as he sat down. "What?" Lucas never even turned. Lucas's brow shone with sweat. "Can we talk? This is getting ridiculous." Lucas shrugged. "Turn around, Lucas." Lucas did, folding his arms in front of his chest. He stared at something over Bennett's head as he waited for him to speak. "I'm Beta of our clan, second in command behind Ramsey. I'm used to giving orders." "Well, you can't with me." "Yeah, I got that loud and clear." "Look, I get that I made a big mistake." Lucas looked at Bennett. "But you did treat me like a kid, and could have handled that differently." "I know, Lucas held up a hand. "Don't apologize again." Bennett smirked. "Wasn't going to. I was just going to ask if you wanted to see a movie after work today." Lucas sighed. He fanned his face with his hand. "Okay. I can't take the separation much longer anyway. Might as well give in to you." Bennett grinned and leaned forward, gently taking Lucas's hand. He pulled until Lucas walked awkwardly toward him, as if he was still holding back a little. "I blame the mating thing," Lucas said once he got all the way to Bennett. "Are you sure that's the only reason?" Bennett asked, wrapping his arms around Lucas's waist. Now that he finally let Bennett touch, he wasn't about to give Lucas up anytime soon. "No, but that's part of it. The other part is because you're so fucking sexy." Lucas sighed and ran his fingers through Bennett's thick dark hair. "I've never really been the jealous type, but somehow you're different." "I'm the same way, baby. It'll get a little better once we're bonded." "What does that mean?" Lucas pulled away enough to straddle Bennett's lap. Lucas cupped the nape of Bennett's neck. The fingers of his other hand laced through Bennett's hair. "Your skin is hot, baby. Are you okay?" Bennett asked, with no small measure of concern. "I'm fine. Just been hot lately. Feels a little better now that you're touching me, though." Lucas shrugged as if it wasn't a big deal. "Tell me more about bonding." Lucas's complete focus was on Bennett's mouth as he spoke. Clearly, Lucas wanted to kiss him. "It means that I bite you, drink your blood, and then come inside you at the same time. Well, most of the time it's done together. Once we do that, there's no turning away from each other. We won't be able to leave each other physically or emotionally. We'll be tied together forever." "During sex," Lucas whispered. Their lips pressed together for long seconds before Bennett took control of the kiss, which must have been why Lucas waited. Lucas arched his back, pressing his chest into Bennett. Bennett pulled Lucas closer as he made demands. The second Lucas let him in, Bennett got a taste. He wanted more. His dragon rose to the surface, and Bennett knew his eyes had changed at the same time his teeth had dropped down. Lucas pulled away instantly and looked at him in surprise. His body tensed. "Can't help it. My dragon wants to bond." Lucas relaxed again. Just surprised me when I felt your teeth against my lips is all. Lucas reached up and then hesitated. Can I touch them? Bennett smiled. Of course, baby. Lucas put a finger at the end of one of his pointed teeth. It doesn't feel that different from a human's, just bigger and a little pointy. Lucas pulled his hand away and kissed Bennett on the lips once again, keeping his kiss brief and light. Can I see your dragon? It won't eat me, will it? Bennett chuckled. No, baby, I won't eat you. At least, not in the way you mean. Bennett wriggled his eyebrows at Lucas, making him chuckle and blush. I'm still me in my dragon form, completely cognizant. That's a relief. I can show you after the movie, if you'd like. I have to meet your mother here later. She's going to show me how to control my magic. Will we have time for a movie? We'll make time. Lucas smiled and laid his head on Bennett's chest. Chapter 12. Lucas watched Bennett out of the corner of his eyes as the man ate the sandwich he had fixed. Something about the way Bennett bit into his food turned Lucas on so much it made his cock hard. It pressed against the zipper of his jeans and he wriggled around in his seat, trying to find a more comfortable position as discreetly as possible. I can smell your arousal, you know, Bennett said, and took another bite of his sandwich. Oh, well, that's embarrassing. Bennett set his sandwich on the table, his eyebrows drawing together in puzzlement. It shouldn't be. I'm your mate. I like it when you get aroused. It makes me that way, too. I'm making you horny? Oh, yeah, baby. You want to feel me? Bennett pushed his chair from the table and opened his legs. If I feel you, we'll both end up coming, which I want more than anything. I'm just not ready for the bitey stuff. Is that okay? Of course, baby. Not until you're ready, I promise. Lucas couldn't sit there another minute while Bennett had his long legs apart like that. The coveralls he wore sort of fell around his body in the most delicious way. Lucas must have had it bad if Bennett's coveralls turned him on. His horniness only grew with each passing second, his skin heating the longer he sat there. Bennett's eyes widened when Lucas started sweating. It feels like my blood is boiling, Lucas said. Lucas pulled his shirt over his head at the same time Bennett lifted him out of the chair. The second his body touched Bennett's, he felt better. Lucas kissed Bennett's cheek as he carried him through the house. He kissed down Bennett's jawline, licking wherever he could. You're really warm, baby. Are you sure you're okay? Lucas needed more skin. All he could think about was getting as close to Bennett as possible. I need you. What do you need? I don't know, your skin to feel you? Lucas pulled on the zipper of his jumpsuit and then groaned in frustration when he saw a white t-shirt underneath. Please. Bennett's body stiffened. Something's wrong. Lucas couldn't focus on anything but Bennett. He pulled his shirt up, his hands cooling as soon as he touched his mate's skin. Now, if only the rest of him would. Bennett lay him on the bed and pulled away. Please, Bennett. I'm just getting naked for you, baby. I'm coming back. He let the jumpsuit fall to the floor, awkwardly kicking off his shoes afterwards. Lucas watched as Bennett pulled his t-shirt over his head and let it lay next to his worksuit. Lucas closed his eyes, his heart rate increasing when he felt Bennett's fingers on the button of his jeans. Bennett pulled the material off his sweaty body. Lucas lifted his hips to speed up the process. He felt Bennett's body come down on top of him an instant later. He was almost naked, all except for the underwear. How long have you been like this, baby? God, you're burning up, Bennett said. And it was only then that Lucas noticed the concern on Bennett's face. Lucas sighed at the feeling of Bennett's bare skin against his own. Everywhere Bennett touched, it seemed to ease the ache that had been building over the last few days. I don't know, since I met you, I think it has something to do with my superpowers. Bennett smiled at him. Superpowers, Lucas? Which powers, then? Whatever. Lucas wrapped his arms around Bennett's neck, his fingers playing with Bennett's soft dark hair. I take it you feel better, Bennett said. Mm-hmm. Wherever you touch me feels cooler. Lucas looked at Bennett's lips as he spoke. He couldn't seem to get his mind off how sensual Bennett was. How perfect, Lucas really wanted those lips on his skin. Then he thought about Bennett's cock. He felt it against his thigh. Lucas had never been a size queen, but Bennett's was big even through the fabric of his underwear. Lucas. Bennett whispered his name right before those lips touched his own. Lucas trailed his hands down Bennett's shoulders and back, feeling his warm skin. Bennett did something with his mouth that opened Lucas's lips, moving back and forth. Lucas met Bennett's tongue with his own, both trying to get as much of each other's taste as they could. He moaned when Bennett trailed his fingers down Lucas's chest, touching his nipples until Lucas arched into him, wanting more. Bennett smiled against his lips and moved his hand farther down. He played at the waistband of Lucas's underwear, teasing him with his gentle touch. Bennett worked a finger under the waistband and then across it, touching the tip of Lucas's hard cock. Lucas made a noise in his throat, breaking the kiss when he did. "Please, Bennett." "You're so responsive, baby." Bennett pushed Lucas's underwear down, exposing him. "Fuck, you're so sexy." The desperation ate at Lucas until all he wanted was Bennett over him, in him, however he could get him. He hadn't ever felt so much all at once. It had never been like that for him. Bennett pushed down the fabric of Lucas's underwear, exposing him, and wrapped his big hand around Lucas's cock, pulling upwards, and then pushed down again. Lucas humped up into Bennett's fist. "Bennett!" "I'm going to taste you." "Oh God, yes, please." Lucas watched, his eyes wide with lust, as Bennett bent down. He kissed the tip of Lucas's cock, meeting his gaze at the same time, smiling right before he wrapped his lips around the head and sank down. He didn't stop until the whole thing was in his mouth. Lucas cried out when wet heat surrounded his cock. He didn't mean to, but he slipped into Bennett's mind, seeing what he was thinking about, what he felt. A picture of them together, Lucas on top of Bennett, riding his cock, flashed to him and made him moan out loud. He saw the dragon a second later. It purred at Lucas and seemed to smile in satisfaction. Then the dragon blew fire at him, and it instantly heated his skin. The heat stayed with him, even when Lucas pulled back from Bennett's mind, shutting himself off from that. It was too much passion all at once, and it was going to overload him if he didn't leave. Lucas buried his fingers in Bennett's hair, just holding him there. He couldn't keep his hips from moving, didn't even know he was doing it until he felt Bennett's arm come around him, holding him in place. It was that show of dominance which sent Lucas over the edge. He cried out again as his orgasm slammed through him. It was only after Lucas had settled that Bennett pulled off, coming back up to settle beside Lucas. Bennett kissed him, letting him have a taste of himself on his lips. "You taste good," Bennett said against his lips. Lucas smiled. "And you're very good at that. Now I want to give you what you were thinking about a second ago." Bennett's eyebrows drew together and he drew back. "When?" "When you were blowing me." Lucas bit his bottom lip, worrying it with his teeth. "I'm sorry, Bennett. I didn't do it on purpose." Bennett smiled and kissed him on the forehead. "It's fine, baby. I trust you." "I know why I feel so hot and sweaty, and why touching you helped so much. I saw your dragon. He blew fire at me." Bennett's nostrils flared and his eyes changed. He growled and covered Lucas's body with his own. "Mate," Bennett said. "Shh, yes." Lucas cupped Bennett's cheek. "I'm yours. All yours, dragon. Just give me time." He wasn't ready to make things official, which meant no penetration. He wasn't sure what was holding him back, but he knew he wouldn't bond until he was absolutely sure it was what he wanted. They could do other stuff, though. Lucas leaned up and kissed Bennett, trying to calm him. "I get it. Your dragon is getting impatient. It's forcing my hand." "Yes, I guess so. I didn't know, Lucas. I had no idea you could connect with me like that. No one has ever connected that deeply. Not even my mother." "I think we need to figure out everything I can do." "Yeah, baby. I think that's a good idea." Lucas smiled at him and then shut his eyes, letting Bennett into his mind, creating a link between them. He showed Bennett the position he wanted to be in, Bennett's eyes widened and then he grinned, flipping onto his back, letting Lucas straddle his lap. Lucas chuckled. He climbed off Bennett enough to take his underwear all the way off. Once he was completely naked, he straddled Bennett again. God, did you hit the genetic lottery or what? Bennett chuckled. I'm glad you like what you see. Lucas ran his hands over Bennett's chest. You're perfect. Bennett's wide shoulders and chest muscles tapered down to his narrow waist. He had more than a six-pack. Lucas looked down at his own flat chest and blushed. They were so very different. Hey, Bennett said, putting a finger under his chin and lifting it until their gazes connected. Read me. Look inside, Lucas. Lucas did, and saw himself the way Bennett saw him. Bennett projected the scene from a few minutes ago. The thought of penetration, of going that far and not having a way out of the bond it would create, made him shiver. He wasn't sure if it was from fear or excitement. He really didn't want to analyze his feelings in that moment. So he decided to make light of it. He winked and said, Tease? Who's teasing? Lucas lifted off Bennett again and pulled down his underwear. He stared at Bennett for long minutes, taking in Bennett's hard length. He knew Bennett was a little impatient. His cock was so hard and leaking pre-cum all over his stomach. Lucas swiped a finger in the small pool and lifted it to his mouth, tasting it. Bennett's eyes changed to his dragon again. Lucas took Bennett's hard length in his hand. It felt like silk over steel. Lucas fisted it and pumped his hand up and down softly. Come on, baby. Come here, Bennett whispered as he gripped Lucas's hip gently. Lucas swung his leg over Bennett, settling himself on top. Bennett's other hand came up, holding him there. Just feeling Bennett's cock against his balls made him hard again. Lucas moved back and forth, rubbing his ass all over that cock, almost the way Bennett asked him to. Oh yeah, that's it, baby, Bennett said, when Lucas picked up his pace. Bennett fisted his cock and Lucas cried out. His hand pumped in time with Lucas's movements. Bennett! Bennett grunted and his eyes squeezed shut. Lucas couldn't help the whimper that came from his lips when his orgasm built. He stopped breathing for a second when that heated tingle burst from him. His cum covered his mate's hand, dripping onto his stomach. He liked that it marked Bennett. He liked it a lot, and started rubbing it into his skin with his fingers. He felt hot wetness at his ass and on his balls. Bennett grunted. He reached behind him, wanting to feel Bennett's cum more than anything. It was on the outside of his hole, and Lucas couldn't help rubbing that cum around his pucker, slipping his finger in a second later, suddenly needing the fullness. Something snapped into place the instant he pushed cum into his hole. He could feel everything about his mate and hear him in his mind. Bennett looked at him in surprise and his teeth dropped down. Lucas leaned forward on pure instinct, tilting his neck to give Bennett access. It felt completely natural to give himself to Bennett as if he was born for it. He expected the bite to hurt, but it didn't. Then the most intense pleasure he had ever felt took over, turning him rock hard in seconds. He wasn't sure if he actually came again. It seemed impossible. He felt a tingling in his mouth and let instinct rule him once again. My mate, Lucas whispered before he bit down on Bennett's shoulder, letting his teeth break the skin. He should have felt bad for hurting Bennett, but he couldn't. Not when the moment felt so perfect. Bennett's pleasure was so loud and clear through the connection, Lucas had little doubt he'd feel it even when they weren't touching. Bennett pulled his teeth out of Lucas, licking the wound. Lucas heard the dragon purr in his mind and sighed in contentment. Blood should have made him gag, but Bennett's actually tasted good when he looked at the wounds he had created. He lifted up enough to meet Bennett's gaze. It seemed one little slip of a finger took the decision out of his hands. It was his own finger, too. Bennett wasn't even the one who messed up, although the guilt was clear to see. It's not your fault. I don't know how that happened, I'm sorry. I pushed your cum into me with my finger. Oh. Lucas smiled and changed the subject. It was too late to go back, even if he wanted to, which he didn't.
I've never felt so close to someone before. I really like it."
Bennett smiled.
"Me too, baby."
Lucas laid his head on Bennett's chest and fell asleep. Lucas woke up to the smell of cinnamon, but he knew he hadn't slept very long. Bennett's bed felt like home. He tried to snuggle into the bedding and go back to sleep, but couldn't. Not without Bennett in the bed, too. He scratched his chest and sat up. He was still naked, but didn't feel dried, crusty cum, so he figured Bennett had cleaned him. He looked out of the window and noticed it was getting dark. He had stayed way later than he should have. He scratched his chest again and got out of bed. He saw his clothing folded up on a chair in the corner of the room. He smiled at Bennett's thoughtfulness. Getting dressed wasn't something he wanted to do, but he slipped his underwear on regardless. He cupped his balls, thinking about the way it felt to have Bennett's cock slide against them. His neck ached a little where the bite mark was, and he couldn't help but reach up with his other hand, feeling it. The wound had already scabbed over. Touching them sent a tingle through his body, making his cock take notice. He sighed and picked up his shirt, pulling it over his head. He couldn't believe he had bonded with Bennett. And he had bit him, too. He couldn't even begin to say where his fangs had come from. Everything had happened so fast and with such instinct, he found it difficult to process, even now after he had gotten some sleep. He really needed to get home, away from Bennett, to think about all bonding meant for his life. He had never really had a steady boyfriend, and hadn't dated all that much. In one day, he was virtually married. God, seriously? He ran a hand through his hair. He had been a fuck-up his entire life, and he was dragging someone else down with him. Yeah. He really needed time to process everything bonding with Bennett could mean for them both. He scratched his chest again, through his shirt, and winced at the stabbing pain. He lifted his shirt away from his skin at the collar and looked down. He had definitely scratched up a red mark. Lucas sighed. The witch thing was detrimental to his health. He was pretty sure he was starting to carry some of Bennett's dragon traits, if the fact that he could smell every little thing in the house, like he could tell a mouse was in the house somewhere, and that a shifter, other than Bennett, had been in the house in the last few minutes, though wasn't in the house anymore. The other shifter might have been Forrest. It was a scent he associated with his little one-room cabin, but still couldn't be completely sure. Lucas put on his jeans and walked out of the room. He could tell Bennett wasn't in the house either, and he started to panic. He projected out before he heard Bennett's voice in his head.
"I'm in the garage, baby."
"Well, this is really cool. I'll never have to say a single word to you ever again. This mate bonding thing really has its perks, huh?"
"Just wait until bed tonight, and I'll show you how perky the mate bond can get."
Lucas let out a sigh and walked through the house to the back door. He slipped on his shoes and made his way out of the door to the garage. The frogs were chirping all around him, sounding louder than normal. He heard Bennett say something and knew he was talking to the shifter who had been in earlier. He heard Forrest respond, but really didn't pay attention to the conversation. He was just happy he got the scent right on the first try. Go him. His whole focus was on Bennett as he walked into the garage. Bennett was in a boat that sat on its trailer, but he swung over the side when he saw Lucas. Lucas waved absently at Forrest.
"How do you feel?"
Bennett asked, even as he took Lucas in his arms.
Good, great, terrified,"
Lucas said, and smiled up at his mate. "What about you?" Bennett frowned.
"Why are you scared, baby?"
"Really? Because I just jumped into a relationship that I can't get out of?"
Bennett stiffened.
"There are ways around this."
"Hey, I didn't say I wanted to get out. I'm just scared. I don't know you that well. I'm just worried I'm going to do something to screw it up. I seem to screw up everything. And then what if I have an ability that is completely awful? What if I do something to hurt you? I have issues controlling my witch magic stuff." Lucas scratched his chest, and that reminded him of his new problem. He moved back and pulled his shirt up, showing Bennett the rash that had started and the redness from itching so much. "Like this? What the hell? Headaches, hot sweats, now a rash?
I'm a fucking mess, Bennett. And don't even get me started on the fact that somehow I have fangs and get all bitey around you whenever your cum gets in my ass. Lucas turned to look at Forrest. Sorry, Forrest. Forrest waved him off. I think you need to spend more time with Mom. Lucas nodded. I already practice magic witch stuff once a week with her. He put his shirt down and Bennett rubbed the spot through the fabric. Lucas, you're not going to hurt me, or screw anything up. How do you know? How do you even know you like me as much as you think you do? Bennett smiled at him. Oh, I like you. A lot. Lucas couldn't help it. Bennett was really sexy when he was all flirty and smiling. Lucas ran his hand up Bennett's chest and around his neck. He pulled him down and kissed him. It was just a peck on the lips, and then a little lick across Bennett's lips, but it was enough to get his blood pumping. I need a little time to myself. I need to think about all this. Bennett scowled again. Why? Lucas sighed and leaned his forehead on Bennett's chest. I just do, Bennett. You can't go by yourself. It's not safe. I'll go with you. No. Why? Because I can't think when you're around. All I think about is making love with you, and I really just need to clear my head, just for tonight. Okay, Bennett? His mate scowled. I don't understand you at all. Lucas smiled. I know. I'm sorry. I don't really understand it either. I just know I need a little space. You'll come back in the morning? Yes. And you'll bring your stuff? Live here? Lucas smiled again and pressed his cheek to Bennett's chest, taking in his scent. Okay. Okay, you can go, but you have to take Forrest with you. Gee, thanks for giving me my freedom. Bennett pulled him away, far enough to look into Lucas's eyes. This isn't our way, Lucas. We're newly bonded and you're asking me to spend a night away from you. Bennett's green eyes pleaded with him to reconsider. Shit. He had hurt his mate's feelings. Chapter 13. Lucas stared at the ceiling of his small one-room cabin. He could hear the water lapping at the shore and the frogs chirping outside the screen door. He had to admit that it felt wrong to be here. His little cabin didn't feel like home anymore, not the way Bennett's house did. He thought he had needed time to wrap his head around the fact he'd basically gotten married with one single bite. No engagement, no year-long planning session, not even a goddamn cake. One bite wasn't exactly how humans did things. He supposed the big ball of light leaving his body every few days established the fact that he wasn't human, at least not as human as he thought he was, nor did the itching, or being able to hear Bennett through his mind scream human in any way. Lucas's resolve had slipped every time Bennett smiled or touched him softly. In the end, he held firm and went back home with Forrest. It had been difficult when Bennett had looked at Lucas as if he'd stolen the last cookie. Bennett had stood in his driveway in those gray-blue coveralls, watching Lucas leave in Forrest's car. It broke his heart just thinking about it. He had made a mistake. He should have stayed. He felt completely awful and wanted to be with Bennett in his bed. It was clear Lucas wasn't going to be able to sleep. He sighed and sat up. He missed Bennett already. It was the craziest thing and so incredibly ridiculous. How could he miss someone he barely knew, made it or not? Lucas scratched his chest again. He sucked in a breath, pulling his hand away when he saw black scales on his own chest, as if he was turning into Bennett's dragon. He wasn't sure why Bennett's dragon was appearing on his body. He knew instinct ruled the dragon. Maybe it was the dragon's way of staking his claim on Lucas. Or maybe by mating with Bennett he took on some of the dragon's traits. Whatever the reason, the scales itched like a bitch. He took a deep breath and willed himself to calm down, think through the problem. Was it even that big of an issue? So he was turning into a dragon. If Bennett could handle it, then so could Lucas, right? Right. Problem solved, sort of. What would it be like to fly? And does shifting hurt? Lucas slipped Bennett's dragon t-shirt on over his head. He had stolen it from Bennett's closet a few days ago. Bennett's scent covered the shirt still. He held it up to his nose and took a big breath. God, it smelled like his own personal version of heaven, and it made his dick hard. He put the shirt back into place and walked over to the door. He had remembered to lock it the second he got in, leaving the outer door open. Somehow that cinnamon smell was stronger the nearer he got to the screen, and he thought it might be the breeze blowing the scent around on the shirt that he wore. Or maybe Bennett had checked on him at some point. He smiled at the protective gesture. Lucas's attitude had changed since meeting Bennett. Knowing shifters made up more than half of the town, and Bennett was one of them, made him feel safe. He figured his comfort had a lot to do with Bennett being his mate. He might have wanted to take things slowly, for several different reasons, but even he couldn't deny the fact that he wanted the man with every single fiber of his being the very first moment he saw him. Lucas unlocked the door and started to open it, but movement to his left made him stop. He sucked in a breath and put a hand to his chest, as if he had to hold in his heart, which was pounding away at the scare Bennett had given him. "You scared the crap out of me, Bennett, God," Lucas said, and stepped out of his little house. He let the door close behind him. Bennett snaked an arm around his waist and drew him in, pulling him down into his lap. "Sorry. I thought you knew I was out here." "I thought you came to check on me and then left again." "I like that you prefer my shirt. It tells me you missed me too. I'm not the only one," Bennett said, instead of answering. "Of course you're not," Lucas whispered, and rubbed his face against Bennett's chest, trying to soak up as much of the man as he could while he was here. "Hey, how did you know which cabin was mine?" "It smells like you," Bennett said. They were quiet for several minutes, comfortable being in each other's presence. "God, this is the most perfect spot in the entire world. Right here." Lucas turned into Bennett's chest, kissing him. "You're not mad that I'm here?" "No, you're right. It was stupid to leave you. All I really thought about was how much I missed you." Lucas pulled away enough to meet Bennett's gaze. "Want to come in?" "Okay." Lucas picked at an imaginary speck on Bennett's shirt as he contemplated how to say what he needed to without hurting Bennett's feelings. He decided to say it straight out. "I don't think I should work for you. It's kind of weird given the fact that I'm your mate." "You're a big help around there, though." "I don't know anything about boats." "Do you know the difference between a wrench and a screwdriver?" Lucas gave him his best incredulous look. "Yes, I can fix my own car and shit like that. I just don't know about boats." "You can fix a car?" Lucas narrowed his eyes. "That is incredibly insulting. Yes, smartass, I can fix a car." Lucas reached over and pinched one of Bennett's nipples through his t-shirt. Bennett laughed and covered his chest with his hands. "I didn't mean it like that. I meant that if you can fix a car engine, then you can help me with the boats more than you think. All engines are pretty similar." "Oh." Bennett smiled at him, and even in the dark it was the sexiest thing Lucas had ever seen. "You gonna be my partner?" "Aren't I already?" "In the business, baby." He leaned forward and kissed Bennett, unable to help himself. Bennett seemed a little surprised that Lucas initiated the kiss, but the man certainly didn't complain. Lucas broke the kiss long enough to take Bennett's lower lip between his own, sucking on it a little before letting it go. "You taste good." "So do you, baby." Lucas kissed Bennett's chin and then again on his jawline. "I'm sorry I hurt your feelings." Bennett chuckled. "You're making it better." Lucas licked a path down his neck, sucking at the spot below his ear. "We have to stop if you just want to sleep tonight." "Who said that? Maybe I want to make love and then sleep." Lucas's dick got hard thinking about Bennett's hard length inside of him. He reached around for Bennett's hand, picking it up and placing it on his cock, silently asking Bennett to touch him there. Bennett didn't disappoint. He wrapped his hand around Lucas's cock through his sleep pants and underwear and jacked him off. The fabric of his clothing moved against him deliciously. Lucas licked under Bennett's jaw, making him moan and tilt his head to the side to give Lucas more room. When Bennett spoke next, his voice was husky and slightly breathless. "If we make love, I'll want to bite you again, while I'm inside you. That's the proper way.
Yes, I want that.
Are you sure?
Lucas lifted, looking at Bennett. I feel like I need to apologize to you again.
Bennett ran a hand up his back and smiled at him. That's not necessary. I just want you to be comfortable with me.
Lucas grinned at him. I'm very comfortable. Lucas reached up and tilted Bennett's head to the side. He licked a long path from his Adam's apple to the side of his neck. When I'm with you, my mind is only on one thing.
It'll always be like that.
I know bonding is part of the heat, all that fate stuff, blah, blah, but I'd be attracted to you without all that.
Yeah, me too.
Lucas kissed below his ear. I want to get to know you. I want to know how you take your coffee. Lucas moved down to lick at his neck.
Black.
And what your favorite color is? Lucas's hands came up, his fingers lacing through the man's soft dark hair.
Red.
Lucas moaned and tried to get more of Bennett's touch. God, I really love it when you touch me. Mine is yellow, by the way. Lucas bit him lightly and then soothed it with a lick. I want to know what kind of movies you watch.
Action, and sometimes romance.
Lucas heard Bennett's grin rather than saw it. Liar! You so do not watch romance. Lucas bit him harder, soothing it with a kiss.
Bennett chuckled. Take a look at my collection, then.
Lucas grinned. I want to know what your favorite food is.
Grilled meat.
Any particular kind of grilled meat?
Nope. What about you?
Salad. Lucas pulled back, standing up long enough to straddle Bennett's lap. Bennett's hands gripped his waist lightly.
Liar. It's something sweet, like pie or candy.
Apple pie. I like macaroni and cheese, too, though. Lucas's smile died when Bennett scowled. What?
You're really thin, baby. I don't know how I missed it yesterday.
Lucas avoided eye contact. He kneaded Bennett's shoulder nervously, barely aware of it until Bennett took a hand away from his waist and brought it up to cover his. Lavender floated across Lucas's senses, confusing him because he had never smelled that at his little cabin before, and he didn't remember seeing a plant in Forrest's small garden. Not that he paid a whole lot of attention. Still, he remembered that smell the day Sean died. The memory made his stomach hurt, and talking about food, even if it was in a roundabout way, didn't help. Bennett cupped Lucas's cheek with his other and met his gaze.
I'm just worried about you.
Lucas shrugged. I can't eat when I'm stressed. He wasn't going to tell Bennett that sometimes he didn't see the benefit of spending money he didn't really have on food. What were a few less meals a day compared to none at all? Bennett tensed and sniffed the air. His eyes shifted and his teeth dropped down about the same time Lucas felt an itch in the center of his back. The itch was worse than the one on his chest. Bennett? He was about to tell Bennett that something was wrong when Bennett stood, setting Lucas on his feet. He pushed Lucas behind him, even as he pulled his shirt over his head. When he started to take off his jeans, Lucas said, What are you doing?
Stay behind me, baby, Bennett said, and then turned around. I won't hurt you. Just remember that.
Lucas nodded, not sure what Bennett was talking about, and then Lucas was staring at the ass end of a huge dragon, and the itching in his back stopped. He wasn't sure how shifting actually worked, but it seemed incredibly fast the way Bennett did it. He expected more bone crunching and screaming in pain, but none of that even happened. And if it did hurt, Bennett didn't show it. He saw something move in the dark, a shadow along the edge of the water. Be careful, Bennett, Lucas projected out.
One vampire. A scout, most likely. It's a simple kill.
He wasn't so sure. He remembered how the vampires had been much stronger than they seemed, and certainly much stronger than a human. What did Lucas know? He was staring at a very strong dragon. The dragon turned his head, eyeing Lucas with the same green gaze Bennett had, as if to say he was still him. Still had the same mind he always did. Oh.
That's right, baby. I'm still me.
Bennett swung his big body around, rubbing his head down Lucas's face and to his chest, then back again. Lucas closed his eyes and took in that cinnamon smell. He ran a hand down Bennett's long neck. So beautiful. He opened his eyes in time to see the vampire walk toward them. He had a knife in his hand. The moonlight glinted off the metal blade as he pointed it at Bennett's tail. The vampire smiled, showing his wicked fangs. "Bennett!" Lucas cried out, when the vampire charged forward. Bennett swung around. How he managed to keep his tail from hitting Lucas was anyone's guess, but it glided about a foot in front of him. The vampire's eyes glowed an angry red in the moonlight. The bastard swung his blade at Bennett, which pissed Lucas off. No one hurt his mate. No one. Bennett blew fire at the vampire and sent him up in flames. At the same time, Lucas held his hand out and a light left his body in one great big whoosh. The light wasn't the healing white, but the dark gray that had killed Gary. It went right into the vampire, who crumpled to the ground instantly. The fire which had consumed the vampire's body burnt out when the light hit him. Lucas could smell the flesh as the vampire's body smoked. The smoke washed over him and his stomach rolled. He ran to the side of his cabin and heaved up his stomach contents. He felt a hand on his back as he wiped his mouth and straightened. He turned, burying his face in Bennett's bare chest. He shook as the realization hit him. He'd killed someone. And it didn't matter to his nerves that Bennett had burned the guy before Lucas had done his own thing, or that the guy had come to kidnap him and probably kill Bennett. He was definitely going to kill someone with that knife. Lucas doubted very much that the vampire was out to kill him. No, he wanted to take Lucas away from Bennett. Lucas clung tighter, needing to be as close to Bennett as he could. Shh, he can't hurt you anymore. Lucas pulled away and started searching Bennett's body for injuries. Bennett hissed when Lucas touched a long gash that ran horizontally across his abdomen. "Let me see," Lucas said, and thought about his light, exactly the way he had practiced with Mother Estelle. The light was so much smaller as it hovered at his chest until he took it in his hand and used it as a light source first. It was white in color. He liked the white one so much better than the gray. That one scared him. A lot. And he never wanted to use it again after tonight. The white one would heal his mate, though. And he gently put the small amount of light into the bloody cut. Bennett sucked in a breath and held it as the light healed him. He let it work slowly, and the cut started closing. By the time the light was done, there was a single line of blood that dripped down Bennett's stomach. Bennett watched him silently as Lucas pulled the shirt he was wearing over his head and swiped at the blood staining Bennett's skin. Lucas held the shirt to Bennett's stomach for several minutes, trying to calm his nerves some. He concentrated on his breathing, taking long, even breaths to lower his heart rate. By the time he was calm and the adrenaline was wearing off, he was so tired he could barely stand. "Can we go home? I just really want to go home, Bennett." Lucas gripped Bennett's arm with his free hand as he stumbled a little. Bennett cursed and picked him up, carrying him to the truck that was parked at the back of the cabin. Lucas held the shirt, which had Bennett's blood on it, close to his chest. "Mother Estelle told me that the gray light would take more energy. She was right. I hope I can save the shirt. Maybe if I put it in the washer as soon as we get home." Lucas knew he babbled, but couldn't help it. "Don't worry about the shirt, baby. We'll buy another one." "One with you on it?" Bennett smiled and Lucas closed his eyes. "Yeah, baby. We can get one with a black dragon on it." Chapter 14. Bennett watched Lucas wring his hands for the 100th time as they drove to his mother's house. "What if they don't like me?" "I like you," Bennett said simply. Lucas smiled at him, which was his intended purpose. "My family is your family now. Plus, the only one you should really worry about is Mom, and she loves you." Bennett pulled onto the dirt road leading to his mother's house. She lived a couple of miles from the main village. Forests surrounded the house on all sides, except the front. It was perfect for shifting and frolicking, which Bennett was going to have fun doing with his mate. "I'm just worried about the rest of them. What if they hate me?" "Why would you think anyone could hate you? You're perfect." Lucas smiled. "No, I'm not. I actually don't make friends that easily and never have. My mom loves you just like she loves me, and so will everyone else. I guarantee that, baby.
How?
Because she loves all of her kids that way. She's a good judge of character, and we all trust her on that. In everything, actually. My brother Layden is the youngest of all of us. He came to Mom when he was 7 years old. He's a young dragon whose biological parents dumped him on a neighbor. Want to know the first thing Mom did when she got him here?
Lucas smiled. What?
She had all her kids come home for dinner. She said I should shift for Layden to make him feel comfortable. So I did. Layden has clung to me ever since.
She knows what to do to make someone feel at ease. Lucas smiled.
Yes. You should trust her to do that for you.
Okay. Thanks, Bennett.
Bennett nodded. They were silent for several seconds before Lucas said,
You spend a lot of time with Layden, don't you?
Yeah. We usually have a twice-a-week thing when my workload is manageable.
And because of me, you haven't spent time with him recently.
Bennett pulled up onto the long drive that led to his mother's house. Layden understands about mates, baby. He'll be okay.
Lucas didn't say anything as they pulled up in front of the house.
Bennett shut off the engine. He waited for Lucas, watching him closely. He wouldn't push Lucas to get out. Lucas needed his patience, so that was what he'd get. Lucas looked at the house with curiosity, as if he could see through the vinyl siding and past the wood. Hell, for all Bennett knew, he could. He was sure even Lucas didn't know everything he could do yet, despite Mom working with him that past week. The house was a white, large 2-story that appeared ordinary. Even the flowers around the sides and the boxes of greenery hanging from the windows were pretty, but normal. Maybe someone who knew about herbs and plants would pick up on the medicinal qualities for each plant, but anyone ignorant wouldn't have a clue. He knew his mother kept certain types of herbs in those boxes, and some of the flowers at the base of the house were poisonous. She hadn't used them since Ramsay had come to be alpha, but she tended them as if she was waiting for something. Maybe the shitstorm that was about to go down because of Lucas's presence in their town was it. Lucas nodded to himself. He opened the car door and stepped out. Bennett did the same, shutting the door behind him and pocketing his keys. He rounded the front of his car and held out his hand to Lucas, who smiled as he took it. They walked into the house together. Lucas had slept all night and through to the afternoon. All that sleep scared Bennett a little, so he planned to ask his mother about Lucas's abilities. If he would always be drained when he worked with his magic, Bennett wasn't going to allow him to do it at all. Bennett and Lucas were the last to arrive. He could hear all his brothers and his sister in the back room. His family could be loud at times. It was even worse at clan meetings, especially if they were all going for a run after the meeting was over. Clan meetings only happened a few times a year. Ramsay wasn't the type of leader to demand the attention of the clan. He often stayed at his mother's house or on the deck after the meetings were over when the rest of the clan ran through the forest. Ramsay didn't partake in the clan run very often, which had more to do with him not liking to shift on land as much as he did in the water. There were only a few other water shifters. One was Sage, whose snake loved swimming. Bennett would have to be on high alert because of Lucas. Ramsay had called a meeting for after the family had dinner, thinking it would be a good idea for Lucas to get used to the clan. He had a feeling when the clan found out what Lucas could do, they would be all over him, asking him to fix their illnesses and such. Bennett wouldn't allow it. Lucas looked up at him, probably wondering why he had stiffened and started growling. Bennett calmed. He leaned down and kissed Lucas's brow. "Are you okay?" Lucas asked, concern still showing on his face. Bennett hated that he just made Lucas even more nervous than he already was. "I'm worried about you at the clan meeting tonight," Bennett said. After all, his mate could read him whenever he wanted. Bennett didn't shut Lucas out. He wouldn't ever do that to his mate. So Lucas would be able to tell if he was evading. "Why? Are any of them dangerous?" Lucas asked as they made their way to the back room. "We're shifters. We're all dangerous," Vaughn said from his chair. Layden sat on the arm of the plush recliner. Owen, who sat next to Gabriel on the love seat, rolled his eyes at Vaughn. Ramsay and Kristen sat on the couch.
Kristen smiled at them and patted the seat beside her. Bennett sat, pulling Lucas down onto his lap. He winked at her in a silent thank you. "Don't scare my mate, Vaughn." Vaughn grinned and held out his hand to Lucas. Lucas hesitated to take it. "You know I'm a witch, right?" "Yeah, a very strong one. Mom even says you're stronger than her." Vaughn wiggled his fingers. Lucas looked at Bennett as if he wanted him to say it was okay. Bennett nodded to Lucas, and he turned back to Vaughn. "I don't know about that. Knowledge is power, and your mother has a lot of that." He knew Mom would put Lucas at ease, and having his siblings submit was her way of doing it. The fact that Lucas was very strong and getting stronger probably made it easier for his siblings to do just that. It seemed Lucas had really come into his power after they'd bonded. Lucas took Vaughn's hand. It was a few seconds before he muttered, "Wolf." Lucas smiled and said with a bit of wonder in his voice, "Oh, you fly a plane. That is so cool. Would you take me flying sometime?" Vaughn nodded and then addressed Bennett. "I like your mate, Bennett. He's really pretty." Bennett pulled Lucas closer and growled. He knew his brother teased, but he still couldn't help the possessiveness that overtook him. "Hi, I'm Kristen, the only sister of this bunch. Hopefully we'll get another girl soon. Too many boys around here." Kristen held out her hand to Lucas, and this time Lucas didn't hesitate. "There's no such thing as too many boys, Kristen," Vaughn said with a grin. Lucas muttered to himself, "Eagle. Oh, you have a twin." Lucas moved his gaze to Owen, letting go of Kristen. "You guys look a lot alike, actually, even though you're not identical twins. Can a boy and a girl be identical twins?" "No, I don't think they can." Owen stood and held out his hand to Lucas. Lucas took it. He did his thing quickly, chuckling at something Owen must have had in his mind. Lucas turned to Bennett, laughing. "Why did you start a fire in the garage? Didn't you know it could burn down?" "Really, Owen? Did you have to show him that?" Bennett tried to be stern. "Like he did the shed, you mean?" Vaughn said and laughed. "That thing was like a box of matches. Just whoosh." "Wait, Bennett burnt down the shed?" Layden asked, his gaze going from Vaughn to Bennett. "When he was coming into his dragon, he did, yes," Ramsay said. "Where's Forrest? Forrest did way more stupid shit than Bennett did," Gabriel said. "He's helping Mom in the kitchen," Owen answered before addressing Lucas. "She can't stand the rest of us in the kitchen with her. Just Forrest, probably because he's good at taking directions, which he did when we were young. Vaughn and Gabriel talked him into all kinds of shit." "Not Bennett?" Lucas asked, settling into his lap, an arm going around the back of the sofa. Bennett smiled to himself at the way Lucas just went with the flow of the conversation, instead of demanding to read everyone. It said a lot about his mate. Owen snorted out a laugh. "Hell no, Bennett's way too serious for all that. He kicked our asses for some of the stuff we talked Forrest into doing." Lucas ran his fingers through Bennett's hair. "You're a good brother. I still don't get why you would start a fire in the garage, though. Makes zero sense, Bennett." "So you never did anything dumb when you were a kid?" Bennett asked. "Not that I'm going to tell you about." "What if I demand you tell me?" Lucas rolled his eyes and leaned forward to kiss him. "Yeah, right. You won't do that." "Oh my God. The pretty little dude tamed Bennett," Vaughn said, and grinned his signature grin, one side of his mouth turning up slightly higher than the other. Bennett couldn't keep the growl from coming out at the compliment Vaughn had given Lucas. One time was teasing. The second time felt like a challenge for his mate. Bennett took it as such, and his eyes changed. Lucas ran a hand down his chest. Bennett growled low in his throat. Vaughn tilted his head to the side. "Sorry, Bennett." "Oh, stop, he's just teasing you." Lucas twisted Bennett's nipple to prove his point. Bennett covered Lucas's hand with his own at the painful pleasure. Lucas turned to Vaughn. "He knows you're just joking." They might as well have had 4 heads with the way everyone watched their exchange. That's not exactly true," Layden started to say, but quickly shut his mouth when Bennett gave him a narrow-eyed stare. Chapter 15. They ate at the kitchen table, which proved to be much more chaotic than Lucas thought a simple dinner should be.
He sat next to Bennett, who was currently shoveling his food in as if it was his last meal before his execution. Lucas watched. All the brothers ate like that for some reason. He met Kristen's gaze.
"We'll all shift later, and that takes a bit out of us."
"Oh, yeah, it's the same for me," Lucas said, completely understanding how much energy it took to be paranormal sometimes.
"What's the same for you?"
"When I let the light out, I get very tired. Well, I do when I don't mean to let it out. I'm getting better at controlling it. A lot better," Lucas told Kristen. He liked her. She had an intelligence in her eyes that Lucas found intriguing. He turned to Mother Estelle. "I'm getting better, right?" He needed her praise for some reason he couldn't explain. He never even needed his mother's approval as much as he needed Mother Estelle's. Maybe it was because she was like him. A witch, but wiser about the magic stuff.
"So how often can you—"
Kristen waved her hand.
"Before you pass out?"
Lucas shrugged. He didn't know how to answer.
"Multiple times when he's healing. When he's taking a life, probably twice before he's so drained he passes out.
More than that, and it would probably kill him," Mother Estelle answered for him. Bennett growled low in his throat. He set his fork down on his plate before turning to Ramsay. "He won't do it for the clan. I don't care what kind of sob story each of them has. He won't fix whatever problems they have, and he won't kill for us, not at the expense of himself. And we need to mention the vampire scout coming to town. The clan needs to be on alert." Ramsay nodded, completely agreeing on all counts, which was a relief.
"Lucas has tremendous control for his age. Most witches don't have nearly as much power, and it's hard for them to control until they're over 40. Why don't you show Ramsay what you can do?"
Mother Estelle, ignoring the vampire comment, put Lucas at ease. He'd rather not think about the vampire coven. "Let me get through dinner before I have to revisit that shitstorm." "Sure. It'll go to whoever is ill or come back to me." Lucas put his fork down and pulled up a small ball of light. It appeared right in front of his chest, and he brought it to his hand. He moved it around on his fingers like a toy ball. After a full minute, the light went back into him, and he picked up his fork again. "Thank God you're on our side. Holy shit, Ramsay, did you see that?" Vaughn said.
"Don't curse at the table, Von Patrick," Estelle said,
making Lucas chuckle. Forrest, who sat on the other side of him, snorted out loud, bumping his shoulder.
"Stop it, you two, or you'll be on dish duty."
Estelle pointed to them with her fork. The scolding shut them both up. Lucas got a warm feeling in his chest at the fact she had included him, as if he was one of her kids. "Told you. Once she thinks of you as family, you always will be." Bennett smiled. "Oh, please, can we stop making fun of Vaughn? It's mine and Bennett's turn at the dishes." Layden had his hands together, as if begging. Bennett winked, which made Lucas blush. Something about the shared secret hidden in that one small gesture had Lucas thinking all kinds of naughty thoughts. Bennett took a bite of his potatoes. Lucas watched his mouth as he chewed. Bennett had the sexiest mouth. He thought about that mouth, licking around his ass, his tongue in his hole. He projected that to Bennett, and Bennett choked a little. Lucas patted him on the back. "Are you okay?" Bennett lifted his eyebrows. Bennett's mouth turned up into a small smile right before an image popped into Lucas's mind. It was of them fucking in a meadow, Bennett's cock in his ass. Bennett grinned. Lucas adjusted his cock under the table.
"That was so not fair."
"You started it."
"Okay, fine. You want to play like that?"
Lucas projected an image of them from the other night. He was rubbing all over Bennett at first, just as he had before. Only Bennett's cock slipped into his ass, and Lucas rode him. Bennett's eyes changed to his dragons. He scooted his chair back from the table. It scraped against the hardwood floor. "Lucas and I forgot something at home. We'll be back in time for the clan meeting." Bennett grabbed Lucas's hand and pulled him up. Lucas chuckled as they made their way through the house.
"Bennett Alexander, you better be back in time to help Layden clean the dishes."
"Don't worry, Mom. It'll be quick, like 2 minutes," Vaughn said and chuckled. "Fuck you, Vaughn," Bennett yelled as they made their way out of the house. They were in the truck, and Bennett had it moving down the road even before Lucas had his seatbelt on. Lucas's back hit the hallway wall even as Bennett licked at his lips. Bennett demanded that Lucas open his mouth, and he was more than happy to oblige. Bennett held Lucas's hands above his head with his wrist trapped with one firm grip and worked his way under Lucas's shirt. His touch heated Lucas's skin, and Lucas couldn't stay still. He moaned when Bennett worked on the button of his jeans. Then the zipper went down, and Bennett rubbed his palm over Lucas's hard length. Lucas broke the kiss, crying out when Bennett gripped his cock through the fabric of his underwear. Bennett kissed Lucas's cheek, and then right in front of his ear. "Tell me what you want," Bennett whispered.
"I want you to touch me."
His voice sounded husky with lust, even to his own ears. Bennett cupped his balls and rolled them in his palm. "Where do you want me to touch you?"
"God, Bennett, stop teasing me."
He could feel Bennett's lips turn up into a smile. "Tell me."
"My ass. Touch my ass."
Bennett grinned and moved off the wall. "That's what I thought." He grabbed Lucas's hand, walking them both down the hall toward the bedroom. As soon as they were inside, he took off Lucas's shirt. Lucas unbuttoned his jeans, his hands shaking as he pushed them down. Once he was naked, he attacked Bennett's jeans.
"It was rude of us to leave right in the middle of dinner."
Lucas focused on exposing Bennett's body. Mom understood why.
"That so doesn't help at all. Now she knows we're having sex."
Lucas took Bennett's cock in hand. "It's not just sex, baby. Not with you. Get on the bed and I'll show you." Lucas stepped back, letting go of Bennett's cock. He hooked a thumb under the waistband of his underwear and took them off right before he climbed onto the bed. He got on his hands and knees, waiting for Bennett to touch him again. Bennett ran his hand over Lucas's ass. "You're beautiful, baby." He looked at his mate over his shoulder, at that chiseled chest and lean waist. His eyes traveled down to the cock that jutted toward Lucas. Lucas moaned when Bennett ran a finger along the crack of his ass gently, not pushing in, but just feeling it. "You're so perfect, baby. So sexy with it offered up to me."
"I'm yours."
Bennett's eyes changed at Lucas's words, as if saying them out loud for the first time was enough to turn Bennett on. Lucas pushed into the touch, wanting more. He whimpered when Bennett took his fingers away, but his mate didn't go very far. Bennett spread his ass cheeks apart, and then Lucas had to shut his eyes at the delicious anticipation when he felt Bennett's breath ghost over his hole. It wasn't long before he felt wet heat press into him. Bennett moaned against him, and it was as if Lucas could feel the vibrations of it on his cock. He licked at his ass again. Lucas couldn't help but grind down on that tongue.
"Fuck!"
Lucas shouted when Bennett slid a digit into him, swiping over his prostate. At the same time, Bennett licked at his balls, drawing them into his mouth gently. Lucas couldn't help but cry out again at the pleasure of it. It had been a while since he had had sex, and Bennett's gentleness felt perfect. Bennett was perfect. Lucas fucked himself until one became two. Each time Bennett touched that magic spot, a small orgasm worked through Lucas's body. He couldn't keep still. He barely felt the arm as it came around his waist, flipping him onto his back, the fingers in his ass leaving him briefly before entering him again. Bennett looked at him with his dragon eyes. "You're really tight, baby." He blinked up at Bennett, watching him as he leaned over and opened the bedside drawer. Bennett fumbled around with the cap on the lube bottle, finally opening it and squirting some out onto his fingers. He threw the bottle down beside Lucas before sliding into him again. Lucas had a hard time concentrating on anything but the fullness. He liked the feeling. Always had. "You're so responsive." He rocked against the fullness and tried not to come. His balls tightened.
"Please, Bennett, I'm close."
"You will not come until I'm inside you," Bennett growled. Lucas nodded and clung as Bennett lifted him farther on the bed. He longed to feel Bennett's weight on him, making him feel safe and loved all at the same time. He needed to take in his scent and warmth. That was why, when Bennett tried to release him, Lucas held on as if his life depended on the physical closeness. "Aw, baby, you should have told me you needed me like this." Bennett settled against him once again, relaxing his body. His cock pressed against Lucas's opening, but neither needed anything more for the moment. They pressed their cheeks together. Stubble abraded Lucas's skin, but he still didn't care. I didn't know I needed to feel your weight on me until now." It wasn't until Lucas wrapped his legs around Bennett's waist and his cock slipped in a little bit that either of them moved. Lucas whimpered. "Shh, I've got you, mate. I'll always give you what you need." And true to his word, Bennett pushed inside. The fullness was back, and with it, pressure. "Am I hurting you?" Lucas nodded. "A little." "Fuck, I'm sorry, baby. Do you want to stop?" "No." Lucas held on to him tighter and tried to take more of Bennett's cock inside. Bennett got the message, but went slower. The head of his cock pressed against Lucas's prostate and made his blood boil with passion. He cried out when he tried to get more of that delicious feeling. "Oh, God!" "Don't you come until I'm all the way in," Bennett whispered, his voice going husky, and he breathed heavily. "Yes, okay, just more. Yeah, just like that. That's perfect, Benny." Bennett pulled back out a little and then worked it back in again, giving Lucas exactly what he asked for. Lucas felt Bennett's mouth turn up into a smile as he kept going. Finally, Bennett was all the way in. "So full." Lucas breathed out and then in again, letting it out slowly. Bennett lifted, meeting his gaze. "Are you okay?" "I'm good. Really, really good. Move, please." Bennett smiled and kissed him. Bennett's teeth came down. He set a rhythm that drove Lucas crazy in the best way possible. Lucas sucked in a breath. "Oh, Benny, I'm gonna... Fuck, please let me come, please." Bennett picked up his pace, growling out when he did. "Not yet, baby." Lucas moaned and shut his eyes at the build-up. He tried to think about anything else, but it was impossible when Bennett was wrapped around him, pumping in and out. Lucas opened his eyes in time to see Bennett bare his teeth. Lucas tilted his head, submitting to his mate, who didn't waste time. He struck Lucas's neck, reaffirming their bond. Lucas felt Bennett's pleasure through their link, and it sent him over the edge. Lucas cried out, as he wasn't sure whose orgasm he felt more, his own or Bennett's. Lucas could feel the pull of his blood as Bennett drank from him, as if he was drinking it himself. He felt how much Bennett liked the taste. Bennett's movements grew erratic, and he stilled. The teeth left his neck as Bennett cried out. He drew out the pleasure as much as possible. Bennett licked the drops of blood away from his neck, sealing the wounds he made. Bennett rubbed his cheek against Lucas like a big cat. His dragon started to purr, which sounded more like a rumbling, steady growl. I like it when you're all cuddly," Lucas whispered to him. "Only with you." Lucas smiled. "Forrest told me that shifters can't get diseases and stuff." "No." "That's good, because we didn't use a condom." "Yeah." Lucas slid his hand down Bennett's back, all the way to his ass, gripping one globe. Bennett flexed his muscles, pushing his softening cock farther in, not that it would go very far. "Benny, have you ever, bottomed?" "No." "Would you?" Lucas bit his lip when Bennett lifted up and looked at him. "Are you telling me that you still aren't satisfied after that?" "No, I don't mean right this second." Lucas rolled his eyes. Who could go another round after that? "I just mean, like, would you ever?" Bennett shrugged. "I'd try it, sure." Bennett wriggled his eyebrows. "Might be sexy to watch you top me. You have a pretty cock, baby." I don't know why I'm thinking about topping someone now." Lucas didn't realize he said that out loud until Bennett growled at him. What did I say?" "Not just someone. Me. No one else will ever touch you again, or I'll kill them." Lucas rolled his eyes. "I know that's silly. It's just an expression. I meant you. But I've never topped anyone, ever. I don't have a lot of experience with sex, period, actually." Bennett kissed him. A gentle press of the lips, and then pulled back a little. "You aren't scared of me anymore, are you?" Lucas snorted out a laugh. "Bennett, you're on top of me and your naked wet cock is slipping out of my ass. We wouldn't be here right now if I was scared of you." Bennett's softened cock slipped all the way out. "Want to join me in the shower?" Lucas asked, as he loosened his legs from around Bennett's waist. Bennett grinned, lighting up those green eyes in a way that was reserved for Lucas. Lucas already knew Bennett didn't look at anyone else like that, not even his mother or siblings. That sparkle in his eyes made Lucas feel special, which was exactly what Bennett had been trying to tell him the entire time. Duh. It took Lucas long enough to understand how incredibly unique Bennett truly thought he was. Maybe they really were perfect for each other. Chapter 16. Bennett's mom dominated the conversation, talking about the latest gossip. Something about the mayor of St. Lakes having sex with the town's accountant. Bennett could care less about any of it. He'd never tell his mother that, though, or she'd make him clean the damn basement or move furniture as punishment if he did. He hated cleaning. It was bad enough he was doing the dishes. Mom wasn't talking to him anyway. She was sitting at the table with Lucas and Forrest, telling her story. He rolled his eyes. Layden gave him a small smile and handed him a plate he had just washed. There was something in his eyes that told Bennett his little brother was having problems. "What's wrong, Layden?" Layden shrugged. "Nothing." Bennett narrowed his eyes. He didn't tolerate that game people played where they have an issue with him but never said anything. Then when he asked them, they said exactly what Layden had. "Tell me, now." The slight force in Bennett's voice had his mother quietening. Her eyes narrowed as she took in both of them with a slow intuition that could only come from a mom. Crap. Here it comes.
"Okay, what's going on with you two?"
Bennett held up his hand. "I'm handling it."
"Benny,"
Lucas said in warning. Layden raised his eyebrows.
"Benny? I thought no one was allowed to call you that."
"Just tell me," Bennett said through clenched teeth.
"Nothing! God, get off my back!"
Layden yelled. Bennett growled and set the towel down. "Are you challenging me, boy?" Layden lowered his eyes, tilting his head to the side, exposing his neck. Lucas stood and walked over to them. He crooked his finger for Bennett to bend down. Bennett huffed out a breath in annoyance, but he did what Lucas wanted.
"I think I know what the problem is, and if I'm right, you barking orders is making it worse,"
Lucas said through their link, and then kissed his cheek. "Fine," Bennett said when his mate pulled away. Lucas held out his hand to Layden.
"I think I can help, if you let me." "You coming here and being his mate are what started the problem in the first place."
Landon looked at Lucas as if he were gum underneath his shoe. Bennett roared and his eyes changed. He took a step closer to Layden, intending to get him away from Lucas by any means necessary. Lucas put a hand on his chest.
"He's just upset because you're not spending enough time with him," Lucas said to him in his mind.
Out loud he said,
"Knock it off, both of you."
Lucas held out his hands for each of them. Bennett didn't even hesitate, putting his hand in Lucas's with an annoyed huff. Layden took Lucas's hand, and Bennett felt Lucas take himself out of the equation, giving Bennett a clear view of what Layden was thinking. Turned out Lucas was absolutely right. Layden was feeling neglected by Bennett. And apparently there was someone in the clan bullying Layden, which seemed impossible given Layden's size, but there it was. Bennett growled when he finally figured out who it was giving Landon a hard time. Delvin. That fucker. This wouldn't have been so bad, but Delvin was a full-grown man. He was also stronger than Layden, and would be until he came into his dragon. The biggest problem was the man was using all of Layden's abandonment issues against him. Bennett's recent neglect certainly didn't help things. Bennett projected something to his little brother through the connection Lucas had created, asking if Layden wanted to go fishing. Layden smiled and nodded. Lucas released them and cut the connection off.
"That's so cool, Lucas. Thanks for making me do that, and for keeping Bennett from kicking my butt."
Layden corrected himself after meeting his mother's gaze. She shook her finger, but otherwise didn't say anything. He went in for a hug, but then stopped himself.
"Is hugging you okay? It won't give you overload or whatever?"
Lucas smiled and hugged Layden quickly.
"Nah, I can shut it off and turn it on whenever I want. At least, I can now. Took a few days to figure it out."
Lucas pulled away and took a step closer to Bennett.
"Sorry I got bitchy with you,"
Layden whispered. "It's fine, Layden."
"A few days, Lucas?"
Mom motioned for Lucas to come to her. He held out his hand when he drew closer. She took it and read him quickly. Her eyes grew big the longer she held Lucas's hand. "You're right. You did figure things out that quickly, didn't you? Mating with Bennett has certainly helped." Mom let go of his hand and turned to Bennett. The smile she had for Lucas fell. "I need to see you and Ramsey in the study, please. Layden, go get Gabriel and tell him to stay with Lucas until Bennett comes back. Also, let Ramsey know we need him." Layden nodded once and headed out of the room. "Wait," Lucas said to Layden. His little brother stopped halfway out of the kitchen, and Lucas turned to him. "I'm going to this little meeting too." Bennett shook his head, reaching for Lucas, pulling him closer. "I'll be right back, baby." "You're talking about me, so I should go." "It's just going to be about how we can keep you safe." "I can keep myself safe, and you too if it comes to that. I did just fine with the vampire last night." "Baby, you passed out afterward." "That's just because I gave too much energy. I freaked out when he cut you," Lucas said. Mom stood and came over to Bennett. "You were injured?" Lucas waved her away. "I fixed it right after. He hardly lost any blood," Lucas said absently. "You're making a bigger deal out of the meeting than is necessary," Bennett said, trying to placate Lucas as best as he could. When Lucas narrowed his eyes, Bennett knew he was in trouble. He pulled out of Bennett's hold, huffing with annoyance. "Fine, Bennett. Have your little meeting about me, whatever." Lucas stormed out of the kitchen. Bennett tried to call him back, but Lucas held up a hand. Layden followed him out. Bennett sighed. "Thanks a lot, Mother." Bennett was probably going to pay for excluding Lucas from the meeting, and not in a fun way. "He doesn't understand clan dynamics," Mom said. "He's going to stay mad forever, probably. Couldn't you have been just a little bit subtle about the meeting?" "He's in love with you, Bennett. It'll be fine." Bennett smiled at the thought. He was in love with his sassy little mate, too. Maybe telling him that would help him get over his anger, and they could have makeup sex. "He's right about one thing. He's really strong and can protect me if he needs to." "That's not in question," his mother said. They both knew it wasn't. Lucas had helped him fight the vampire. They both knew he would do it again if necessary. His mother and Bennett walked into the study. Ramsey was already there. Bennett sat on the couch, listening to his mother talk. She was talking mostly to Ramsey, as Bennett already knew all the things she was saying about Lucas. "Lucas has way more control over his abilities. He's very powerful, even though he doesn't seem to know all that he can do just yet. Completing the mating has awakened his magic." "So, what's the problem, Mother?" Ramsey said, a bit impatiently. "I'm afraid he won't protect himself when it's needed." And there it was, the thing that Bennett feared the most. "And I'm not just talking about him helping the clan members to the point of exhaustion. What I'm saying is, he won't take out someone who is openly threatening his life." Bennett sat up in his chair, frowning at his mother. "Why?" "I can't say for sure, but I think it's a fight-or-flight response. He'll run because that's what has worked so far." Bennett stood. Panic rose in his chest at the thought of Lucas leaving. "We need enforcers for the clan. I've got a feeling Delvin will give us trouble when he learns about Lucas," Ramsey said. Yeah, Bennett had that same feeling. Delvin was a very smart shifter. He would figure out really quickly that Lucas was special and try to capitalize on that fact somehow. "If that fucker touches him, he'll die, Ramsey." "Sit down, Bennett," Mom said. Bennett growled, immediately regretting it. "Sorry, Mom, I'm on edge. Just the thought of Lucas leaving makes me crazy." "By the gods, Bennett, no one said he was going anywhere," Mom said. "Sit down, Bennett," Ramsey said calmly. Despite the quiet, even tone, Bennett knew it was an order from his alpha. Needless to say, he sat down. "Talk to him. He might listen to you." Bennett nodded. "In the meantime, if he's away from me, then he's with the family. At least 2 of you at all times." "Yes, I think that's wise. We'll all start round-the-clock patrols, 1 around the perimeter of St. Lakes and 1 through the town." Ramsey drew his eyebrows together, and he did that thing he always did when he was stressed. He grabbed an ink pen from the cup on the office's desk and began clicking it incessantly. "Should have started one as soon as you arrived. Hindsight and all that. Also, Delvin is harassing Landon. I saw it when Lucas linked us. We need to do something about him once and for all. Bennett wouldn't let Ramsey dismiss Delvin's behavior any longer. Delvin received too many chances already. Ramsey sighed. Call him out at the meeting. Chapter 17. Lucas followed Layden through the house to the back patio. Layden immediately went over to a lounger that Vaughn was lying on. Move over, butthead. Layden kicked the lounger, just nudging it with his foot. Rub my shoulders and I might think about it, Vaughn said, not moving an inch. Get bent, man. Fine. Sit on the ground, then, Vaughn said. I hate being the youngest, Layden said, and sat on the wood slats of the deck. We need another sister or brother. Make it a sister, please, Kristen said. Vaughn grinned and moved his legs over. Come here. Gods, you're so sensitive. Kristen patted the lounger she was sitting on. You can sit here, Lucas. Lucas smiled and walked over. For a second, he thought he'd have to plop his ass on the wooden deck too. Not that he had an aversion to it or anything. It was just that his ass sort of ached a little from Bennett's cock being in it. He wasn't complaining about that either. He rather liked the feeling. It was a reminder of his afternoon with the dragon, who was starting to become his whole entire world. Bennett was always so gentle and thoughtful, even when they had made love. For that reason, he decided to give in. He was probably giving in too early, but whatever. He didn't want to be mad at Bennett. Where's Bennett? Kristen asked. In a meeting, Landon answered. With Ramsey and Mom? Yes. Wonder what they're discussing. Something must be going on. Kristen gave Lucas the side-eye. They're talking about me. Lucas folded his hands in his lap. Why? Lucas shrugged. He really had no idea what they discussed besides the vampire coming for him. There would be more. And when they came, Bennett would have to fight again. But Lucas knew it most likely had something to do with what Mother Estelle saw when she read him. Something had concerned her. Kristen winked. When I was a kid, I used to make up stories about the stars. Before we moved here. You remember Tasha, Owen? Kristen murmured. Lucas smiled at her attempt to change the subject and put him at ease. It was just starting to get dark, and they all seemed to be waiting for the clan members to start showing up. Yeah, I remember her. She was human. Great at telling stories, though. Wonder whatever happened to her. Owen sat at the small patio table with Gabriel. She used to help me make up stuff about what kind of life people would be living on a star. Kristen chuckled. We even wrote them down. I think she ended up with a whole shelf of those stories in her bedroom. Are they still there? Lucas asked her. What? Kristen said. The stories. Does she still have them? I don't know. We had to move here and I lost touch with her. Maybe they're still on that shelf. Maybe he wasn't the only one with a sad story. Lucas thought about Sean and the last time he had seen him. Sean always loved it when Lucas played some of his songs. He supposed that was a lot like Kristen listening to her friend tell stories about the stars. He regretted so much about that day. He should have demanded Sean stay at his house. Maybe he would have listened. Then again, if things hadn't happened the way they did, then he wouldn't have met Bennett. It might make him an asshole, but he wouldn't exchange meeting Bennett for anything, not even his friend. What about that star? Kristen pointed up at one of the stars. What do you think is happening there? I don't know. I'm not good at this game. I think it's like that movie where the adults in the town take away the music. My best friend used to love it when I played music, he blurted out, and immediately regretted mentioning Sean. Nothing good could come of talking about that night. What happened? Lucas sighed. He brought it up. He couldn't very well not talk about it now. The vampires killed him. I tried to save him, but I think it might have been too late. What was his name? Sean, Lucas whispered. Maybe he's on one of those stars. If he is, what would he be doing? Listening to me play the guitar? Lucas smiled. He was the best audience in the world. Wait, you can play the guitar? Layden asked. A bit. Layden, go get your guitar, Kristen demanded. You mean the one I got for Christmas but have no idea how to play, that guitar? Layden stood up and went back inside. You'll play for us, right? Lucas shrugged. Sure, I guess.
We are a non-musical family, Kristen said. Hey, Layden can sing pretty well, Gabriel said, defending his little brother. That's true. When Layden came back, he handed the guitar to Lucas. Owen stood and put his chair at the front of the patio, as if it were a small stage. Lucas sat down. He sat on the edge of his seat and strummed the strings. He took the time to tune it. He smiled when he heard the sound he wanted. Okay, this is a song I was working on before I went on the run. Thinking of changing it up a bit, making it slower. More of a love song, I guess. Like this, Lucas explained. He started strumming, playing the chords. Bennett, Ramsey, and Estelle came out of the door. He winked at Bennett and started singing. The entire time he sang, about being Bennett's until the stars fall from the sky and the rivers ran dry, he had his eyes closed. It was a song that had a very 1960s feel to it. He liked that decade, and had been experimenting with songs of his own. It was quiet and so sweet, if not a little naive. Lucas supposed the song showed more about himself than he really wanted to tell, about the way he wanted his relationship with Bennett to be. Considering he'd written the song even before he'd met Bennett, he supposed it was more about what he hoped for in a relationship. Lucas opened his eyes and smiled at Bennett. They were certainly on the right track. He shut his eyes again and finished the last chorus. He heard several people clap. Way more people than was originally there. Lucas held a hand against the strings of the guitar to quiet them and opened his eyes again. He blushed with embarrassment, so he didn't want to turn to see all those people. Bennett! Lucas didn't need to say anything else. Asking for help and getting it only took saying Bennett's name. Bennett closed the distance between them. That song was for me? Lucas couldn't decipher the look of stone. Yeah, I was thinking about you when I sang it. Go in the house and wait for me. Did his eyes just soften? Gods, Lucas hoped so. Lucas nodded, not wanting to create even more of a scene than he already had. He stood and walked past Bennett, handing Layden the guitar. Thanks for letting me play. That was amazing. Can you teach me? Lucas smiled. Later. I'm pretty sure Bennett's going to yell at me now. Layden crooked his finger at Lucas and then whispered into his ear. Bennett has to maintain his badassness for the clan, but he loved it. You should have seen his face before the clan showed up. Lucas waited in the living room. He paced and wondered what Bennett was doing. Probably acting all threatening. Bennett could be like that. Not that he ever really was with Lucas, but he was with everyone else. Literally everyone. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you, he projected out to Bennett. Nothing from Bennett. Did you mean it? Bennett asked from behind him, and Lucas jumped. He held a hand to his heart in an attempt to keep it in his chest. Shit, you scared me. Did you? Lucas saw the hope on Bennett's face, and he realized that Layden was right about Bennett. He really did love the song. I meant everything I sang. Every word, Benny. Bennett flexed his fingers as if wanting to touch Lucas, but not at the same time. That was amazing, baby. Really? You weren't embarrassed? Lucas hadn't known he was even worried about it until he let out a breath and smiled at Bennett. No, baby, not at all. I just couldn't show emotion in front of some of the clan members. Why don't you come over here and kiss me then? If I do that, I'm not going to let you go, and I have a clan to see to. The meetings can sometimes get rough. I'm good with you not letting me go. Really good with it, as a matter of fact. Lucas grinned and stepped closer. Bennett smiled and hooked an arm around Lucas's waist once he got close enough. Bennett was so perfect, so gentle, even though he was so big. That always came as a surprise to Lucas, and he wasn't completely sure why. He hadn't been scared of big men before meeting Bennett, and it wasn't fear that motivated his surprise. It was more about him stereotyping bigger men as big brutes who liked rough sex, which wasn't true at all. Not for Bennett. God, he was such an asshole for thinking that about his mate.
Maybe Bennett's size was why he'd held back all along. He'd have to think about that. If that was the case, then he owed Bennett an apology. Lucas gripped the back of his neck and stood on his tiptoes as he came in for a kiss. He could feel Bennett's hard length against his stomach, and that alone made him want to climb his mate like a tree. Lucas had been about ready to give a little jump and wrap his legs around Bennett's waist when Bennett broke the kiss. "I have to get back out there. I'm sorry, baby."
"Later then,"
Lucas said, smiling. "I need you to promise me something, though," Bennett said with a seriousness Lucas had never seen.
"What?"
"Promise me you'll protect yourself. Keep yourself safe."
Wait. Bennett thought Lucas wouldn't protect himself when the time came? Lucas started to say that he would, but then he thought about himself in certain scenarios. He thought about himself when the vampires had been chasing him and realized he hadn't really protected himself. He had protected other people only. "I'd die for you, Benny. You know that, right?"
"I do. Now promise me you'll keep yourself safe."
"I just do what's instinctive. I promise to try."
Bennett frowned. "You'll start training with Gabriel tomorrow afternoon, and your sessions with Mom will get bumped up to 3 times a week."
Okay. Knowledge is power, right?"
Bennett nodded once and pulled away, grabbing his hand as he made his way out of the living room. Lucas followed. "I'm concerned for your safety, baby. I need you to help me keep you safe. It would kill me if something happened to you."
And there was the one reason Lucas had for keeping himself alive when the vampires came. "I see what you did there," Lucas said, and stopped Bennett's forward progression. Lucas was starting to understand what the meeting they had was about. "It's about the healing thing, isn't it? It's in my nature to protect others, even at the expense of myself."
"That's what Mom said, yes. And we think that if you're threatened, you'll run."
"Not without you, I won't. You know that, right?"
Bennett let out a breath and smiled, pulling Lucas against him once again. "I wasn't sure until I heard the words to the song you sang." That's why Bennett had asked him if he had sung that song to him. He wanted to make sure he meant every word. In Bennett's mind, it confirmed Lucas wouldn't leave him behind.
"I think we're finally figuring each other out."
Lucas lifted onto his toes, placing a small kiss on the underside of Bennett's jaw.
"I promise, Benny. If it keeps you safe, then I promise."
Chapter 18. Nicolono stepped out of the shower, grabbing the towel Jules handed him. Jules wouldn't even look at him anymore. Not since he had forced Hasten and Thomas to bond, and then kicked them out of the coven. They'd be back for Jules, and when they came, Nicolono would kill them both. He would kill anyone who got close to Jules. He may not have wanted him anymore, but he wasn't going to give him to anyone else. Jules was his. He'd show him exactly how much of a slave he was when he finally had the male witch in his grasp. Nicolono had killed 2 of his followers for failing to get what he needed. His coven knew he was serious about the witch. He would pay any price. Damn Sylvia and her fucking curse. He couldn't even get it up for her anymore, and she was the one he wanted since Thomas had meddled with his head. Wanting Sylvia was far worse than wanting Jules and not being able to have him. He could admit to himself that he had made a mistake when he'd forced Thomas to help him. Bringing such a powerful warlock, one who had such a strong influence on the ancestors, hadn't been a good idea. He'd find someone he could manipulate easier. It would not do to want his crazy wife as much as he did. It made him vulnerable. He'd have to pay her a visit and try to reason with her yet again. He handed the towel to Jules, who winced at the sudden movement. Nicolono rolled his eyes. "I will not do permanent damage."
"Yes, sir."
Jules took the towel and then took a step back, his head down, looking at a spot on the floor as if it were fascinating. "Are you my mate?"
"Yes, sir."
"You're very good at telling me what I want to hear. I don't think you believe you are." Nicolono sighed in frustration. Jules had been his mate at one point, but not anymore. Nicolono knew that better than anyone. He just wanted to test Jules to see if he would lie. Go to your spot, now. He would likely hit him if he didn't make Jules leave. Besides, he liked his punishments to be a bit more internal. Jules's fear wore on Nicolono's nerves. Jules turned to leave the room. At least he was obedient, but then very few weren't. They knew what would happen if they disobeyed. He dried himself and went into his bedroom. Jules sat against the wall with his knees up to his chin. His cheek rested against the top of his folded legs. He was such a pretty little thing. Nicolono sighed and looked at his soft cock. He'd fuck him even if he wasn't mated to him, if he could get it up. That would add salt to the wound for Hasten and his two little mates. Oh well. Nicolono dressed, putting on his boots last. They had pretty metal spikes at the end that had seen their fair share of blood in the past. Today would be no different. When Nicolono finished, he walked over to Jules. Get up, Jules. You need to know the lengths I go to punish those that disobey. Jules sat there trembling for several seconds. Finally, Nicolono grabbed a fistful of hair and lifted him up by it. Jules's hands came up to his own, trying to alleviate the pain. Nicolono had seen the behavior before, touching because of fear. It was the first time Jules had voluntarily touched him. You'll learn to listen, or I'll find Hasten and the Warlock and kill them both. They couldn't have gotten far, not without you. Now, get some pants on so we can go. He wouldn't tell Jules yet that he'd already sent some of his best trackers to find Hasten and Thomas. That little bit of knowledge could wait until he killed them. Nicolono pushed him toward the dresser drawer that held a single pair of sweatpants in Jules's size. Jules stumbled a bit as he made his way over and opened the drawer. Hurry up. I have little patience today. This persisting problem with the male witch is taxing my nerves. Jules dressed quickly and followed him out of the room. Keep up this time, Jules. I really dislike disciplining you. Perhaps he should have sent Jules with the other two after all, to rid himself of the headache. But then there was no fun in that. The separation was torture. He could see it in Jules's eyes and in the way he slumped his shoulders. Nicolono made his way to the cells. His heart pounded out a fast rhythm at the thought of seeing Sylvia again. Oh, how he missed her. The door into the small space hid a small prison. The heavy dark wood had cherubs carved around the frame, which fit into the overall decor in the hallway. Nicolono wanted to keep the ugliness of those cells firmly behind closed doors, where he didn't have to think about it. Angel already leaned against the wall directly across from the hall, playing a game on his cell phone, as was his habit. He pocketed his phone when he saw Nicolono. He heard Damien's footsteps behind them. Nicolono knew it was Damien because the man was light on his feet. It was an odd thing, considering his size. Nicolono opened the door and walked inside. There were 5 cells. 5 had been all they ever really needed, except for the dragon shifter. When he had come, they had needed a bigger space. Sylvia had made sure of that, cursing the dragon so he couldn't shift. They had a separate space built for the dragon. The cells were perfect for Sylvia, and now the little human Sean was here as well. Nicolono pointed to the corner, silently telling Jules to stay there. Jules complied. Nicolono turned to stand in front of Sylvia's cell. Her blonde hair stood up in places, and her eyes were slightly wild as she gripped the bars of her cell. "Let me out, Nicolono, and I'll be gone from you forever." Nicolono smiled. "That is not what I want. I'm not here to bargain with you, wife. What I want is much simpler than deal-making. Tell me how much you love me, instead." Sylvia smiled. "I regret marrying you." "We were meant for each other. The Warlock showed me that, and now I'll show you." Nicolono nodded for Angel and Damien to go into the cell and get started. Nicolono smiled and then turned his head. "Jules, get the pliers off the table to your left." Sylvia's brown eyes grew wide and she backed away. Jules handed him the pliers with tears in his eyes. "I would think you'd like this part. She is the one who started the whole fiasco. If she hadn't cursed me, we'd be mated. And you wouldn't be pining for two men who will never want you. You're just a weak human. Don't you see that?" Niccolò said, patting his cheek right before taking the torture tool from him. Jules had tears in his eyes. "That's not true." "It is true, little human." Sylvia started chanting, taking Niccolò away from the fun game he was playing with Jules. Angel covered her mouth with one hand. She kicked out and his hand slipped. Niccolò handed them the tool and snapped his fingers at Jules, indicating that he should follow him out of the room. They both left as she finished the words. His wife and her fucking curses. She was clever. More than most, in fact. It had always pissed Niccolò off that Sylvia was smarter than him, but he found it endearing since Thomas had shown him his true mate. He'd have to reward her when she finally came back to herself. He stood outside waiting for someone to scream in pain or something. He hoped he had dodged her words. She used words like guns, blowing a hole in all that her opponent held dear, like his precious manhood. Angel and Damien came out of the room a second later. "What are you doing? Get back in there and finish the job." "We can't." "Why? What did she do to you?" "She made us see our truth," Angel said, and turned from him, heading down the hallway. Damien walked away without a word. Chapter 19. Lucas watched the change happen in Bennett when they stepped out of the back door and onto the patio. Lucas clung to Bennett's hand, holding it a little bit tighter when all eyes turned to him. Lucas wasn't used to all the attention and really didn't know if he liked it or not. For all Bennett's badassness in front of the clan, he let Lucas cling. Lucas tried to remain as calm as possible for Bennett's sake, but he was having a hard time, especially when Bennett stood right behind and to the left of Ramsay. Bennett squeezed his hand gently before letting him go. "Stand behind me, baby." "Why?" "I don't trust one of the clan members." Lucas did as he was told. He fisted the t-shirt Bennett had on, holding on for dear life, and decided to keep his mouth shut for once and do what Bennett said. There were several animals staring, including a big snake rattling its tail. It was pretty in color and had brown diamond shapes on its back. Lucas knew this because the thing was only about 5 feet away from them. It looked at Ramsay with its beady black eyes and its tongue flickered as if to say, "All the better to eat you." "Reggie won't hurt you, baby," Bennett said. "I don't like snakes." "He's completely aware and has human thinking capabilities, just like me when I'm my dragon." Lucas waved at the snake. "Hey there, little snake. Don't kill me. That's a nice snake," he whispered into Bennett's shirt. He could have sworn the snake smiled at him. A mountain lion licked its paw, and a black panther sat right next to it. It definitely wasn't common to see all these animals together in the same small space. A bobcat sat next to him, and a wolf took up Ramsay's side. Lucas looked from the bobcat to the wolf and swallowed the lump of fear. His throat went dry when the bobcat put a paw on his leg. He instantly had a picture of Forrest in his head and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm freaking out a little, Forrest. I've never been around so many animals in my life." "Shifters, baby. Don't let them hear you call them animals." Lucas winced. "Sorry." That was another thing. Shifters had so many customs. He wasn't even aware of most of them. He just knew he was going to say something offensive. "There will be a competition for 3 enforcer positions. Anyone can compete, and the best 3 will be chosen. The competition will be fighting to submission, and the first pairings will be chosen by Bennett and myself, this Saturday at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We have a vampire coven interested in taking our newest member from us, and we will not let that happen. The coven has already sent a scout, so be on alert and let one of the inner circle know when you see someone lurking around. That's all I got. Anyone who needs to talk to me will be able to immediately following the meeting." Ramsay's deep voice boomed out amongst the crowd. Murmurs followed Ramsay's very minimal speech regarding the vampire coven and Lucas. Everyone had a ton of questions, and Bennett didn't blame them for it. Ramsey could have explained things with a bit more depth. "Who's the cute blonde behind Bennett?" someone yelled from the back of the group. Lucas could feel the tension in Bennett's body, so he worked his hand under Bennett's shirt, rubbing up and down his back, hoping his touch would help. "That's not how we announce a new member of the clan, and you know it, Delvin," Ramsey said. "How do you announce a new member of the clan?" he asked Bennett through their bond. "We don't. Each clan member will introduce themselves to you individually. The clan doesn't question the alpha the way that Delvin just did. Who becomes a member of the clan is up to Ramsey, no one else. Delvin is being an ass, and the entire clan knows it." Lucas didn't see what the guy did next. He never said anything, but he must have made a gesture or something because Bennett shifted. Lucas winced when he saw Bennett's shirt rip across his back. Bennett's skin turned to scales under Lucas's fingers, and then someone pulled him away with an arm around his waist. He started to struggle, knowing it wasn't Bennett who had him. He was getting ready to work his witching magic when Ramsey stopped him. "No, Lucas." "Bennett!" Oh God, something was going to happen to Bennett. "Let him defend us." Ramsey released him inside the door of the house. He turned to see his big black dragon blow fire at a gray wolf. The wolf yipped in pain and leaped away from the fire, sidestepping it. "Stay in here until Bennett comes to get you," Ramsey said, and shut the door behind him. Lucas huffed out a frustrated breath and plastered himself against the sliding glass door, watching to make sure Bennett didn't get hurt. If that fucker hurt his dragon, there was no way Lucas was listening to Ramsey and staying put. Lucas wouldn't be able to listen to his alpha at that point anyway. He was really trying to follow Ramsey's order, and it looked as if Bennett were winning the fight, although the wolf still wouldn't submit the way he knew Bennett would demand of his opponent. Lucas winced when the wolf's ass burst into flames. The wolf gave a very doggy cry and rolled on his back in the grass. Bennett stood over the wolf and then let out a roar that was almost deafening, even through the glass of the door. Lucas didn't cover his ears, though. He was far too riveted on the scene playing out around him. Bennett shifted so seamlessly it was barely visible. He gripped Delvin's hair and whispered something Lucas couldn't hear. When he let him go, Delvin fell, shifting as he lay on the grass. "Does anyone else want to disrespect my alpha?" he yelled so loudly Lucas had no trouble hearing him. Bennett waited for someone to say something. His face grew even stonier, if that was possible. "Does anyone else want to disrespect my mate?" Bennett turned to Delvin, who glared at him. "Get up and go to Ramsey for punishment. Pray he doesn't request your death." No one said a word. Even the air held its breath. Most of the clan he had known for years, certainly longer than he had known Lucas. It further cemented their bond in Lucas's mind. "I love—" Lucas had started to project to Bennett, but his back itched. The vampires were already in the house by the time Cassie's spell took hold. His last thought before something struck him on the head was that the delay probably had something to do with how safe he felt around the Somersets as a whole, and Bennett in particular. Chapter 20. Bennett really wanted to kill Delvin, but he refrained. It wasn't his place, and leaving it to Ramsey sent a clear message about where his loyalty lay. Not that there was any real question his loyalty was with his brother. It would always be with Ramsey, and the whole clan knew it. What the whole clan didn't know, until that moment, was 1, Bennett had a mate, and 2, he would defend him at all costs, because attacking another clan member was punishable by his alpha. He was fairly certain Ramsey wouldn't punish him, given that Delvin had challenged the alpha, even if it had been in an indirect way. Still, Ramsey never gave Bennett a direct order. Bennett's job as Ramsey's beta was to defend any challenge or threat. Delvin had been both for a long time, and Ramsey had let it go. It was long overdue, and Ramsey knew it. Bennett walked across the yard, everyone giving him a wide berth. He felt Lucas in his mind and softened a little. Even the air around him felt lighter, warmer, whenever Lucas was near. He heard him start to say something, and then Lucas was gone, as if someone wiped him away. He looked toward the patio and quickened his pace. "Where's Lucas?" he asked Forrest as he passed him. "Ramsey made him go inside when the fight started," Forrest said, and followed alongside him. "Something's wrong. Gabe," Bennett called his brother over when he got to the patio. "Keep all the clan members in the yard. Make sure everyone is here." Gabe nodded once and took Kristen and Owen with him. "Forrest, see if you can scent anything unusual." Forrest did so immediately. He watched Forrest sniff the air and then head around the house. "What's going on?" Vaughn asked, walking behind him. "Something's wrong with Lucas," Bennett said, and walked through the sliding glass. Vaughn was just getting ready to follow him when Ramsey stopped him. "Grab Delvin, Vaughn, and take him to the basement. Hold him there until I tell you differently." "Got it." Vaughn turned and left the doorway then. "What is it?" Ramsey asked as Bennett tried to find even a hint of someone. "I don't know. Nothing." Bennett turned to look at Ramsey. "Smell that? Nothing. Not even Lucas's scent is here." Bennett started to shake as he searched the house and couldn't find Lucas anywhere. Bennett made his way through the house and to the front door. He saw taillights down the road and knew instinctively that Lucas was in that car. Bennett started to follow the truck, but Ramsey stopped him with a hand on his arm. "We need to plan our strategy. We already know it was the vampires that took him. Going off alone will only get you killed, and probably him as well," Ramsey said. "Yes, Alpha." He saw Forrest sniff around for a few seconds before shaking his head. Forrest shifted as he made his way over to them. "There's a chemical smell? I've never smelled it before. The weird thing is I can't smell anything else until I get over there." Forrest pointed to the road and then turned to walk over. Bennett followed, smelling the air as he went. Lucas and Sage, the waiter from the diner, and then... "Vampire! At least 6 of them," Forrest said to him. Bennett's eyes changed as he let out a roar. "No, Bennett. There's too many for you to take on alone." He turned to Forrest. "Can you track the vampires?" "I can tell they went south, but the scent trail went dead just a few yards ahead." Forrest pointed to the left. Ramsey patted his back. "We'll get him back, Bennett." Bennett couldn't keep from shifting, forcing Forrest and Ramsey to step away from him, making room for his much bigger dragon's body. "Try your link, Bennett. See if you can talk to Lucas." Bennett had been trying to reach Lucas, and it wasn't working. He shook his head and shifted back. "He's not there." "What do you mean he's not there?" "He's not there, Ramsey. As in, I don't feel him at all. Fuck, what if he's dead?" Nausea clawed at Bennett's throat, and all he heard for long seconds was the sound of his own breathing. He fought the urge to shift and take off after Lucas. Ramsey's orders be damned. He'd do it if he thought a reaction like that would help get Lucas back faster. "Forrest, would you go get Gabriel? Tell him to bring some clothes for Bennett," Ramsey said from right behind him. "Yes, Alpha." "Can I have a moment, Ramsey? I need space, man," Bennett said when Ramsey put a hand on his shoulder. "We'll get him back, Bennett. And no, you can't be alone right now. I'm your fucking brother first, man. Plus, those fuckers came into my territory and took one of my clan members in my own mother's house. I want him back too. And then we'll make those fuckers pay. This just caused a war. Their coven leader had to know that." Bennett looked at Ramsey. He couldn't hold back his emotion even if he tried. He had a tornado of terror threatening to eat anything in its path, and that included his brother. "He's my whole fucking world, Ramsey." "I know." The front door of the house opened and closed. Bennett wiped the tears from his face with the back of his hand and turned around just in time to see Gabriel come toward them. He tossed a pair of sweats and a shirt at Bennett. Bennett caught them midair, pulling the sweats on and then the t-shirt over his head. "Where did Lucas say he was from?" Gabriel asked Bennett. Something about the question finally calmed Bennett enough so he could think about the answer. "West of here, a few hours' drive." Vaughn came out of the front door and then went right to his truck without a word to anyone. "Well, we're not driving. Vaughn is leaving for the airport and will be getting his plane ready to go. I think the vampires will take Lucas back to their lair. We're checking personal flights scheduled to leave out of Southwest Airport soon. Apparently, Vaughn has a friend who works at the airport and can find out if any private planes left in the last few minutes. We want to know how far ahead they are. Fighting on their territory isn't ideal, simply because we don't know the area. We need a good plan." "We'll talk about it on the way there. Let's go," Ramsey said, and made his way to his truck. Bennett climbed into the back seat. Gabriel got into the passenger seat and turned around, handing Bennett socks and shoes. Bennett took them absently. He went to pull the shoes away, but Gabriel held them firm. "I got your back, brother." Bennett nodded and tried to smile. He just didn't have it in him, and Gabriel knew it. "Can't say that I know what it's like to have a mate. I'm kind of glad for that. Never really wanted one. But Lucas makes you happy, and that's good enough for me. Plus, I like the way he sings." Gabriel let go of the shoes.
"Yeah, me too. Lucas sings like an angel," Ramsey said, as he pulled out of the driveway and headed toward the airport. "So, let me get this straight. The only reason you're getting Lucas back is because you guys like the way he sings?" Bennett growled.
"And because he's your mate," Gabriel said. He'd always been a tough shell to crack. Bennett thought it was probably because of all the shit his biological dad had done to him when he was a kid. He had a hard time attaching himself to people, trusting those around him. So Bennett wasn't surprised by his less-than-warm attitude. The normality of it actually calmed his nerves some.
"Lucas has a kind heart. He fits into our family," Ramsey said.
"Yeah," Gabriel whispered. Bennett didn't say a word, because that was true. Lucas did have a kind heart. That was the one thing Bennett worried about the most. Those bastards wouldn't kill him with a bullet or by draining his blood dry from his body. No, they'd make him heal until Lucas had no energy left.
Chapter 21. Nicolono could not take one single second of inept behavior from his followers. Not one had come back with good news, and it was starting to wear on his nerves. Frank hadn't come back at all. He was either dead or he had deserted Nicolono. Either way, he wasn't surprised. There was dissension in the coven also. He could see it in the way some of them had stared at him the last few days with mistrust in their eyes. He blamed Sylvia. Her curse changed Angel, made him see Nicolono differently. He knew for a fact it was Angel who had created the rebellion. He hadn't thought of a proper punishment. After he did, he would make Angel wish he had never started questioning Nicolono's leadership. Nicolono absently patted Jules's hair, running a hand down him as if he was a dog. Jules was at his feet, kneeling the way Nicolono had taught him. Jules had become his pet, of sorts. He had always wanted one. He should kill his wife, but he couldn't live the rest of his life without her. The longing and loneliness were getting worse. She was the only one who could save him. He knew what Thomas's curse entailed. Longing for a woman who hated him, and was crazy with it, was the worst kind of torture. They had been together for 70 years. He had always thought they were kindred spirits. At the time they'd met, it was a custom for a man to take a woman as a wife, even in a coven. The war had ended, and all those fine boys were coming back. Women like Sylvia got married because they were shoved out of jobs. Sylvia hadn't escaped the same fate, and Nicolono had taken advantage of her situation. He had seen her walk into a dress shop, and decided she made an easy mark. He had been wrong. Very, very wrong. It had turned out okay. They'd fucked in one of the changing rooms and then had gone back to his place. She had never left his side. He had never had a connection like that with anyone else in his long life. He looked down at Jules, who wouldn't meet his eyes. The boy was far too timid for his liking. It was too bad he saw that after everything he went through to have Jules for himself. Now he didn't even want him. He would have liked to have fucked him. Just once would do, and then he would send him down with the blood whores to be used by his followers. No. What he really wanted was Sylvia. "Why can't you be more like Sylvia? Curse me and yell like she does. Instead, you sit there like a scared, trembling child." Nicolono looked at him with disgust. "Get away from me. As soon as the male witch is found, I'm sending you down with the other blood whores. You're pathetic and useless." Nicolono brought his hand up and backhanded Jules across the face. Jules cried out and fell back on his ass. "I said, get away from me." Nicolono raised his hand again, intending to strike him a second time if he didn't obey. Jules scrambled away, running for his corner of the room. He curled up on himself. Nicolono could hear him sob. Sylvia had never been so timid. She'd learned when to push Nicolono and when to back off. He stood from his spot in front of the fireplace and went to the door.
Someone knocked as he was reaching for the handle. Damien was on the other side. As of yet, Damien hadn't shown the same signs of rebellion that Angel had. Nicolono knew the man was cursed. He just didn't know how. Damien had always had a stony look on his face. He was one of those men who was hard for Nicolono to read, and he couldn't very well push his buttons if he didn't know what those buttons were. "The witch has been captured." Damien walked away without a word. "You just walk away from your leader?" Nicolono asked, following him down the hall. "You've been told. My job is done," Damien said, without turning around. So, he was affected by the curse, it seemed. "Tell me, Damien, when my wife cursed you, what did it feel like?" "It didn't feel like anything." "What did she have you do?" "She made me see the life I'm supposed to live, and I saw my mate." "How is that possible? That isn't one of her abilities. How do you feel?" Damien stopped at the end of the hall, right at the foot of the stairs, which was the direction Nicolono had to go. "Incomplete," Damien said, and continued on his way as if Nicolono was any other vampire. Yes, that was it exactly. Nicolono felt incomplete, and his bitch of a wife was to blame. Nicolono walked up the stairs quickly and almost ran down the hall to the fancy door. He turned the knob and stood in front of the cell. There was a blonde human lying on the straw in the corner of the room, and a shifter sitting in front of him. Well, well, 2 for the price of 1. "Fuck you!" His eyes turned reptilian, and his tongue flicked out when he hissed. "Ah, little snake," Nicolono smiled. "You will make a nice snack for my coven." He hissed again and drew nearer to the witch, sleeping on his stomach. Nicolono laughed. "Not to worry, Snake. I didn't come to visit with him just yet." He walked over to the next cell, where his wife sat in the middle of the floor. She had her legs crossed, and her eyes were closed as if she meditated. He knew she wasn't, because she had never practiced that before. "What do you want, Nicolono? I'm busy." "I want to know what kind of curse you put on Angel and Damien." She opened her eyes and laughed. "It was no curse. Thomas helped me make you all see your very own truth. Is it hard to swallow, Nicolono? Witches working with warlocks?" "No. I have my connections." "You aren't the center of your followers' universe. Pretty soon you will be nothing to them at all, just like you are nothing to me. I know about the curse that little warlock put on you." Nicolono swore, and Sylvia cackled. "You will pay for this. I wanted that boy as my very own." "I know," Sylvia said around her laughter. "And now you want me. Let me out, Nicolono, and I'll wait for you to go to sleep before I plunge a knife in your heart." Sylvia had tears in her eyes. She was laughing so hard. "Prison life has made you crazy." She sobered instantly. He left the room when she started chanting. Chapter 22. Lucas gained consciousness slowly. He tried to sit up, but his head hurt so bad he could barely see. His hands came up to grip at the pain because it felt as if his brain was going to fall out through his ears. He touched a spot in the back that had him crying out. He pulled away immediately. "Shh, still bleeding." Someone touched his back, rubbing it. Lucas knew it wasn't Bennett. He would have smelled him by now. Then the hand stopped rubbing, and he lost consciousness again. It didn't feel as if he lost large chunks of time, maybe just a few minutes, and no one touched him. He must have been dreaming. He lay there for several minutes, concentrating on his breathing, needing the air to work through his lungs to lessen the pain enough so he could open his eyes. Even the migraines he used to have weren't as bad. Nothing felt like the kind of pain he had. Childbirth, maybe. Not that he would know anything about giving birth, but based on what his mother used to say about his own birth, he could guess it was pretty awful. His thoughts were scattered enough that he couldn't focus on anything but the pain. Headache. He lay there for long minutes on his stomach. There was straw underneath him, as if he were a goat in a zoo. Still, it did alleviate some of the hardness of the cement beneath. Headache. He thought about his light and tried to focus it through his body, going to the spot on the back of his head. It was a gradual process, but the pain started to lessen little by little. It was as if a group of tiny surgeons was in there sewing him back together. Thank God he was a witch and not a human, or he would have been in a lot more pain for a lot longer. When he could focus enough on his surroundings, he felt Bennett in his mind. The worry Bennett felt turned Lucas's stomach. He dry heaved, his eyes watering. The tears ran down his cheeks as the pain in his head worsened. "Fucking be okay, baby. I'm coming to get you. God, please just be okay." It was the same thing over and over again. "Benny." Lucas sat up slowly. There was still just a hint of pain at the top of his head as those little surgeons finished their job, and he had to be careful. "Benny," he said out loud, not ever realizing he did it until he thought about the sound of his voice echoing off the gray cement walls and the metal bars surrounding him. "Thank God. Are you okay?" Bennett said through their link. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just trying to figure out where I am." Something scuffled around, like shifting body weight from somewhere in the room. "Hello?" Lucas said softly, not wanting to yell because the sounds were magnified around them in the small spaces. He stood up and walked to the metal bars. "Tell me what you see." Cement and bars? Like a jail, I guess. It kinda smells. Like shit and pee and mold. Also, it smells like that waiter, Sage. Someone else is in here with me, only in another cell." Someone made a noise, like a clearing of their throat. "Hello? Please talk to me. Who's there?" "I heard them bring you in last night," someone croaked out, almost whispered. "What's wrong with your voice?" "Don't fix anyone, Lucas," Bennett said, as if he was privy to his conversation with the croaking man. "I mean it. Stall them for as long as you can." "I'll try my best." "Please, baby. I wouldn't be able to make it without you." "Me too. So you be careful too." "Ask the bitch. She cursed me." "Who?" "Is that you, Lucas?" the man asked, instead of answering his question. He paused. It threw him a bit to hear his name. Lucas tried to look through the bars as much as he could to try to figure out who was down there. "Yes? Oh my God, I thought Gary killed you." The man started crying. He finally realized who spoke. "Sean." "Yeah." An arm extended from one of the cells, reaching for him. "Well, isn't that sweet? A reunion with the witch and the big-mouthed boy," a woman said from the next cell over. He saw Sean's arm go back, and Lucas started crying. It was as if Sean died all over again in that moment. "What's going on?" "Sean is alive. He's in one of the cells, and I think there's another witch in the cell next to me." "Don't talk to her, Lucas. She's evil. She's the one that did this to my voice," Sean said. Lucas bit his lip. He tried to concentrate on the woman next to him, getting an idea of who she was. "Get out of my head, you little maggot! How the fuck are you doing that?" "You're not that strong," Lucas mumbled to himself. "Strong enough to hobble you," the lady said, not understanding that he really was just talking to himself. It helped him separate someone else's feelings from his own. Lucas rolled his eyes when he heard her chanting. He blocked himself from whatever spell she was about to do. He kept digging into her mind. "You have a lot of knowledge, though." She was smart. He'd give her that. Even if she only had a tiny bit of witch's blood in her, she made the most out of what she did have. A door opened and closed, and Lucas moved back when a vampire dragged Sage down the hall. Sage had marks all over his face, and one of his eyes had already started to bruise and puff up. The snake shifter looked anywhere but at him as the vampire opened his cell door and threw Sage through it. "Fucking snakes taste like shit," the vampire said as he walked out of the small room. The lady in the cell next to them laughed maniacally. What are you doing here, Sage? Lucas took Sage's elbow and tried to guide him to the straw in the corner. Sage shook his head. I can't sit down. His chin started to wobble as his back hit the wall. Lucas rubbed his arm, trying to comfort him. He wanted to cry for Sage. No one deserved to be violated. Raping someone was like fucking with their mind, not just their body. Lucas could see it on Sage's face. Those fuckers will pay for touching you. Why do you care? I thought you hated me, Sage said. No, just got a little protective of Bennett. It's a mate thing. Lucas gave him a small smile. I would like to know why you're here and not in St. Lakes. Lucas knew what he promised Bennett, not to fix anyone. But Sage was in a lot of pain, and it would be easy to take his pain away. I have to fix Sage. No, baby. It won't take a lot from me. I have to, Bennett. He's bleeding from his butt. It's horrible. He doesn't even know. The blood is all over the back of his pants. Lucas pulled up a ball of light and put it to Sage's hip. Better to just do it instead of arguing with Bennett. Fuck. Sage widened his eyes. The marks on his face healed and Sage touched his cheek. Then his fingers came down to his jeans. He felt the wetness and his hands started to shake. Instead of commenting on it, he answered Lucas's question. It was probably easier than asking the silent one about the blood on his pants. Last night I had to close the diner, so I got to Estelle's late. When I pulled up into the driveway, I saw someone I didn't recognize enter the house through the front door, so I followed him. Didn't see the guy behind me. I'm sorry you got caught up in all this. Lucas leaned against the wall next to Sage. My timing has always sucked. Sage tried to give him a half smile, but couldn't quite pull it off. I'm fine. I fixed him, and it didn't take a lot of energy. I can't fix Sage's mental wounds, though. Tell Sage to shift and see if he can find a key. Bennett wants to know if you can shift and look for a key. They take them with, Sean croaked. Lucas thought about it for a moment. He needed more information. He needed to know why he was here in the first place. Lucas pulled away from the wall and focused on Sean for a second. Sean had willingly given himself to the vampires for money. In exchange, the vampires would feed from him. Something had happened, though. The coven leader is ill, he mumbled to himself. Nicolono, the lady said, as if she was in his ear. You should destroy him. Make him pay for kidnapping you. He plans to use you until there's nothing left. Lucas didn't respond. Instead, he probed her mind. Get out of my head, she yelled, and chanted something that he couldn't stop in time. All of a sudden, Sage fell to the floor, crying out in pain as he did. His leg looked like it was broken at the femur. Lucas was instantly pissed and never even thought about what he did. Whatever small gift the woman had, Lucas focused on it and then thought about erasing it, as if he was standing in front of a chalkboard. The woman screamed, getting louder as Lucas kept erasing. Someone opened a door, probably alerted to the noise. Lucas didn't even think twice. He stopped the guy in his tracks, quite literally. He was just about to fix Sage's leg, but he noticed it straightening out, as if it was mending itself. Lucas wasn't sure how it was possible, because it wasn't him fixing Sage. The woman stopped yelling, and Lucas knew her mind was broken. He didn't have time to think about her, though, or about how Sage's leg was normal again. He crouched next to Sage. Are you okay? Sage nodded. My voice is normal. How? Sean said. What the fuck is happening right now? Maybe taking away the woman's powers also erased every curse she ever put on anyone. Do you think you can shift and get the key from that guy? I won't be able to hold him much longer, Lucas said, ignoring Sean. Sage shifted immediately. His clothing fell to the floor. He slithered out from under his bloody jeans and through the slats of the door. His little black head turned to Lucas. Lucas smiled at him in encouragement. He really was rather pretty as a snake. He was all black with green stripes running down his back. Lucas watched as Sage shifted to his human form, grabbing the keys. Blood smeared across Sage's naked ass, and Lucas wanted to cry for him. Instead, he sucked in the tears and gathered up his clothes. The vampire struggled against Lucas's influence. Lucas could feel him in his mind, seeing the guy's lust for blood. He had a hunger for killing. He also knew what he'd done to Sage. Sage's hands shook as he grabbed the keys from the vampire's pocket. Sage ran back to him quickly and fumbled with the keys in the lock for several seconds. Lucas touched his hand, stilling it. Tears gathered in his eyes. "He won't be able to hurt you or anyone else ever again. None of them will when I get done." Lucas meant every word, because Sage needed him to forget his own fear and exact justice. It didn't escape Lucas's notice that Sage could have slithered out of the cell long before now. Lucas had been a dick to him at the cafe, and still Sage had his back. Quite literally, as it turned out. Sage finally got the key into the lock, and Lucas pulled his hand away. The door opened, and Lucas stepped out, handing Sage his clothing. He heeded Bennett's warning about not draining himself, and decided to do to the vampire what he'd done to the crazy lady who seemed to curse every single person she came into contact with. He stood in front of that chalkboard again and began erasing the vampire from the man. It took longer because vampires were closer to human, and that made it harder to separate the parts that made him a vampire. Lucas hesitated when he felt life leave the vampire. His skin wrinkled as if his time on Earth was catching up with him all at once. Then Lucas thought about what he had done to Sage, and he kept erasing. "Holy shit! What is happening to that guy?" Sean said from directly behind him. "Lucas is happening to that guy," Sage answered. Lucas finished erasing the vampire until he turned to ash. Erasing took longer, but he exuded a lot less energy. Lucas turned to them then, and Sean shied away from him when Lucas tried to hug him. "What the fuck are you?" Sean asked. "I'm a witch. You know what I am, Sean. You knew even before I did. I'm not going to hurt you." Lucas pleaded with Sean. He missed his friend and just wanted to know he was real. Lucas sighed and turned back around. "Let's go. I'm out of that stupid cage." "We're 10 minutes out." "I don't know if I can get us out of the house in one piece. There's a lot of vampires in this place. I sense a shifter, too. I think he's held prisoner somewhere." "Are you sure?" "Not 100%, no. I feel someone, though. We can't leave him to these people." He hated to admit that, but killing all these people would drain his energy way too fast. Chapter 23. Lucas expected the vampires to have locked the door, but they hadn't. He pulled it open as quietly as he could and held his breath, counting to 3 before he stuck his head out. When he didn't see anyone, he inhaled again. Sean and Sage followed him into the hallway. "Which way do we go?" Lucas mumbled. "We're on the top floor. I remember that much from them bringing us up here," Sage said. "I know the way," Sean said, and stepped in front of Lucas, leading them to the left. Lucas shrugged. He had trusted Sean once before, and his life turned upside down because of it. Fuck it. Lucas searched Sean's mind. He quickly left again when he saw nothing but truth. Sean turned to him as if he detected something but wasn't sure what it was. As a human, he probably didn't fully comprehend Lucas's magic. 7 minutes, baby. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief as he turned to Sage. "Bennett will be here in 7 minutes." "Who's Bennett?" Sean asked him as he led them down a flight of stairs. "My mate," Lucas said, and stopped in the middle of the staircase. "They're coming up. Shit. Is there another way?" "Not that I know of," Sean said, stopping a few steps down. Lucas turned to Sage. "I won't be able to hold them all for long." "We'll have to run fast then," Sage said. Lucas nodded. "Go, Sean, quickly, and when I say run, you run your fucking ass off." "Got it," Sean said, as he took 2 stairs down at a time whenever he could. Lucas and Sage went after him. Lucas took a deep breath and then let it out again when he saw 6 vampires come toward them. Sean hesitated, and Lucas got him moving again. "Trust me," Lucas whispered in his ear, right before he stopped the vampires. They literally froze in place. Sean pushed a couple of them aside as he went past, making a path for Lucas and Sage to follow. "How many floors are there in this place?" Lucas asked, as they made their way down the endless staircase.
I don't know, 1,000,000? Fuck, there's more of them.
Sean pointed around the side of the stairs when the bottom came into view, and with it, several vampires.
Damn it. I have to release the group I can find up the stairs to stop the vampires down the stairs,
Lucas huffed out in frustration.
Just do your best, Lucas, Sage said from behind him.
Lucas tried to hold the men at the top for as long as possible as they made their way down. He felt Bennett close by and was so relieved he wanted to cry. Instead, he tried not to think about it and concentrated on the problem surrounding him.
Okay, run your ass off,
Lucas yelled as they got closer to the first floor. Lucas froze the vampires below them. He couldn't help but release a few of the stronger ones at the top. It was weird because he felt a few disappear up there, as if someone had killed them. He didn't have time to think about it because Sean was running right toward the strongest vampire Lucas had ever come into contact with. Sean stopped when he finally saw the vampire standing there.
Come here, Sean.
Sean nodded and backed up.
You must be the male witch that made my life worth living again.
The vampire took a step toward them. They all backed up. Lucas reached for Sage's hand, and he held on for dear life.
I don't know how you did it, but the bitch's curse lifted.
I separated her human side from her witch side. I think that released all of her curses.
Lucas tried to keep the guy distracted for a few more minutes. A dark head poked around the corner of an open door just behind the vampires. Lucas peeked into the guy's mind first and discovered that the vampire was holding him prisoner. He used to be the vampire's mate, but fate had taken the mate pull away, giving it to someone else. Wait, the man had two mates. He really liked that lady Fate.
Run, go before he sees you,
he told the man, and watched him turn. He was naked, and that didn't seem to faze him as he made his way along the wall toward the front door. Lucas noticed the bruises on his sides. They appeared to be fingerprints, but when Lucas looked in, he saw the human hadn't been violated, although it was a close thing. The poor man looked at Lucas for guidance once he reached the door. Lucas tried not to alert the vampire to his presence, keeping his gaze trained on the vampire in front of him, who was narcissistic enough to expect the complete attention.
You're a very strong witch, aren't you, boy?
The vampire said, and took another step closer.
My wife can be a real bitch sometimes. Tell me, did you kill her?
Lucas shook his head.
Fractured her mind even more than it already was. She's altered.
The vampire smiled.
I should thank you for saving my sanity. I was getting frustrated. My poor slave understood my frustration, didn't you, Jules?
The vampire's lips curled as he turned to Jules. Jules froze in his tracks and fell to his knees as if commanded to do so.
Get up, now,
Lucas told him, and stopped the vampire from going to him. The vampire was way too strong for Lucas to hold for very long. Jules bit his lip. Lucas nodded.
Trust me.
Lucas knew what being mated was like, having the pull toward someone. He wouldn't blame Jules for staying. His mates would know where to find him if he did.
Why isn't he leaving?
Sean whispered to him. Lucas took Sean's hand in his, keeping the three of them together.
His mates won't be able to find him if he leaves. I'll help them find you.
Lucas would figure it out if it meant Jules would stay safe.
What's a mate?
Sean asked.
The other half of your soul, dumbass,
Sage said to Sean.
Well, I don't know anything about you weirdos, so fucking sue me,
Sean whispered. The vampire tried to move his hand. The will he used pulled at Lucas's strength.
I can't hold him for long, Jules, so if you're going, then leave now.
Jules's chin wobbled and he turned. He reached for a door handle just as Lucas lost his hold on the man.
Run!
Lucas yelled and tried to push Sage and Sean along with him. The vampire moved so fast Lucas couldn't see him, but he grabbed Jules before he could get outside the house. Jules flew back as the vampire stood in their way, hissing at them, with red eyes and fangs. A part of Lucas willed Jules to get up, but he curled into a ball, covering his head with his arms. He couldn't concentrate on anything. When Sean pulled his hand away from Lucas just as the vampire came at them, he felt everything slip from his control. Lucas turned, meeting Sage's gaze. Sage spoke, but the words drowned amongst the sound of his own breath. The vampire took a step in Jules's direction just as a big, black dragon roared outside. "Bennett!" The relief came through in one big whoosh of breath and a hysterical laugh. "What the fuck is that thing?" Sean came up beside them with an arm around Jules's shoulder. Both looked pale and scared. The reason for Sean's leaving him made sense upon seeing them together. "Let's go." Lucas pulled Sage along, not wasting time. Sean didn't move, even when more vampires came down the stairs. "Come on, Sean!" Sean shook his head. "Come here now." Bennett was like balm for his soul. "Please, Sean!" Jules moved first, pushing Sean toward the door. Sean stumbled forward but finally got with the program. Lucas let out a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived because some of the vampires had closed the distance. They had guns and swords pointed straight at Bennett. Lucas let Sage's hand go and froze the head vampire before he could grab Jules. He let energy wash over him until he had a gray ball of light, throwing it into the horde of vampires coming toward Bennett. Sage ran past Lucas straight to Bennett, who moved aside even as he fought off a vampire who'd come too close. Lucas threw another gray ball, which ended up being a mistake because he couldn't hold the leader anymore. The leader pulled Jules back as soon as he was free. Lucas didn't even think when he launched another ball in that direction, forcing the leader to let Jules go in favor of protecting himself. The strongest vampire hit the floor, letting the light sail past him into one of his followers. Jules ran toward him, and he directed him to walk under Bennett's front legs to the side. "Bennett!" The attention Lucas took to protect Jules and Sean allowed too many vampires to ward Bennett until he was overrun. Lucas released ball after ball until Bennett could fight them off on his own. Somewhere in the back of his mind he knew Sean hadn't made it out of the house yet, but the thought took a back seat when his vision faded to black. His legs crumbled, but he never felt the hard floor. Instead, he floated on a cloud that smelled like cinnamon. "Bennett." Chapter 24. Bennett shifted in time to catch Lucas as he fell. He lifted Lucas's unconscious body to him and held him close. Lucas's head lolled around for a few seconds and then finally settled on Bennett's shoulder. "Let's go! There's too many of them," Ramsay said after he shifted. They all made their way to the tree line, disappearing into the thick forest. They were a few yards away when Ramsay stopped them. "Vaughn, take Sage and this other one to the plane." Vaughn led Jules and Sage north. Sage turned back to Bennett and Lucas. His brows drew together. "He saved our lives." Whatever had happened at the vampire's mansion had obviously built a connection between Lucas and Sage. "Let me know how I can help him." Sage turned and followed Vaughn through the woods. He had a dark stain on the back of his jeans, which made Bennett cringe. Fuck. Lucas hadn't been kidding when he said Sage had needed help. As much as he hated the fact that Lucas had drained all of his energy, even Bennett saw why fixing Sage had been so important. The poor guy would have bled to death. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and he pulled away, growling at whomever wanted to take his mate from him. The threat to his mate brought the dragon to the surface. Bennett fully admitted that he had already been primitive in his thinking about most things, especially when it came to Lucas. "Hey now, brother, I'm just checking on how you're doing. How is he?" Gabriel said. "He's not doing well. I can feel him slipping away. I need to get him to Mom." "Ramsay, we have to go," Gabriel yelled over to Ramsay. He reached out to touch Lucas, moving in closer, as if to make sure Lucas was still alive. Bennett raised his eyebrows at Gabriel. "What?" "Oh, nothing. Hey, I like the little guy. He's feisty and I think he's good for you. I'm concerned too." Gabriel ran a hand over Lucas's hair, as if he was a sleeping child. He inhaled, leaning over Bennett's shoulder. "Son of a bitch." "What?" "Lucas has been with my mate." Gabriel looked pissed off. He huffed out a sigh and glared at Bennett. "It's gotta be the human. The one the vampire snagged back there. Fuck, this is not something I want." Gabriel sniffed the air right before he turned, shifting in midair. He growled and stood in front of Bennett, protecting him. Bennett didn't know what set Gabriel off until a vampire with long dark hair and a sword strapped to his hip came around a clump of trees. The vampire held his hands up as if surrendering, but quickly dropped them when another smaller guy came at them with a gun. The dark-haired vampire pulled his sword and swung it around so quickly Bennett had a difficult time tracking the movements. The sword's tip drew blood as it pressed into the smaller vampire's neck. "Submit, Edward."
"I'll never submit to you."
The smaller guy showed his teeth.
"Not to me, you idiot. Him."
He pointed to Ramsay.
"He's a shifter."
The way he said it, with a sneer, said a lot about him.
"Nicolono isn't a leader. He's strong but selfish, like a child. I'm taking my chances with the shifters, and you should too, if you want to live past next week."
The dark-haired vampire was smart. Maybe too smart. But Bennett decided to let Ramsay handle him. Edward flashed his teeth at the other vampire, and the guy didn't even hesitate as he pushed the sword through. Edward's eyes widened right before he gurgled. When he was done, he pulled the sword out and sheathed it. He turned and held up his hands.
"My name is Angel. Nicolono handled the whole situation with the witch with pointless violence. I want to help you get out of here."
"I know your leader is keeping at least one shifter. I can smell a dragon," Ramsay said. Bennett could tell Ramsay didn't trust Angel.
"That way. There's a hidden basement area in the stables. He's been down there for a long time, even before I came."
"Why haven't you released him?"
"I've tried, but he blows fire at me every time I get close. He couldn't shift, thanks to Nicolono's wife. That might have changed since your witch arrived, though. He erased all the damage Sylvia did. She's a mean bitch, and Nicolono let her have her way until it became inconvenient for him."
"How long have you been here?"
"Just a few years."
For a paranormal, a few years could equate to 50.
"I trusted Nicolono at first, but he lost that trust along the way. I'll show you where the dragon is. Maybe he'll calm down for shifters. I'll help you get the human out of there, too. They'll kill him if we don't."
Angel led them around the side of the house. Bennett heard Gabriel growl and completely understood. Even though Gabriel didn't want a mate, his instinct would help to keep him safe. "Ramsay, I have to get Lucas to Mom. He's bad, man." Bennett held Lucas even closer, rubbing his cheek in Lucas's hair. He felt Lucas take a deep breath and then sigh. It was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. Ramsay looked from Angel to Gabriel and then back again. "Don't fuck with us, or I'll kill you." Instead of answering, Angel bared his neck to Ramsay in a sign of submission. The fact that a vampire was submitting to a shifter was unheard of, and Angel did it, without reservation.
"I grew up around shifters. I have no problem calling you Alpha."
Ramsay nodded and then turned to Bennett. "Go to the plane. Tell Vaughn to take off." Bennett shifted and took off through the treetops. Bennett could feel Lucas slipping a little bit more with each second that went by. "No, baby." Bennett kissed Lucas's cheek. He sat with him on his lap on the plane. "I love you, baby. Please don't leave me."
"When he was in the cell, he seemed to get stronger when he was taking Sylvia's power. I noticed he sort of glowed when he did that. Well, I noticed it after he fixed my leg. Couldn't focus on much through that pain."
Sage wrung his hands together. Bennett reached up and felt the mating mark on his neck. He remembered the teeth Lucas had gotten when they'd bonded and wondered how he'd done that. And Lucas's senses had become a lot more intense after they'd mated. Bennett shifted his teeth and pierced his wrist, bringing the wound up to Lucas's mouth. "Can't hurt, right?"
"Whatever brings him back, or at least sustains him enough until we can get him to Estelle,"
Sage said, surprising Bennett. He admitted he didn't know the snake shifter very well, but he had a feeling Sage would be hanging out at his house a lot. It seemed Lucas had gained a new best friend. "You have to be okay. Do you hear me?"
"Who's Estelle?"
Jules asked. Vaughn had given the poor guy clothes. They were too big, making him appear younger than he already seemed. "How old are you?"
19.
Fuck, he was young. "Estelle's my mother. She's a witch."
"Like Lucas?" "No one is like Lucas," Sage said.
Lucas was unique. Bennett pulled his wrist away from Lucas's mouth when he felt him get a little bit stronger. It would buy them time, at least. Bennett licked his wrist to close the wound. Lucas sighed again and moved closer to Bennett. "We'll land in 5 minutes." Vaughn's voice came over the loudspeaker. No one said anything else until the plane landed. When they touched down, Jules whispered, "I don't want to go back home." "You'll stay with my mom for a while, Jules. She'll take care of you until you get back on your feet," Bennett said to him. After the engines shut down, Vaughn came to the front of the plane. "He wasn't even strapped in, Bennett. Good thing I didn't crash, jeez." Bennett would have flipped him off, but he was too concerned with getting out and to his mother. The worry ate at him until panic set in, making his chest tight. Bennett was the first out of the door when Vaughn opened it. Bennett shifted and took off immediately. He made it to his mother's house in 10 minutes. He landed on the lawn and shifted back just as Layden opened the door. "Where's Mom?" "Waiting for you in the bedroom." Layden drew his brows together. "Is he going to be okay?" "I hope so, little brother," Bennett said as he brought Lucas into the house. "Me too. I hope when I find my mate, he loves me half as much as you love him," Layden said, following him. "What's not to love?" Bennett said. "I know, right? He would have to be crazy not to." Bennett smiled at his brother's attitude. It seemed Lucas's intervening had restored his brother's confidence. Or maybe it was his little brother trying to make him smile. Either way, it made Bennett feel a little better about not contributing to Layden's abandonment issues. "Next week sometime, come by the house. We'll take the boat out, just you and me," Bennett said. "Awesome." Bennett carried Lucas through the house to the only bedroom on the main floor. He knew it was where his mom would want him to bring Lucas. When he got there, she had stuff on the dresser. "Did you give him some of your blood?" she asked, mixing something, not looking at him. Layden stood in the doorway, watching silently. Bennett nodded, indicating that Layden could come into the room. "Yes." "Good. That's the first step in the spell. Now, lay him on the bed." Layden took Lucas's hand when it was within reach. Bennett sat behind Lucas, holding him on his lap, still not able to let him go. "Spell?" "Yes. I have to find a way to channel through him, steal his power in a sense, and use it to heal him. This spell will help me do that, along with your connection with him." She turned then and brought the worst-smelling stuff in the known universe over to the bed. "By the gods, Mother, that's nasty," Layden said, and held a hand under his nose to try to block the smell. "Shush, I need to concentrate. I'm not as strong as Lucas. I can't just do this on a whim," Mom said sternly. But Bennett saw the smile playing at her lips. "He could struggle against this. He might not understand what's going on, and Bennett, this will be painful for him." He nodded, understanding immediately that she was telling him to keep his shit together. He just hoped he could. He honestly wasn't sure. "Ready?" "Just do it, Mom." "Here we go, then." She closed her eyes and started chanting something, holding the bad-smelling concoction up, as if offering it to the gods. The stuff started turning colors, as if her words alone were turning it from a liquid to a gas, and it swirled around and above the bowl. When she opened her eyes, the colorful gas arrowed right into Lucas's chest. Lucas lifted off the bed involuntarily, and then fell back down against Bennett's chest, as if he'd never actually left. His mother started sweating at about the same time Lucas's eyes opened and he screamed. Bennett held him close and whispered, "I'm here, baby. Right here. I love you." He met his mother's gaze. "Make it stop." "It's up to him now. He's turned it around on me and is using my energy. By the gods, he's really strong." Lucas sat up. Bennett felt Lucas trying to get inside of his mind as if it was an involuntary response to all the pain, wanting to be close to Bennett through their link. His dragon purred when he saw Lucas, and Bennett felt like a passenger in his own head. Lucas seemed to want to get close to the dragon for some reason, and Bennett wasn't protesting even a little. Lucas let out a ball of light and gave it to Bennett's dragon. Bennett took it, not fully understanding what to do with it when he had it. Lucas pointed to himself, and the dragon pushed the light to Lucas's chest. Lucas smiled at him and left his mind. He fell against Bennett once more, his eyes closing immediately, as if he'd never woken to begin with. Bennett let out a sigh of relief when he felt Lucas there, alive but sleeping. His mother sighed in relief.
"It's done. Very unsettling to have someone that strong use my energy like he did."
"He wouldn't have hurt you."
"I know that, son."
"Thanks, Mom."
"We all love him, Bennett. He's a good mate."
She patted him on the leg and left the room. "Is he going to be okay?" Layden asked. "Yeah, I think so. He's a lot stronger now. I think he just needs to sleep."
"So he just fixed himself?"
Bennett shrugged, not sure what the hell happened. He was oblivious to everything but the silent conversation his dragon and Lucas had a second ago.
"You're staying for a while?"
"Yeah, till I know for sure he's 100% okay. Why?" Layden shrugged.
"Just wondered."
"You want to come home with us when we go?"
"Yeah, kinda."
"You can come stay whenever you want. You know that, right? Hell, you can even move your shit in. Mom probably won't mind, and I know Lucas would love having you around." Bennett smiled at him. "I love you, little brother. You know that."
"I know. I love you too. But I don't want to leave Mom alone here."
"She won't be. She doesn't know it yet, but she's getting another son. This time he's human, though."
Layden's eyes got big. "Oh my God, how is he going to survive all of us? The poor guy." Layden grinned. "At least I won't be the youngest anymore."
"No, you still will be. He's 19 years old. His name is Jules. He's kind of broken right now. Needs a lot of support and people around him who care. I figured he stumbled into the right family."
Layden smiled. "Yeah, he sure did. Maybe it would be better if I stayed here, just for now. Still think I'll come by more often, though."
"You don't need an invitation, Layden. Ever." Layden nodded, much the same as was Bennett's habit. He stood.
"I'll let you sleep. You look like shit."
Bennett chuckled. "Thanks."
"My pleasure."
Layden got to the doorway and then turned.
"I'm glad your mate is okay."
Chapter 25. Lucas woke in stages. He wasn't sure where he was at first, but he smelled Bennett, so he knew he was safe. He sighed and snuggled in, running his hands up Bennett's arms until he got to his shoulders. Warmth and comfort enveloped him, and he wanted nothing more than to fall under again. His mind wouldn't let him, though. Still, he laid there, taking in everything. The sounds of someone moving around in another part of the house. Were they at home? Somehow he didn't think so. The wetness under his cheek was the grossness that got him moving. He lifted and swiped his hand over the drool, trying to get rid of the evidence before Bennett woke. Then Bennett chuckled, shattering his illusion that he could potentially get away with drooling without dying of embarrassment. He wiped the side of his face off and then made circular patterns on Bennett's chest.
Sorry."
"After the last few days, I'm just glad you're alive. Drool all over me if it makes you happy."
Bennett kissed the top of his head. His words brought the last few hours. Wait, did Bennett just say days? Days?
"Yeah, you've been asleep for the better part of a day and a half."
"Really?"
"Yes."
Bennett's jaw ticked. "Are you mad at me?" Lucas whispered, making those circular patterns on Bennett's skin.
Bennett shook his head. "No, baby, I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose you."
Lucas heard him sniffle as if he had a cold and noticed the tears. Lucas reached up and ran his thumb across Bennett's cheek. "I'm sorry for scaring you, for making you worry."
"I need you."
"I'm not going anywhere."
"Do you promise?"
"Yes, I need you too, always." Lucas kissed him. He was finally kissing his dragon, finally feeling Bennett's body against him, his warm arms surrounding him, making him feel safe. He wouldn't leave Bennett ever again, not for any reason. Lucas cupped the nape of Bennett's neck, trying to draw him in, not that he could really get any closer. Lucas moaned, pushing Bennett over so that he lay on his back. Lucas climbed onto Bennett, straddling his waist. He could feel Bennett's cock harden as it lay next to his own hard length. He moved his hips forward, rubbing himself against Bennett.
Bennett's hands came up to frame Lucas's face. Bennett drew him away. "We're at my mom's house." Lucas grinned. "I know. I feel so naughty." Bennett chuckled. "You know everyone will know what we're doing, right? We're in a house full of shifters. It's an inevitable fact." "Even more naughty now." Lucas wriggled his eyebrows, and then he thought about what Bennett just said. "Why is everyone here?" "Worried about you, Gabriel, and Ramsey." "Where's Gabriel and Ramsey?" "Getting your human friend out of that place." "Shit." Lucas sat up. "You make me forget." Bennett grinned. "My hotness made you forget the last few days?" "Yes, and that is the most big-headed thing you've ever said." "But it's true." "Yeah, it is. How are Sage and Jules?" Bennett sobered at the question. "Physically, they're both fine." "I guess that's as good as it's going to get at the moment, huh?" "Yeah." "We'll stick close to them, right? The whole family, I mean?" "Yeah, baby. Jules has already moved in with Mom, and Sage is getting ready to move in with us." "Sage?" "Yeah, I insisted on it. I figured you'd want him close. Vaughn and Layden helped move him into our house yesterday. And stop teasing me, baby." "What?" Lucas realized then what he was doing. "Oh." Lucas grinned as he moved his hips again. He leaned down and kissed Bennett, letting him take over. Bennett's arms came around Lucas's waist, and Bennett turned them so that he was on top. Bennett pulled away, breaking the kiss. "You need to behave." "Maybe I need a spanking," Lucas said with a grin. Bennett chuckled. "Yep, you're feeling a lot better." Someone knocked on the door and Bennett sighed. He got off Lucas and pulled the blankets around them. "Come in." Layden came in with a flourish that only a little brother could do. "Sage was too shy to actually knock on the door. He wants to see you, Lucas." "Let us get dressed. We'll be right out," Lucas said, and waited for Layden to leave the room. Layden gave Lucas an evil, annoying little brother smile and said, "He said to go right in." Lucas's mouth fell open. "What the hell, man?" "We're shifters. We see each other naked like once a week while shifting. Don't be such a prude." Layden opened the door for Sage, who came in, wringing his hands and looking at the floor. Lucas flipped Layden off as he left the room. "Your brother's annoying," he said to Bennett, and then turned to Sage. "Hi, Sage." "Hey, just wanted to make sure you're okay. I can go." Sage turned and started out of the door. "Nah, that's okay. Layden does have a point." Lucas sat up and patted the bed beside him. Sage shook his head. "I'm not getting in bed with you two. That's weird, even for shifters." Bennett started laughing. "Only because we're mated." Lucas had to think about that for a second. "Wait, did you just imply that shifters fuck in groups?" "Not all of them," Bennett said. He had an arm around Lucas's waist. Lucas narrowed his eyes at Bennett. "Did you do that in a group?" "Lucas?" "Oh my God, you did? I can tell by the look on your face. I feel so repressed. I think I might have to catch up to you now. Come here, Sage." "Oh, hell no," Sage said, turning to leave the room. Lucas started laughing when he practically ran out of the door. Lucas let out a squeal when Bennett pulled him down, growling at him. "No one touches you but me." Lucas chuckled at Bennett's serious face. "Benny, I know that. I was just kidding." Bennett kissed him. Just a press of the lips. Bennett searched his face. What he was looking for, Lucas didn't know. Then he said, "You know I love you, right?" "I do know that. I love you too." Lucas wrapped his arms around Bennett. "Are you going to make love to me now?" Bennett grinned and rocked his hard length against Lucas, and then someone knocked on the door again. Bennett sighed and put his forehead against Lucas. "We should probably just get up. The family isn't going to leave us alone until they know for sure that you're okay." "What do you think is happening on that star?" Lucas pointed to it. Kristen lay back in the lounger next to the one Bennett and Lucas occupied. She shared the space with Owen, her twin. Lucas was in front of Bennett, lying between his legs. Bennett wrapped his arms around his waist. Everyone sat outside on the patio, even Jules. Gabriel and Ramsey were the only ones absent, not having made it back yet. I think on that star, a family is sitting around a deck, wondering what's happening down here." Lucas reached out a hand to Sage, who sat in a chair beside him. He smiled at Sage and laced their fingers together. "I think they're tall green people who come down here and abduct humans to use in their sexual experiments, only the humans like it," Kristen said, without batting an eye. "Wow, I had no idea you had such a pornographic imagination," Lucas said, his eyes still wide. "I read a book about it once," Kristen said with a shrug. "Really?" Lucas had no idea they made books about that sort of thing. He might have to borrow that from her. "Don't get her started on her perverted mind, Lucas. She'll start asking you questions about your sex life if she does," Owen said. "I'm just curious. Sue me, sheesh." "Curious about what?" "By the gods, Lucas, why did you ask?" "Man, fuck," Kristen started to say, but Owen covered her mouth with his hand, stopping her. "Change the subject," Bennett said from behind him. His chest rumbled against Lucas's back. That just made him sigh with contentment. "Why don't you sing for us, Lucas?" Vaughn said, winking at him. Okay, I guess I could," Lucas said, looking at Layden. "Can I borrow your guitar again?" Layden nodded and stood. "You sing?" Sage asked. Sage hadn't been very far from him all day, and Lucas wondered if he wouldn't be far from now on. Lucas didn't mind. He and Sage had a connection that would last a lifetime, and he was glad he had made a friend out of such a shitty situation. He was concerned about Sage's mental health. His clinginess suggested there was a lot of emotional damage. Physical trauma Lucas could fix, but the emotional issue was another thing. He might be able to wipe Sage's memory. Maybe. But even if he tried that, Lucas didn't think it would be a long-term solution to Sage's problem. "A little bit, yeah." "Don't let him fool you, Sage. He's amazing," Kristen said. He felt completely helpless when it came to Sage. "Some wounds only heal over time, baby," Bennett said through their bond. Lucas looked at Bennett, tilting his head up at an odd angle. Bennett's hand came up to palm the front of his neck and they kissed. He really wanted to roll onto his stomach and kiss his mate until they forgot about everything and everybody around them. But he restrained himself. Bennett ended the kiss and winked at him. Lucas smiled. Layden brought out the guitar and Lucas sat up, taking it in his hand. He spent a few minutes tuning it and then started singing a song that had been on the radio for the last few months. They played it enough that Lucas didn't have too much of a problem memorizing the notes. It was really simple, as was the band's writing style. The song reflected his relationship with Bennett. He sang about holding him, and about the fact that Bennett kept his heart from getting broken. That last part would probably be truer the more their relationship progressed. He went right into another song about leaving everything for his mate. It had a faster beat, but Lucas slowed it down a little. "I'd leave it all for you two, baby," Bennett said through their bond. Bennett sat up and kissed him on the cheek when Lucas ended the song. Kristen stiffened as she sniffed the air. Forrest shifted and stepped onto the grass, Vaughn following his lead. Lucas squealed as Bennett lifted him onto his feet. "Stay behind me, baby." Lucas nodded, even though it was pointless, since Bennett had his back turned already. He gripped his t-shirt in one hand and the guitar in the other as he peeked around Bennett's broad back. Ramsey came around the side of the house, carrying someone Lucas didn't recognize. He had blood all over his face and clothes, and he limped as he walked over. Ramsey collapsed in the yard, letting the big guy in his arms fall to the ground. Forrest and Vaughn both shifted and ran to Ramsey since they were closer. Mother Estelle followed. Lucas let go of Bennett's shirt and leaned the guitar against the house. It looked as if Ramsey might need his help. "Garrison!" Bennett held the stranger's hand. Ramsey called for Lucas. Lucas touched Bennett's shoulder. "Can you help him?" Ramsey asked. Lucas nodded. "I need to know what's wrong with him first." Lucas got down on his knees beside Bennett and then took Garridan's hand. He saw Garridan pick up a little dark-haired boy. He then saw the same scene from the little boy's perspective and knew instantly the scene was Bennett's memory. He pushed it aside for now, not wanting to invade the man's privacy any more than necessary. "Let go of him, Bennett, just for a second." Lucas smiled. "I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time focusing. I'm worried about you." Don't fix him if it's going to drain your energy, Lucas. I won't have you hurt, not even for Garrison, Bennett said.
I'm just going to poke around, see if I can fix each thing with a tiny bit of energy instead of a lot all at once.
Bennett nodded and let Garrison's hand go.
Lucas concentrated. He found the biggest problem after a few seconds of poking around. He brought the light to his chest and then directed it into Garrison's body where he wanted it to go. He brought another ball of energy up and fixed the bones that were broken. Lucas took a big breath and poked around, making sure he got the stuff that would be life-threatening or take a long time to heal. He went back into Garrison's mind then, making sure he hadn't left anything there. Lucas saw the dragon, who was pissed off. The dragon sniffed his hand and started to purr. Lucas looked up at Sage then and smiled, winking at him. Lucas released Garrison and immediately took Bennett in his arms. I fixed all the major stuff. He's still knocked out from a concussion. I didn't fix it because I think he'll recover just fine without my help, but I'll stick close to him just in case I'm needed.
Ramsay nodded and got to his feet. Good. Now I need a shower and a bed.
Do you need any wound repair, Ramsay? And where's Gabriel?
Mother Estelle was clearly worried about her sons. This isn't my blood. I'm just tired, Mom. And Gabriel's still working with the vampire to get Sean out. Garrison is very malnourished. Someone had to get him help quickly.
I fixed that, Lucas said. He laid his head on Bennett's shoulder. I want to call my parents, he said to Bennett through his link. Bennett, reconnecting with the man who saved his life and became like a parent to him, made Lucas miss his own parents.
Of course, baby.
Is Garrison going to live with us?
That's up to him.
Lucas could tell Bennett had missed the man, more than he would ever let show to anyone but Lucas. Bennett needed Garrison, and Lucas was going to make sure the two had a chance to make up for lost time. Sage's eyes hadn't changed, but Lucas could tell he knew Garrison was his mate. He wrung his hands together and took a step in Garrison's direction. He still couldn't bring himself to touch him, though. Well. Fate meant for Sage to have a dragon of his own. Lucas had seen enough of Garrison's thoughts to know he would be a good fit. This concludes Leave It All by April Kelley. Narrated by Simon Dornay. Copyright 2015 by April Kelley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Hard Rose Publishing and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.